Well, hello, good morning, and welcome from a bright, breezy, and blustery Knockhill racing circuit here in the heart of Scotland. You are very, very welcome. What is the final race day of the 2022 calendar? It's David Christie here in the commentary box as usual with you for the final day today, but we're doing things a little bit differently, and I thought rather than have him suffering out there in the cold, let's bring him in here. Andy Alston in here with me in the commentary box, joining me for pretty much entirely today. Good morning, Andy Alston.
Yes, good morning, Dave. Delighted to be here because it's nice and warm in the commentary box, so fingers crossed that continues for the day. But I tell you what, the keyword here out on track is bright, because considering the weather that we've had here in Scotland this week, I think this is a pretty decent setup for this race. So speaking to a couple of the drivers just in the paddock earlier on, and there is a dry line there, you can see here on shot just coming into the hairpin. However, the chicane is still a little bit easy, so interesting to see just how the opening lap shape up here in the first few races.
I do believe the technical term for this, Andy, is mildly moist. Just want to get that word in there right early here for the racing. Jam-packed day as always of racing here at Knockhill. We're about to start very shortly with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and the Mini Cooper S Cup. Then we go on to the Scottish Legends cars. They're back with us for the second time in a row. Scottish C1 Cup. The Classics are there at around 12:15, and then the Fiesta ST Cup. Then it is the lunch break and the grid walk. I think they'll both be out having a look at the cars. It's the Mini Cooper Cup that's out there just now, and then it's the Scottish Legends after the break, C1 Cup, and we do it basically all over again. So a lot to talk about just now, Andy. So many championships, believe it or not, still in the balance on this final round.
Yes, absolutely. And the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, Michael Weddle leading the way by just 11 points between him and Chad Little. And 100 separating the pair of them in qualifying as well, Dave. So the stage is set for a dramatic opener here at Knockhill, and I am very much looking forward to it.
That's an understatement to say the least. Of course, one of the championships that has been decided is Jack Irvine taking the Newcomers Cup last time out here at Knockhill. What feels like forever ago, all the way back into August for that one. And of course, your boy here has been stung previously on commentating, announcing champions, and it was all happy and excited, and they got it wrong, and it turned out that they weren't quite the champion. They did go on to win it, but just not at that race. So never again am I ever, I had the spreadsheet out, everything like that. We'll just wait until we get the confirmation. But that is the programme that we have got today. As I said, lots to see and lots to talk about today. Of course, Andy will be going back out into and at a glance guide to everything that's happened so far in the championship.
Yes, absolutely. Program is essentially leading, so highly encourage everyone just to have a little browse on that, maybe load it up on your phone. A great guide to have handy throughout the day, and it's one where, you know, I think it just really helps with just setting the scene for every event of the season. And they've mentioned some big talking points throughout the championship so far. A few moments away from the many Coopers getting on wheelbase, but so many big talking points throughout the paddock, and it'll keep us entertained all throughout the day.
So as we wait for the first race, just a very quick apology for the slight echo that you can hear on us just now. I know my voice is fantastic, but I'm pretty sure that the audience at home don't need to hear it twice in very quick succession, so we'll get that sorted as soon as we possibly can. In the meantime, though, let's continue our build-up for today, because obviously we've talked about the minis and hear them leaving the paddock just now. We'll be able to tell you through the grids on this and talk through, but as you said, I mean that gap at the front of the minis, Michael Weddle, Chad Little, I mean you couldn't have scripted this any better, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% splitting Michael Weddle and Chad Little. Michael Weddle, of course, our reigning champion. And, it's all about, I think particularly when the conditions are like this as well, Dave, it's all about just getting the car, getting tyres up to temperature, getting the first couple of laps under your belt and really build from there. But what we see, of course, time and time again from Michael Weddle is that defensive side of the game is so strong. And when you're leading the way at setting the pace, you really is putting pressure on not just Chad Little, but Jack Irvin, Nichols in there, Daniel Patterson, Ryan Smith. Lots of very fast drivers throughout the field in the Cooper Cup who will all be looking to make places in these opening few laps.
A whole swathe of points on offer today. Obviously, we focus right on the top at the battle between Michael Weddle and Chad Little. That gap's just 11 points, so it's all on Chad Little right now. For me, I would be wanting to secure a good result rather than focusing 100% on win, maybe on race one, get at least second place, if not taking first place here. But I mean, Chad Little has all the work to do coming into this final race day of the season. 3 races is going to be happening for the Coopers, but I've got to be honest, I'm very excited. I hope that's going to cross on the commentary.
Yeah, 11 points split in these two in the championship standings. Lifting 25 points for a race when 20 for second. So Neil really want to get his day off to a good start here. If he can collect the maximum points haul, that really does put pressure on Weddle into the second race and the finale later this afternoon.
Certainly does. The car's coming round for their observation lap. They'll be getting what looks like is that 2 laps at the round. Yeah. So drying conditions here at the track. And again, you know, these cars at the best times are very difficult to control, especially on the edge that drivers put them to. However, on damp, greasy conditions, it's cold out there. This has all the recipe for a very feisty race one. Normally we say fireworks drama and for race 3, but again I think this is just going to be full on from the very first race.
Yes, it certainly is. Of course, you get 2 warm-up laps in this race because the Mini Cooper Race Cup, they run on full slick and wet tyre options in that championship. That is why the cars are just going round twice here, but it does benefit the Mini Cooper cars because just getting an extra lap or just to get the car up to the operating window, just getting how the track has evolved when they're out there qualifying, because lots of championships have been out there since then. So just a little bit of a dry line there just coming through. It can well quite interesting. There is a little bit patchy still offline, and that is part of the track where if you take a little bit too much speed, flip that red sausage coming inside, can run wide, and if you do that, it does look very easy out there.
Yeah, the curves I think is safe to say are lava today. You're not going to be able to get on any of them. While the track is going to dry and appear to retain a little bit of heat, those curves take all the moisture are very low. Backstretch into a massive rye patch here. In fact, it's easier to describe that wet patch as like some sort of oil slick or something that's been left from one of the cars here, such as the small nature of that tiny patch there. But it grows down towards him. Typically what we see at Knockhill here is on the braking point, the worst point that you could possibly have it. That's where water does tend up, although again there they've got a very clear line. I think that leaves quite a good opportunity if anybody does feel brave. They can maybe try and send it up the inside here, but they may very well get caught out, especially towards the last stages of that braking zone.
Yes, absolutely. You've got to be brave on the base of side unit, go into that area, but when change track conditions, that really does make it all more difficult for the drivers out there on track. But it'll be interesting this opening lap today, I think, really sets the scene for this race. Who is going to be brave? Who's going to go to that car at the inside, try and make a move here? And with so much at stake as well going into this one, that makes it all the more entertaining and interesting for us to watch.
It certainly does. We are on the edge of our seat. I'm sure you could tell we're a little bit giddy about this one. Let's talk a little bit though about the cars in front there, the R53 Mini Cooper S Cup there. It's the fastest single makes saloon car series at the Scottish Championships, and they run on full slick and wet tyres, 1.6 litre supercharged power unit in those minis, and that's what makes them different from the Mini Coopers behind them. And they race alongside, but they go ahead of the minis because obviously much faster. We tend to see much smaller grids with them, but we are good to go. So we are going to go with the 1 minute board here. And as we said, it's going to be Craig Blake, Andrew Lamont on pole position for the R53s, Chris Watt and Jamie Blake on second row. But Michael Weddle and Chad Little in the front of this Mini Cooper battle. Jack Irvine, Neil Hose in row 2, Daniel Patterson on row 3 with Ryan Smith. But lights coming on to the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge for the first race of the final race day away for the R53s. Clean start for Craig Blake there, but it's side by side. That's a poor start there for Michael Weddle. There's going to be side by side going into the top of Duffus Dip for the first time of asking the R53 safely make their way down here, and that is a terrible start for Michael Weddle there. Chad Little looks to have gotten the jump there all the way up into to the lead of that pack. We'll keep an eye as they come down through McIntyre's, obviously watching the R53s, but we really need to keep an eye on the mini pack just behind them just now.
Yeah, the rear of the car there of Weddle just got a little bit twitchy there just as he was trying to get the power down. That has allowed Chad Little to make the move here. But back at the front here, we've also got a little bit of side-by-side action going into the hairpin here. We did mention this in the build-up, Dave, who would be brave on the brakes, particularly on that damp bit of track. But the move has been done at the front, and here come the Mini Cooper Cup cars as well.
Yeah, that's straight up the inside there. That was the 65, I believe, of Jack Irvine, still fighting side by side then. This is Chad Little and Jack Irvine fighting for the race lead right now. You've got the 111 and Neil Hose right behind them, and incredible stuff. This is still just lap 1, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a feeling this is going to be a very long day. We're going to need lots and lots of tins of energy drink just to survive through the day here. But a great opening lap there, still side by side. A little bit of contact into McIntyre, so big elbows going out there. Neil Hose tries to get up the inside of Jack Irvine, gets it done from hero to zero. Jack Irvine shown the door in the most impolite way, but he's still kept the foot in, keeps it going. Oh my goodness me, that is one of the most impressive recovery drives I think I've seen from around the outside. Jack Irvine kept the foot in, incredible bit of momentum there.
Yeah, it certainly was, Dave. Very strong and brave driving there. And just look at that at the front. Chad Little got a little bit of a gap now just developing between him and the cars behind as well. And that is going to be the music to the ears of him. He can focus on apexes and exits here because, look, there is a bit of a train now following just behind him. And that will allow Chad to really just start to put the fast laps in here. His start to this race could not have gone any better.
Yeah, he's going to be absolutely delighted with that one. So Chad Little in the lead ahead of Jack Irvine, Neil Hose in third position. Michael Weddle, though, to be fair, is doing everything he needs to do. He just needs to finish, needs to get a good strong points finishing nonetheless. So Michael Weddle in fourth, Dan Patterson in fifth position, Ryan Smith in sixth, Ewan Robertson in seventh, Gordon Long in eighth, Finn Mackey in ninth position, 10th position for Nick Ormiston, Chris Coburn in 11th, David Taylor down in 12th position, Stephen Morrison in 13th, and Craig Blake is shown as not starting the race here. So what an incredible start. There's Michael Weddle there down in P4, and as you said there, Chad Little now coming under a bit of pressure, and Weddle pushing that car now. He's really trying to hustle that car and trying to get anything that he can out of it right now. But I'm watching Jack Irvine and I'm watching Neil Hose. They fancy a look. There goes Jack Irvine, has a look to the outside there. Not going to happen. That might leave him vulnerable for Neil Hose.
Yeah, Michael Weddle wants these front three to start scrapping here, because that will allow him just to close that little bit of a gap that we're seeing there developing at the front. He will of course get the toe down and start finish straight here, but it does look like Chad Little, Jack Irvine, Neil Hose, it's a group of three there at the front. Then Weddle's got pressure from Daniel Patterson, Ryan Smith, Ewan Robertson, they're all close behind. Finn Marsh as well, just seen come out the edge of your screen. I have to give a quick shout out to Finn Marsh actually, Dave. I think I've been very impressed with his debut campaign here in the Minis. He's just been growing in confidence throughout as well, and I think he's one who we really should be keeping an eye on here in the SMRC. Very strong and impressive season from him.
Yeah, it certainly is, and of course the one thing I didn't realise wasn't until we saw, as I'll come back to that in a second, Neil Hose up the inside at Clark's corner then, side by side, leaning on each other down this back stretch. Any hope of having a nice calm race one is out the window, because they're bumping doors, trading paint already, and Neil Hose has the inside line for the final corner. There goes Michael Weddle as well. Again, Jack Irvine goes from hero to zero, showing the door. That poor lad has been escorted onto the gravel more times than I think I'd ever care to see right now, and that also leaves him vulnerable to the number 18 of Dan Patterson. So Jack Irvine goes from being in P2 to P5 in this blink of an eye. Absolutely incredible scenes right now, but that is real big moves there for Michael Weddle. He's up to P3, and that is a huge manoeuvre for him.
Yeah, it was the old Carton overtake there, just follow the car through and then just try and benefit from the place from that. Daniel Patterson as well, we're very happy with that, inheriting a position as well. That allows him just to move up the order ever so slightly, but very dramatic opener here, Dave, I have to say. So much to play for, as we mentioned, in the build-up in the championship here, but yeah, Little from Hose, then Weddle in there as well. Just a slight gap now developing between him and Patterson, but I do still see Chad Little setting the pace and setting the standard. Bit of a gap there now developing, Dave. That is very clear to see. We've got that train of 4 cars behind our leader in the Mini Cooper Cup. Yeah, 1.2 seconds it is, but Neil Hose starting to try and close that gap down. We'll have a look as they come across the line. I've got a real idea that is going to come down to about just over 1 second. In fact, it is. It's just about 0.6 of a second between them now. So that gap is starting to come down very quickly indeed. Now, you were mentioning about Finn Marsh, and again, I can never remember how to pronounce his last name, so I'm going to apologise to Finn right now. One of the things I didn't realise was that he's actually a German driver over here taking part in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. It was an interview with Duncan Vincent that was on the Knockhill Facebook page that made me realise about him, and also seeing the German supporters out in chat for him. So it's great to see. A very good afternoon if you're watching on the SMRC YouTube page, and a very warm welcome along indeed. However, back to the race then, and again, we've got, after that crazy start, a little bit of a lull in the action here. Drivers maybe taking a breath here, Andy, just regrouping themselves here, and I've got to be honest, Chad Little doing everything that he needs to do. He needed a solid points finish, and he wanted preferably to be ahead of Michael Weddle. He's done both of those right now. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Chad here in the opener, and came under a little bit of pressure in the first couple of laps, dealt with that very well, and now there's a very considerable gap here we're seeing there through Duffus, but just the leading pack now is just starting to fan out a little bit. But of course, Dave, this is the interesting dilemma. We've got about 6 laps or so left in this race. You don't necessarily want to be making moves at this point. Do it in the last couple of laps, then you've got the momentum, you've got the upper hand, and you can crucially make that move stick as well. Yeah, very tricky, greasy, damp conditions here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. Back up with the R53s. The 97 of Jamie Blake in the lead of that class battle right now. Is essentially a 2-car race right now with Jamie Blake and Andrew Lamont. 1 second between the two of them just now at the front of the field. Christopher Watt is about 13 seconds and really struggling to get to grips with that R53. It is a baptism of fire, I think, for Chris Watt, and doing the best that he can with
the situation that he has got. But Chad Little still in the lead of the race then for the Mini Cooper Cup. Neil Hose in second place. That gap now is extending quite a lot then, up to just about 1 second between the two of those cars right now. Michael Weddle in third place, Dan Patterson in fourth, Jack Irvin in fifth, Ryan Smith in sixth position, seventh place for Ewan Robertson, eighth place for Gordon Longfin match is in ninth position, David Taylor in, I believe that's 10th now that he's moved up to, Nick Orbiston and Stephen Morrison in 11th and 12th, Chris Coburn down in 13th position. So that's how they go. 4 laps left to go. It's going to be 3 laps left to go very, very shortly. But again, this is what we're normally used to expecting in race 1. However, and a big however here, look at how hard Neil Hose is charging. That lad does not know the meaning of patience.
Yeah, certainly. Just thinking there, Dave, I believe it would be 2 points between Weddle and Chad Little if the results stay as they are at the moment going into the second race. So Michael really does want to make a move here just to try and reduce that deficit if he can, because what we're seeing as well here a little bit, I think, David, is Chad Little just extending that gap ever so slightly between him and the chasing pack, I think. However, having said that, look at that last lap from Neil Hose. You know, he's really making a move here, and let's just see where the trailing cars come through. Yeah, just a little bit of a gap there between the first two, but now there we see Weddle in P3. He's got Daniel Patterson, who's had a very impressive opener, it must be said, in there in fourth place as well, and then we've got the 65 of Jack Irvin as well, all hot on their heels, all more than capable of making up places as well.
Do you know the amount of times I've done that, and I've made what I thought was an expert bit of commentary, an expert insight, and then immediately been proven wrong. That's exactly what has happened here with Neil Hose. He's absolutely got the hammer down, and I don't think it's just that. I think that maybe that Chad Little is either the car, the power starts to fall away from him. It's a natural phenomenon in these cars where the hotter that the car gets, the less power is available to the car. It's a phenomenon known as heat soak. Look at me like I know what I'm talking about here. Something that I experienced quite a lot actually last year in the BRSCC City Car Cup was, you know, the harder that I pushed the car, the less power was available, and that seems to be either what's happening here or Neil Hose has just suddenly found an extra gear in that car, because he's all over the back of Chad Little now, and this is what is going to end up being very, very dangerous indeed, because we've got side by side into Clark then, and Neil Hose takes the lead of the race, and that was not too hardly fought, and I've got to say that was a really wise move from Chad Little. You don't want to push too hard here. However, that's lost momentum. Have a look at Michael Weddle. He's already signalled his intention. He's going to be late onto the brakes into the final corner then. Weddle sends it in from last week. That's outrageous. That shouldn't be able to happen. And then moves on the inside. Bit of contact. That was, we're going to come back to that after on, because that absolutely didn't need to happen there. But if anything, that kind of shows what's at stake today here, Andy.
Yeah, it certainly does. Weddle trying that same move of just following the leading car through and trying to make it stick, but just didn't manage to fully secure the move on exit there, side by side down the straight. So very, very interesting. But all the meanwhile, we have a change at the front. So Neil Hose now leading the way. A very impressive move there. But, you know, it was just got the elbows out into Clark's and made it stick to it.
Yeah, the R53 starting their final lap then. So Jamie Blake onto the final lap of the race. Of course, they're about 25 seconds up the road there already, going down there on time. And there goes Jamie. That was a wild moment there for Jack Irvin, excuse me, coming out of Clark Corner there, not quite able to make it. So this is the penultimate lap here for the Minis. They're going to come across the line to start their last lap. Up the inside goes Jack Irvin, up onto Chad Little, and it was never going to happen. You can see in the background Dan Patterson tries to make a move here, going across the line as well. So we're on to the last lap now for the actual Mini Cooper Cups. The R53s are going to be hot on their tail. In fact, the R53s are going to be coming across and get the checkered flag very, very shortly indeed. Such is the difference. There you go. Checkered flag comes out for Jamie Blake. He takes the R53 race win from Andrew Lamont. But we're still racing here with the Mini Cooper Cup. It's still Neil Hose in the lead of the race here. They're still pushing it through as hard as they can. Michael Weddle then up into second position. Chad Little, again, it's a case of what could have been for Chad. I think there's going to be some afters on that contact. No harm, no foul, I think, on the grand scheme of things there, Andy. But again, a case of what could have been.
Yeah, Chad's going to be very disappointed with that, just because he was so impressive throughout the race there. But it just shows how tight the racing is here in the minis. Before you know it, you can go down the order very, very quickly. And that man there, car number 18, Daniel Patterson, very impressive opener here. Coming under a little bit of pressure from Jack Irvine on the exit, but it looks like he'll make it stick.
There we go then, race win for Neil Hose. A very hard-fought victory, a very difficult season, it's got to be said, for Neil Hose. Michael Weddle extends the championship lead at the top ahead of Chad Little, albeit by a small number of points, and it is still all to play for. Dan Patterson will come across the line in 4th position, 5th place for Jack Irvine, Gordon Long in 6th position, and Ryan Smith in 7th. We'll do a full rundown very shortly, but like some sort of super glamorous assistant here, Andy, you're going to have to love and leave us and go and do the podium interviews.
Yeah, really interested to hear what that man Neil Hose has to say, because he'll be delighted with his performance in the Open. That's going to give him the momentum, it's going to give him the confidence going into the next race as well, but still all to play for in the championship here in the Mini Cooper Cup.
Awesome stuff. Thanks very much, Andy, for joining us on that one. Really, really enjoyed that, actually. It reminds me of old times back in the SMRC esports days when we did the dual commentary. So there we go then. Jamie Blake taking the win in the R53s from Andrew Lamont and Chris Watt. And then Neil Hose taking the race win in the Mini Cooper Cup with Michael Weddle in 2nd place and Chad Little in 3rd. Of course, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup in association with Project 21 Detailing and supported by Yokohama Tyres. There we go then. What an amazing race that was. That was wacky, wild, had everything that we possibly wanted. Firm, hard racing with the emphasis on the air quotations around fair. But I wonder what Chad Little is going to make of that with Michael Weddle there. And the two of them, I think, will be having a little friendly chat. Of course, a lot on the line, the championship on the line after this one, and I cannot wait to hear what they have got to say. And I can say that already the car's into to pit lane. Neil Hose coming in with Michael Weddle, and I can just see in the background Chad Little as well. So 1, 2, 3 there. Fantastic first race of the day. Up next, we have got the Scottish Legends Car Championship. They are making a return for the 2nd race meeting in a row here at Knockhill with the SMRC. And great to see them back on the grid as well. And a very good morning to everyone that is watching out on YouTube as well. If you do have any questions, any comments or anything like that, leave them in the chat and we will do our very, very best to get them answered throughout the course of the day. We've got, as I said, 3 or 4 races left to go in the morning. But we're away to head down into pit lane very, very shortly and have a look and have a chat with our winners. I can see Michael Weddle straight out of his car here, and I want to see if there's any interaction with him and Chad Little. No eye contact whatsoever, and we are good to go. So let's throw it down then to pit lane with Andy Alston.
There in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, Mini Cooper Race Cup as well. Just joined now by Jamie Blake there. Jamie, very impressive opener for you in the start. Just talk us through that one from your perspective.
Yeah, a bit of an unexpected situation as well. I thought my car would be okay all weekend, but the diff's broken, so kindly Craig's let me use this for that race to try and have a go at the championship. So good fun. The car's great to drive, really, really good. And the track was good as well.
So is there any kind of differences you've noticed between the two cars, or is it just a case of, let's just go for it, it's the last race of the season, last event, we'll just see what happens?
It's on the same suspension as mine, so that it all feels pretty familiar, but the diff actually works properly in this compared to mine, so it's good having one that works again.
Absolutely. No, and how did the track feel out there? Did it evolve slightly as the race gone on, or did you notice any differences between now and qualifying?
It was definitely drier. Yeah, definitely a lot drier, because qualifying we tried going out on the slicks, but it was far too wet. So, but no, it was fine, perfect, dry all around, really, no issues.
Stuff well done there, great drive out there, Jamie. Cheers. Jamie Blake there, our winner in the Scottish Mini Cooper S Cup there. Car number 97, very strong performance from him there in the opener. But I'm just going to grab a quick chat with Let's find Neil. Who's there? He's there. There's the man there. Neil, Neil, many congratulations. Very dramatic opener in there.
My system because, yeah, we had pace from day one. We put it in pole in the first race of the championship. And it went downhill from there. We've had so much contact, DNFs because of it and things like that. We had a serious problem with my struts moving every race, and we found out it was the clamps were chewed underneath, so they'd always kind of go back to centre. Sorted that in the last round, which was an improvement, and I thought, right, the car was feeling good. Got qualifying wrong because we were a full dry setup. Thought there'd be a dry line, there wasn't, but I've never been so sideways getting 3 greens, but I just had to live with it. But I knew 4th was good enough to have a race, and yeah, really enjoyed that, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a couple of drivers trying to make moves into the hairpin in particular, but we noticed it was quite greasy offline as well. So what was it like kind of contending with that?
Well, the thing is with the Mini, as long as your ABS light isn't on, you can really push it, right? So that's what I was relying on. So I just checked, obviously my ABS hadn't knocked out, as it sometimes does mid-race. And then I thought, when Chad was on I think it was Chad on the outside, or maybe Jack, I thought, okay, it's going to be a wee bit slippy here, but even if he gets a car length, I'm still going to have the advantage when the grid comes when we turn. So it was all right. Yeah, that was great fun.
Excellent, very well done. Congratulations, Neil Hoser, our winner in race number 1 in the Mini Cooper Cup. Let's grab a quick chat with second place man, our reigning champion, Michael Weddle. Very interesting opener for him here. We'll grab a quick chat from here. Here he is, Michael Weddle. Michael, talk us through the start a little bit first and foremost. It looked like the car got bogged down a little bit, and then it was just a case of trying to work your way back through the pack as the race went on.
Yeah, with the rain this morning, with the dry lines now formed, so whoever was on second place got the dry line, and I was stuck on a bit of a wet track, so it was a bit sucky from that point of view. But I mean, it was no excuse because Jack got a rocket start behind me, but I just didn't get the revs right at all and just got so much wheel spin. And then I was trying to hold it with Neil because I knew I couldn't let Chad get too far in front, but he managed to pip it in front. And there was a bit of argy-bargy going on, so no, quite happy to walk away with that 1 second.
Yeah. And we saw time and time again you just making that move into the hairpin, following the car through as well, and that just allows you to pick up the places, get the drive on exit, and then just move on from there.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of defending going on at the hairpin there, so I just decided to go for it there, and I thought that was the best point, and then just see what happens. So no, happy I did that.
Well done, Michael. Congratulations. Michael Weather, second place in the opener in the Mini Cooper Cup. Dave, back to you.
Excellent stuff. Thanks very much, Andy Alston, over in pit lane there, and great to hear from all of the drivers and get their thoughts on what happened. And you know, the great thing about being here in the commentary box is I can literally turn over my shoulder and watch the drivers, watch the reactions there, and just interesting to see the interactions between Chad Little and Michael Weddle, or rather lack of them. We'll keep an eye on that one because I've got a feeling we're going to see that going through the day. But yeah, just it's always fascinating to kind of pick up on that, and just like that, we welcome back Andy Alston into the booth there as well. I was just explaining there when I was watching the cars coming out there as we're away to get moving on to the legends here. Interesting, and I don't know if you picked up on that, Andy, as well. Not really much interaction between Chad Little and Michael Weddle there.
I'm just trying to warm up, Dave, not gonna lie. No, it was. Look, there's so much at stake, Dave, and we spoke about this in the opener. This is, you know, the drivers, the teams have been working so hard to get to this point. We've got so many championships still up for grabs here, and you know that the drivers, we know how committed they are throughout the fields, and there's so much for them all here to play for, and you know, this is it. It's part of it is part of motorsport, and look, I think the stage is set in that championship in particular for a very dramatic 2 races, but very much looking forward to the action here in the Legends as well, Dave. These are such entertaining cars to watch, very, very lively at the best of times, and with the greasy track conditions, that's going to throw in an extra dimension into this one as well. So very much looking forward to the lights going out for this one.
Yeah, certainly it's a different start procedure for this one with the Legends. They don't go with a standing start, they go with a rolling start then. So on row 1 is going to be Elby Clark alongside Ben Mason. Scott Smith is on row 2. Very, very good friend of mine, and one of the actual track staff here at Knockhill is Scott Smith, alongside on row 2 Mark Reed. Pino Palazzo is on row 3 with Stuart Robertson. Row 4 is going to be Ryan McLeish and Billy Waits. Alistair Calderwood with Peter McKernan on row 5. Stuart Black and John Bushby in row 6. Brent Bowie and Eric Palazzo Palazzo on row 7. Row 8 is going to be Grant Hunter and Scott Hines, with Ben McNeese at the back of the grid in 17th position. The safety car rolls off, and just like that, we are already ready to go racing here at Knockhill. The car's ready to go. It's LB Clark leading them out. We wait till the lights go out, and away we go racing then. LB Clark leads the cars over the line. Scott Smith gets the jump, already up into second place, and the car's already streaming down into turn 1. Ben Mason down into third place then, with Mark Reed already up into fourth, and that's a clear lead. Although straight round the outside goes to number 17 of Billy Waite, already up into what looks like third place right now. The 22 of Ben Mason slowing down and actually ended up in front there. So Ben Mason into the leads, or sorry, into second place there. Completely didn't see that car there. The struggle for traction out of the chicane there.
Just got a car off there as well. I think it might have been possibly one of the 32, the 52. Didn't quite catch that, but we just had a car going off there at the chicane, and we spoke about this in the opener, Dave, about how greasy it is at the chicane, and it's still proving to be the case here in the Legends.
Ben Mason sends it up the inside. Scott Smith, little puff of the brakes there from 17, and they're still side by side. That's Billy Waite alongside Scott Smith right now. So as it stands coming across the line then, that is going to be Ben Mason into the lead of the race. Billy Waite in second place, Scott Smith in third, Stuart Black in fourth, Pino Palazzo in fifth place, LB Clark in sixth, Ryan McLeish in seventh, McKernan in eighth, Reed in ninth, Brent Bowie down in 10th position. That's how your top 10 lines up on lap 1 of this 8 lap race. 7 laps still to go here, and again, momentum is so important here. If you're not in that front train, you're going to find yourself going backwards very, very quickly indeed. But Ben Mason in the lead. Billy Waite was actually the fastest man, as you can see, side by side there. That's the number 15 of LB Clark, and Ryan McLeish. McLeish sends it up the inside into Clark's there, gets moved on. We've got yellow green flag waving to signify the clear of that that car parks on the inside there. And there you go, there's a move up the inside, and that is going to be Stuart Black on the inside of Scott Smith there, as we have a quick look at the 23 moving up the inside there. That's Mark Reed trying to get a move done on Peter McKernan, but it can't quite work out. So as we go over for another lap then, Stuart Black does do that wild lunge up the inside, takes second place then. Billy Waite down into third position, Ben Mason still in the lead, Scott Smith demoted down to fourth position here. And Andy, it's always a thrill a minute with these Legends.
Oh, it certainly is. You know, I've been very impressed with Ben Mason last time out here when they were on the SMRC calendar, and he has got his afternoon off to a great start here once again. Bit of a lead just developing there between him and Stuart Black there just behind, but yeah, it's been very, very frantic start to this one, I have to say. But again, we've got another car off there, unfortunately, so that is just underlining that fact, Dave, that you may be seeing that dry line emerging, but if you take the gamble of just dropping off there ever so slightly, it's still very, very greasy out there. So the drivers just have to throw a little bit of caution into the racecraft here, and that's the leading pack just making their way out the hairpin as well.
Pino Palazzo onto the tail end of Scott Smith. That stricken car recovers almost about 5 seconds in front of this battle there. So that means now that Billy Waite and Pino Palazzo are now in front of Scott Smith. That car kind of going backwards at a rate of knots here. You can catch them coming down through the hill. This is the battle for third position. You can see Billy Waite in the third position there, and that stricken car just trying to get out of the way of the remaining pack here, just trying to do laps at the moment. I believe that might have been the 82 of the number 2 of Grant Hunter that is just making his way around just now in that yellow car. Up to the inside goes the 71. Ryan McLeish sends it up the inside of 2 cars. That's outrageous. Gets it done. What a move on the inside from Ryan McLeish to send it up the inside of both Scott Smith and Pino Palazzo. Palazzo now has lost that position, and Smith sends it from last week, tries to get the car stopped in time, going to struggle trying to get it done there, but Scott Smith again just trying to do the gentlemanly thing and avoid any issues there, and he gets caught out on that as a rather loud cheer from Pitwall. I missed that, Andy.
Yeah, good move there by Scott Smith, just getting the cut back there on exit, allowing him to get the power down, take that momentum with him along the start-finish straight as well. But, you know, it must be said, Mr. McLeish there, a stunning move to take third place in this race.
And just to explain that scream on the pit wall there, the great thing about club racing, the great thing about Scottish Championship racing is these aren't massive, massive teams. that are taking part here. These are mums, dads, sons, brothers, wives, all out, friends, family, all out on the pit wall, helping out and doing what they can. The passion is absolutely real, and that was hanging out sideways there for the 17 of Billy Waite coming out the exit of Clark there. Look at the gap that's already opened up here. Here comes Scott Smith trying to have a look on the inside of Billy Waite there. It's not going to happen. You can see on the inside there Pino Palazzo dropping back as well, but still in the lead of this race. Ben Mason ahead of Stuart Black. They've just gone over the line. Stuart Black has done the fastest lap of the race, immediately taken by Ryan McLeish there of 58.791. We've got 3 laps left to go in this first race for the Scottish Legends Championship. Ben Mason out front and in a commanding lead there, 0.8 of a second, as we continue to watch this battle for 4th position.
Yeah, it really just underlines the importance of Ryan McLeish making that double move into Clark's there as well, because we know he's got the pace, as you mentioned, their fastest lap last time out as well with a 58.7. So it looks like he could all but secure a podium here. But still a little bit of action there. Scott Smith potentially just having a half look up the inside, but we've got double waved yellows at Clark's, and we've got a car beached on the exit as well, and the car will really have to reduce their speed in there. That's going to be a tricky job there just to try and get that car towed.
Yeah, you're spot on. That's a very, very difficult point because it's a blind corner. And there we go. Safety car comes in. And, I mean, that's predictable to see, but the safety car catches the leader. So safety car is out on track, and you can see the arms immediately going out. You know, trying to warn the other drivers, just calm it down a little bit. So safety car out as the car gets recovered from track. We need to get an idea of who that was there, and I'm just watching any of the drivers falling down the order here. But a wild moment there. That's going to be a scary moment for the driver in that car as well, because Clark is it's uphill. You can just for the reference for the viewers there, just to the left hand side of that curve there, it's a very steep hill that you pull up, and it's almost unsighted at the apex of that corner there. So yeah, that would have been a very difficult one for the cars to try and see and to try and navigate, but safety car means that that can be dealt with very safely. I have a feeling that is John Bushby that might be out there, the number 6, or it's Eric Palazzo. We'll double check there. Certainly those are the 2 cars that are dropping a little bit further down the order here, but again, well, 2 laps left to go. We're possibly going to get a last lap dash for the honours here. Talk about saving everything right to the end here.
Yes, this is it, Dave. It's a difficult spot to get the car out there quickly. The safety car has really backed up the pack, those, and they're travelling very, very slowly indeed. It's the fact the car's quite beached in there as well, Dave. That's what makes me think this could be a finish under yellows and the safety car. But it looks like the car is hooked up, but it's just, of course, the marshals have got to do a job of sweeping away the gravel. It will be pulled out and dragged onto the exit there as well, because it's a very fast part of the track as well. But of course, the Orange Army doing a terrific job as always here at Knockhill. Yeah, the car's cleared out. Now, if that car can recover, then it may be able to drive off, but I think what will happen is they'll just pull it in and potentially get that, although it is moving, so it might get unhooked, and if that can drive away, that's the best thing, because that'll just drive off into pit lane, and that means that we can get things recovered. But obviously with the lap timer freezing, we could get a green flag finish. We'll wait and see to see what happens there. The recovery vehicle certainly drives off, and just having a look to see what is going to happen with this car here. I think he's waiting to try and get it into gear and to get that going. So yeah, that car has been recovered, and it is indeed, that looks like, is that the number, what's that, the number 21? We'll get an idea on that one just very, very shortly as the car's coming round then. And potentially then maybe able to get going racing at the end of this lap here, but we'll wait and see what happens with that one. I think that was actually the 38 of Eric Palazzo. Again, we'll ID that as they come round. It was the 53, so no, I was completely wrong. That was Stuart Robertson, who was already 3 laps down. Tell you what, Dave, this creates a very interesting situation here, because we had Ryan McLeish, fastest car out there on track, currently PC now. He had a gap of about 2.5 seconds or so, and it was looking like he would just have to really just settle for third place, but he could make a move here because he's very, very fast indeed. Made that double overtake, of course, going into Clark's a few laps prior to this. So I reckon that 71 car is one to watch here on the restart. But Ben Mason, of course, a driver we know that's got lots of speed as well, he's going to be controlling this start, but it'll be very interesting just to see what his approach is going to be for it.
Yeah, safety car's cleared off then, and it leaves Ben Mason in charge of the pack. Then we get ready to go racing again here with the Scottish Legends for the first time today in the final round of the SMRC Scottish Championship racing here, brought to you live on YouTube. And here we go then, the safety car pulls off. Ben Mason in charge of the rest of the pack. He lights the candle. We are going again. The green flag drops and we are racing. We wait to see how that is going to unfold as they go side by side, already across the line then. And there goes Stuart Black alongside Ben Mason. We waited to see whether it was going to happen. Ryan McLeish looked to be a little bit too far back, and there you go, already done, dusted, signed and sailed. Stuart Black into the lead of the race with just 2 laps left to go here. There is Ryan McLeish right onto the tail of Ben Mason. He's going to want to try and get past immediately if he's going to have any hope of catching up with Stuart Black, although there was a big sideways moment coming over the chicane. Cold tyres, damp track, that's what's going to happen. Ryan McLeish fires it up the inside, thinks better of it because that door is blocked by Ben Mason right now, and we are going to have a 1-lap dash right now here with Legends. Ryan McLeish up the inside, Andy. Here we go.
This is it. Ryan McLeish, he's got the pace, he's got the inside line as well. If he's going to be brave on the brakes, he'll make the move into the bargain as well. But I have to say, credit to Stuart Black. That was a stunning restart there. It's always difficult when you're in second place, trying to know when to put the throttle down, but he is really reaping the rewards just now. And there it is. We have got the leaders just coming through for the last lap here in the opener in the Legends.
Let's go then down through Duffus for the final time, and Ryan McLeish absolutely hanging everything out to dry on that car, late onto the brakes he possibly can. He's already on to the back then of Stuart Black as we go through the final lap here at Knockhill for the first race for the Legends through the chicane for the final time. Stuart Black hands that car out a little bit sideways. That's going to lose a little bit of momentum. It's going to be up the inside for Ryan McLeish, as predicted by Andy Elston. Sends it up the inside into Clark Corner. He's got the lead of the race, but can Stuart Black do anything? It's going to be bump drafting along the back straight here. They're going to be side by side. It's going to be the defensive line then for Ryan McLeish up the inside. Stuart Black has nowhere to go whatsoever. He's going to have to try and cut that back to the inside. Absolute masterclass called about 3 laps ago there. Andy Elston. Stuart Black is going to have to settle for second place. A little bit of afters coming up to the line, and it's so close, but it's going to be Ryan McLeish from Stuart Black. Ben Mason, what a race, ladies and gentlemen. Pino Palazzo finishes in 4th place. Scott Smith in 5th. Billy Waits in 6th position. Brent Bowie in 7th. Elby Clark in 8th. Scott Hines in 9th. Mark Reed in 10th position. Oh my God, 6/100ths of a second at the line there, Andy. That was absolutely intense stuff. There we go, and as if by magic, we're going to have to say goodbye to you, Andy, as he's going to have to head out into pit lane to go and do the interviews. But what a final lap.
Yeah, really looking forward to catching up with Ryan McLeish there in particular, because that was a stunning couple of laps from him there. Great move there to take the win as well, but fantastic action throughout in the Legends, and really looking forward to the second race later today.
Ben McNeice, what are you doing over in the gravel on the left-hand side? I'm pretty sure that's not part of the racing line. That must have happened during that last lap there, but incredible scenes there. Now that actually brings up a question. Did that happen on the last lap? Because was there any yellow flags at Clark's? That's what we have to find out. However, the car's coming round, and while Ryan McLeish hangs the back end of that car out to dry, we're going to let the cars get in there into pit lane, and I'm going to have to actually root around Andy Elston's jacket while he's outside to find his crystal ball or his tea bags or whatever he's got that he used to predict that last race there. That was a fantastic end to the first Legends race of the day. Ryan McLeish taking the win, as we said, from Stuart Black by 6/100ths of a second. Ben Mason over into 3rd position there. So the cars making their way around into to pit lane just now. We'll get a word very, very shortly. Up next then, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the Scottish C1 Cup. That is who we have got up next. And very, very much looking forward to that, of course, in association with the Scottish Motor Trade Association. So over into pit lane, the drivers making their way out into the car, and our very own Andy Alston over there in pit lane. Over to you, buddy.
Yes, what a dramatic opener here in the Scottish Legends, but it is Ryan McLeish who takes the checkered flag in the opener in car 71. A dramatic finish, of course, with the safety car. We had a frantic couple of laps just to decide the outcome of that one, but Ryan will be absolutely thrilled with his performance there, and rightly so. Great moves throughout the race, and he will be more than happy with that one. So we'll just get the thoughts of Ryan here, who joins us now. Ryan, many congratulations. That was a fantastic performance from you out there. Just talk us through that race.
No, we got a bit of a terrible start. I was stuck behind one of the slower guys in the pack, but I couldn't break formation before the start line, and I ended up getting a time penalty. So I must have been near enough last, and I managed to take myself back into third in the safety car, brought me back onto them for the last couple of laps. But it was always my intention. I wasn't going to be happy until I got to the front.
Tell us a little bit about your approach to the safety car restart as well, because you really got a strong getaway, and that allowed you to then make the places and eventually cross the line with the checkered flag.
No, you just need to go on the ball, because the person who's leading's got the control of the restarts. You need to watch, because after that safety car takes away, it's in their hands. Some people go very early, some people leave it as late as they can, so you just need to be constantly ready, just hovering, waiting to go.
Yeah, definitely. And talk us through that move at Clark's as well. It was a double move, and it was a crucial point in the race for you as well, because you then started putting in the fastest laps as well. Was it a case where I have to make this move now or never to try and really close the gap at the front?
Yeah, definitely. Ben and Stuart, we're all much of a muchness. There's nothing between us. The minute I'm sitting behind people in the mid-pack, I'm losing time. So I hope we'll be better hopefully in the next one. I'm starting near the front, so fingers crossed we get the start we need.
So Ryan, many congratulations, great drive out there. Ryan McLeish taking the win in the opener here in the Legends. Fantastic racing from him as well in the 71 car. And I have to say that was a really strong performance by all three cars there. But Dave, I believe there's not long to go until the next one, so I'll hand back over to you for the next race getting underway.
Right, thank you very much there, Andy Alston over in pit lane. The cars making their way out onto track then, and we are getting ready for the Scottish C1 Cup in association with the SMTA, and great to see them out on track as well. So the C1s, again, I'm a little bit of a fan. I do like them. It was where I cut my own racing driver teeth back in the day in the Silverstone 24 hours in the C1s, and that's really where the massive love affair for this series actually started. With not just that, with the SMRC as well. I know quite a few of the staff members took part in not only that race, but the 24-hour series in general. There was races at, I believe, Rockingham as well, and there's of course the race up at Spa as well. But the SMRC were first on the board to make this into a sprint series for the C1s as well, and various adaptations were taken of that throughout the rest of the UK, and I actually returned to this last year down south as part of the BRSCC City Car Cup, and it's just a wonderful series. So, to explain this to you, if you're brand new to this, which I highly doubt you are, the Citroen C1 Cup is open to, shock horror, the Citroen C1. Now, you might think, is it modified in any way? Is it they've got a turbocharger, they've got extra downforce, or anything? Nope, none of that. It is exactly the same car. In fact, it's almost pretty sure that it's apart from the roll cage, that it's road legal. It's the same car that you would take down to get your shopping at the weekends, that you'd see all through the car parks throughout the course of the UK. Just a standard 1-litre engine, and that's what makes the series so enjoyable and so popular as well. It is a budget entry-level series into saloon car racing. And Andy, it's definitely one of the runaway successes from the SMRC over the past couple of years.
Oh, absolutely. This has been a fantastic initiative, a very, very strong addition to the calendar. Great racing as well into the bargain, I have to say. You know, there's a really close-knit community in the paddock here as well, and yeah, it's I think the volume of cars that we see on the grid for these races is a testament to the success of this championship. It is a fantastic introduction to motor racing, and the good thing that we're seeing as well, Dave, over time is the drivers who have got a lot of seat time in this championship are now also moving into other championships as well, which is really nice to see. Drivers just getting a feel for how different cars operate. You move into Fiestas, you can just tweak the setups ever so slightly as you move into there. The Minis have got their own regulations as well that you can use. So yeah, this is a fantastic introduction to motorsport. Great action as well, of course, and a very interesting opener, I suspect, as well, that we'll see in a few moments' time, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. So the cars are away to come out onto the grids. And one of the other things that's so special about this championship from a personal point of view is we can see the cars going round here. We'll go through the grid in just a couple of seconds here. But from myself and your point of view, Andy, we've got a very personal connection to quite a few of these drivers, because doing the SMRC esports, quite a few of these drivers took part in the esports event, and see it, very young drivers, and seeing them on the grid. It's an incredibly proud moment, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's a testament to the success of our esports initiative as well. We've got our championship leader, Sam Corson, participated in our SMRC esports, and he is leading the way at the top of the standings as well, and he will start this one from the third row of the grid. But that's just, it shows that jump from virtual to reality is happening. You can do it, and this is a fantastic platform to go and enjoy some real life motor racing.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on the point standings throughout the course of the day. That's how they line up just now. Grid-wise, it's going to be Aidan Wilson on pole position with Callum Conway alongside him. Mark Nisbet on row 2 alongside Ross Dunn in 4th position. 5th position, Thomas Comer and Sam Corson, two of the drivers that we saw regularly through the esports. Andrew Davidson alongside Paul Winfield on row 4. Finlay Brunton alongside Rich Flett. Surprised to see Finlay Brunton down in P9, but we'll see him making a charge. James Hitchin in 11th position with the Lazou Benet in 12th position. And then row 7 is going to be Henry Gillespie and Ian Cochrane, Gordon Melville and Katrina Gray on row 8, and then John Proctor at the back in the number 17 car. So that's how we have it on the grid for this first race of the day here. I can't believe we're already on to race 3 here, Andy.
Absolutely, Dave. You know, it's the action has been frantic throughout, and this race will be a very, very interesting one. I have to say, I'm looking forward to seeing how Aidan Wilson gets on from pole position here. He's another driver that we mentioned has gone from virtual to reality. This is his debut season in motor racing. He is in our Newcomers Championship, and you know, this is going to be a really good opportunity for him here. If he can get that clean start, he could really go on and impress here. So the blue car on the outside, that's the one to keep an eye on here. Callum Conway alongside him as well. Very, very quick driver into the bargain. So I think this is going to be an interesting one here, Dave, as we just see the final cars taking their grid positions for the start of this one. And interestingly as well, do you think the track is just beginning to dry out a little bit?
I think it is much drier than when we started the broadcast earlier on this morning. I think it's significantly drier purely because of the wind as well. Helps blow the moisture off of the track surface as well. I mean, you look at that start-finish camera that we've got here. A huge thank you to the cameramen and women that we've got on board here today at AJK TV. Always top quality pictures that we get here. But yeah, the track looks absolutely dry. There are damp patches for sure, but it does look like a very, very favourable condition here for the start of the race. The green flag flies in for our third race of the day. It's going to be a 10-lap race here for the Scottish C1 Cup in association with the SMTA, and we get ready to go green flag, and we get ready to go racing again. Just to remind you, Aidan Wilson on pole position, Callum Conway in second, Mark Nisbet in third, Ross Dunn in 4th position. That's your top 4 right now. The championship is so finely balanced, 100 points, and there are about 4 cars in with it. But as I say, it's all about balance, consistency and precision in the race. The red lights go on here for the third race of the day. And we get underway. It's a great start on the outside for Callum Conway. Gets the jump, the tyres spinning, screeching, squealing into life here. And they finally get their way down towards Duffus Dip for the first time of asking. And the car's making their way through. So again, that was a really, really good start for Callum Conway, who takes the lead of this race, going down into McIntyre's end for the first time. And again, this is going to be trying to really gauge how the track is feeling there. A little bit of shoulders out there. That's the 828. Sorry, 822. That's Paul Winfield that's in amongst there as well. We can see some of the cars there side by side coming through the chicane. And really, this is where some of the best action can be found to cut your teeth as a newcomer to saloon car racing here, Andy.
Yeah, this championship, we speak to a lot of the drivers out there, they say momentum is so important, Dave, and you're almost seeing this initially here from the opening lap. The cars all just forming into bunches. It's about working together, particularly in the first few laps, to really close the gap to the cars in front, and then you can make the moves later in the race. One car there just having a little bit of a nibble going into the hairpin there. Just looks like it. Yeah, there it is. It is the 88 car there of Henry Gillespie, who is in our newcomers championship there. Good bold move up on the inside, and it looks like he has made the position as well.
Now that you can hear the tyres squealing into life, and one of the things that always caught me by surprise when learning about the championship is absolutely launched over the curb there is the 24 there. That's Aidan Wilson trying to get involved here. Is the tyre pressures that are involved in here. So obviously when you're doing car racing, you think normal tyre pressures, you want to kind of keep them about sort of 30 psi. That's usually for sports car racing, that's about the optimal. It's usually maybe even a bit too hot. However, these things, I know for a fact that these guys crank the PSIs up to about 50 to 60 PSI on them.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's the beauty of this championship is the cars you can't do much to them, but tyre pressures do have a massive impact, particularly later in the year when the temperatures start to drop, the air temperatures down, the track temperatures down, and it can have an influence on proceedings here. We just see the 68 of Sam Corson on the outside there. He's got 4 cars around him here as our championship leader. They're all bunched up there, but all the meanwhile it is Callum Conway still leading the race, the blue car of Aidan Wilson down into second, and then we have Mark Nisbet on the final step of the podium as things stand. It's
just like a gaggle of 6 cars in that midfield group there. You've got Thomas Comer, Sam Corson, Paul Winfield, James Hitchin in there as well, and they're all trying to absolutely send it coming down into to McIntyre's. Then you can see a little bit of damage on the inside of Sam Corson's machine there. You've got the 529 and James Hitchin all over him. A fastest lap of the race there for James Hitchin here, but it's still Callum Conway in the lead. As you see side by side then, that's going to be the number 70, and that's Andrew Davidson having a little bit of a tiff there with Finlay Brunton, who sends it up the inside there. Now for me, I'm watching Aidan Wilson. How much do you think of this, Andy? Is Aidan Wilson just, he's waiting for his opportunity there? He's tucked up in the inside of Callum Conway there, as we're seeing Martin Nisbet struggling to get that car stopped in time.
Yeah, Callum and Aidan both lapping almost identical times here, and Aidan's just tucking in behind the draft here, opting not to go side by side down the straight. Will he perhaps throw the car out going into Duffus? 0.2 of a second is the gap between them, and we've got Martin Nisbet hot on their heels as well. Alongside about half a dozen cars as well, but anyway, it looks like Callum's, I think, still got the lead here. Yes, he has. Aidan decides to think better of it. Will he throw the car up the inside here into McIntyre's? And this is the thing as well, David, that is a passing place. Aidan did almost try to do it, but Callum just coming offline ever so slightly just to fend off any threat of the 24 car making a move.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is Aidan Wilson, it does look like this is a very balanced performance from Aidan. He is waiting very patiently, but I'm a little bit nervous because you're seeing Mark Nisbet there, and Nisbet looks very, very aggressive. He wants to take this position right now. However, this might be it. That was a great run out from Aidan Wilson. He moves to the outside. This is not what he's done on the previous laps then. He's got the run over Callum Conway. They're going to be side by side coming down in towards the backstretch. This move might be done before we even get into the braking point. Look at the car squirreling under braking there. Great move from Aidan Wilson. Gets that position done, and that leaves Mark Nisbet up to take second place potentially from Aidan Wilson. So Aidan Wilson, getting the lead of the race here. Callum Conway trying to get back here. In fact, they're going to be side by side, almost coming across the line.
Yeah, the ABS kicking in there for Aidan just under braking, and I think that has cost him a little bit of speed there on exit. So it looks like Callum Conway could retake the lead of this race here, potentially. Side by side they go into Douglas, but Aidan Wilson takes a massive amount of curb and retains the lead of this race. Conway's not done yet though. Side by side they go into McIntyre's, and Callum Conway goes back into the lead of the race, but we've got Mark Nisbet to contend with as well in the 117 car, almost too wide into the chicane. Surely not. Side by side once more. Aidan Wilson gets it very, very loose, so he goes down the order. But Callum Conway in the red car still has the lead of the race. But Mark Nisbet now goes up the inside into Clark. Side by side once more. Nisbet looks like he's got the move. Look at this once more, Dave. Side by side into the hairpin. We're almost going 3 wide.
I'm telling you right now, C1 racing is probably some of the best action value for money that you are ever going to get anywhere in the UK. Late on the brakes, very, very late on the brakes. I think there was a tap from behind there from Mark Nisbet up into the lead. You wouldn't believe it. James Hitchin is going to be thanking his lucky stars from absolutely nowhere, followed by what looks like 20,000 C1s coming over the hill here at Knockhill. It is just a gaggle. There is 10 cars in the space of 0.3 of a second. How is that even possible, Andy?
Phenomenal racing here at Knockhill. It's always entertaining in the C1s, and this is just a fantastic example of it. Absolutely fantastic action throughout, but it's James Hitchin who now takes the race lead and a 0.4 of a second lead into the bargain. Side by side, Wilson having another move going into McIntyre's. Looks like he's made that one stick, and Mark Nisbet is going to be on the outside. He doesn't want to be there going into the chicane, so good bit of driving from Aidan Wilson. But all the meanwhile, James Hitchin is really just pulling away, and this is just an ideal situation for him here, because the laps, there's only about 5 laps or so to go in this one, and James Hitchin could find himself here with a very strong chance of taking a maximum points haul, because the grid now is beginning just to spread out a little bit, Dave.
Yeah, as fun as that was, that is now a huge gap that's opened up to James Hitchin there. And while these cars are great fun and capable of doing many, many big things, catching up a 2-second gap there is into the corner is the number 1, Ross Dunn there. I thought there was almost certainly going to be contact there, and thankfully the two of them avoid it there. But that is a big, big gap opened up by James Hitchin. However, I do think that has come down very, very slightly as they go across the line. It hasn't. It's extended by 0.2 of a second. In fact, make that a whole second now as Callum Conway into second place then. Aidan Wilson in third, 1.6 seconds behind. And that was a huge launch over the curb for James Hitchin. He is absolutely on it, and make no mistake, he is there by absolute talent. It is not a mistake or an accident that he's up there in the lead of this race. Such as the quality of these little C1s, it's just absolutely breathtaking stuff right now. Callum Conway in no man's land right now. Aidan Wilson in third position, but have a look at Thomas Comer in 8th position. Sam Corson as well down into P10. That shows you how intense this race has been.
Yeah, it certainly does. All the meanwhile, Finlay Brunton's moved up to 10th place amid all that drama as well, so really strong race from him so far into 7th place. But all the meanwhile, we're seeing a little bit more drama here just further back. There is the 13 car of Finlay Brunton, who is just looking to try and get the power down here on exit. Can he make the move? Potentially looks like he's coming out of the draft, but thinks better of it, so he's going to try and just take that momentum with him, perhaps make the move into McIntyre's, as Aidan Wilson has proven that he can do that. And yeah, it's a very, very interesting action throughout the field here in the C1 Cup.
I do wonder actually if the cars are maybe just trying to... Oh my good lord, that was wild from James Hitchin. That moment when you're mid-sentence and you just see a C1 come flying over the hill at Duffus like a pogo stick. That was incredible there from James Hitchin in the lead there. Watching at 822, a bit of a roadblock here. Paul Winfield up the inside. That is the number 70, Andrew Davidson, side by side. Wow, proper rallycross action here. And I'm starting to lose track of actually what is going on here, Andy, because this is just getting really, really crazy.
Yeah, tricky place to make a move on the outside going into the chicane there really for Andrew Davidson, and it has compromised him here because he's got a train of 3 cars on his inside, so he is going to go tumbling down the order. Finlay Brunton meanwhile will have to go defensive here, and he's done that very, very early. He's committed here. He'll have to get hard on the brakes. He is just falling behind ever so slightly, but he has crucially got the inside line, so let's see if he can just get a clean exit. A little bit of contact there on the exit as well, side by side, even more contact. 3 wide to go down the start finish straight, Dave, and this is all kicking off here in the C1s.
And Never like seeing 3 wides getting closer and closer and closer to pit lane into that barrier, but somehow they've survived, and somehow they're still 3 wide. They're trying to make it 4 wide coming down the start-finish straight here. Your race leader, James Hitchin, now ahead of Callum Conway, who's getting caught by Ian Wilson. And let's have a look at this gaggle of cars. The 3 of them almost come across the step at exactly the same time here. Sam Corson now ahead of this little group here. He's got a little bit of clear air ahead of the 13 of Finlay Brunton. The 23 there of Thomas Comer is fighting it out as well here. So really everything still to play for. 2 laps left to go, and as was said, James Hitchin out on that lead by 7/10 of a second. So again, just extending it ever so slightly more, and that now means that Martin Nisbet getting thrown to the wolves of Paul Winfield, Andrew Davidson and Finlay Brunton as well. As we see side by side then, this is Callum Conway trying to defend from Aidan Wilson. Wilson's going to get the cutback, try and get the better run here, goes to the outside, but that's going to be blocked by Callum Conway. But still, the momentum can't be stopped right now. They have to keep going. In fact, the best thing to do would be for Aidan Wilson to push Callum Conway up the road. And in fact, there we go. So James Hitchin, a little glitch in the time screen there shows James Hitchin dropping down the order, but he goes straight back up, and we're on to the last lap of the race then, flying over the hill then, and it's all about this top 3 right now. What can the 24 Ian Wilson do? He goes round to the outside into McIntyre's. That forces Callum Conway to go really, really deep here, but Conway still has the momentum. Meanwhile, James Hitchin is going to be absolutely rubbing his hands with glee right now. He's not had anything to worry about in the past 3-4 laps at all, because he is almost home and dry, coming through Clark Corner for the last time. And wow, this has been such an incredible race here. Is it going to be a last corner lunge from Aidan Wilson? I don't think he's close enough. Callum Conway certainly has the measure of it. He looks to the middle of the track here. James Hitchin is going to be coming into the final corner. It's not for Aidan Wilson. Callum Conway has that corner locked off here. It's going to be a race win then in race number 1 for the Citroen C1s. James Hitchin is going to come across the line to take the win from Callum Conway. Aidan Wilson is going to take 3rd place. Mark Nisbet in 4th. And then in 5th place is going to be Paul Winfield. 6th place for Andrew Davidson. 7th place for Ross Dunn. Sam Corson finishes 8th after that 10th place there. Thomas Comer in 9th. And then Finlay Brunton in 10th, Rich Flett in 11th, Henry Gillespie in 12th, Gordon Melville in 13th position, Lazou Benet in 14th, and Katrina Gray finishing out in 15th. Ian Cochrane 16th, and John Proctor in 17th position. Well, we have a little bit of time because these cars take a wee while getting back round here, Andy. Okay, how can a car that costs about £5,000 to fully spec out and race in be that much fun?
And it's a great advert for this championship as well, Dave, because James Hitchin started that race from 11th on the grid and has went and taken the win in the opener. I mean, if that doesn't underline just how competitive and how much fun this championship is, then I don't know what would. That was a phenomenal drive from James Hitchin to take the opener. Great entertainment as well throughout the field. Callum Conway and Aidan Wilson having some fantastic actions throughout there for the final podium places, but really, really enjoyable stuff there, and looking forward to more of the same later today. Awesome stuff. Well, we're going to say a very quick goodbye to Andy Alston for the moment, because we're away to bring in Malcolm Smith very shortly for the classic sports and saloons that are up next. He's going to jump out as Andy Alston to have a chat with our C1 top 3 just now, and what a race that was. Of course, big championship implications, of course, for that one, because as we went into this opening round, it was a very, very mixed affair for the little C1s. And it was, of course, Sam Corson who was in the lead of the championship by about 26 points over Finlay Brunton and James Hitchin. That is going to absolutely rocket James Hitchin back into championship contention. We'll get full points very, very shortly. In terms of the Newcomers Cup, though, that is also going to send James Hitchin to the top of the Newcomers Cup as well, with just another race left to go later on this afternoon. This next race for the C1s is going to be at 2:30 this afternoon, and we are waiting for the cars to make their way in. They're already over in the holding area, and we are just waiting for the cars to make themselves round. I can see the rather awesome Duncan Vincent also in the holding area as well. So without further ado, let's hand it over to Andy Alston in pit lane. Yes, Dave, good, fantastic action there in the Scottish C1 Cup, but it's that man there, the 529 of James Hitchin, who takes the win in the opener here. Him and Callum Conway had a great scrap throughout as well. Aidan Wilson on the podium also, so very, very entertaining action throughout. Let's grab a quick chat with our race winner, though, in the opener, the 529 car of James Hitchin, who joins us now. James, many congratulations. That was a stunning drive there, and it must have been very entertaining for you behind the wheel.
Oh, it was great fun. Qualifying, we felt we had the pace, but we just kept spinning. So in the race, it was just a case of make up as many positions as we could. We were hoping sort of maybe to get the reverse grid pole for race 2, but we ended up winning race 1. So everything worked out quite well in the opening laps. People sort of made the space, so I just took it, and great, really good fun.
Tell us about that move to take the win as well, because it was one of those opportunities that just presented itself, and you just made it stick with that. A fantastic pass.
To be honest, I don't actually remember it. I just saw the opportunity and I went for it. I think it was at the hairpin. I might be wrong. But yeah, it was, as I said, like everyone was battling, and I just found a gap of the inside of the outside and put my car there, and it worked out quite well.
Great stuff, James. Many congratulations out there. Very well done. James Hitchin taking the win in the opener in the Scottish C1 Cup with a fantastic drive. Let's grab a quick chat with a couple of other drivers that are very delighted. Sam Clausen congratulating him there, and rightly so. Great to see that camaraderie that we spoke about in the paddock as well. And let's grab a quick chat with a couple of drivers. We'll join Aidan Wilson a wee moment, but let's catch up with our second place man, Callum Conway, the 1110 car, because it was a fantastic race from him, who joins us now. Callum, many congratulations. A really entertaining drive for us to watch. How was it for you behind the wheel?
Stressful. No, I was trying to keep it in front as I could, and then Aidan tried a couple of moves into the hairpin, so I was like, well, I'll concede it to Aidan. Got back past him, and then I kind of went into a bit of a juggling for position, and then James got past, and then I thought, right, see if I can keep up with James. Kept up with James, and then just defended from Aidan to the end, really. Second last lap, it got really close. I was getting a bit nervous. I was waiting on that last lap board. So second I seen it, I thought, right, defensive line into every corner, and then that was it. Happy with that.
Excellent, great drive. Very well done, Callum. Congratulations, Callum Conway, second place in the opener of the Scottish C1 Cup. Let's grab a quick chat with Aidan Wilson, who put on a fantastic show for us here in the Scottish C1 Cup. Aidan, many congratulations. Great drive out there for you. Just sum up your emotions after that one.
Relieved, to be fair. I think I knew I had the pace in me. It was just showing it to everyone and showing it to myself that I could. So I think we've shown that now.
Yeah, and certainly you were. One thing that Dave and myself picked up on throughout the races, you were really brave going into McIntyre's, in particular. We're going side by side. You were trying to make a move in there, and we see that sometimes with drivers where they just kind of hold position and then try and make the move potentially into Clark's or into the hairpin. But you were just going for it and trying to make the moves.
Yeah, I was just trying everything I could, to be honest. I think Conway at the beginning, just to try and make a gap. But from there, I've seen a few opportunities, so I was just trying something different.
Yeah, great stuff. Well done, Aidan. Great drive out there.
Thank you very much.
Aidan Wilson, the 24 car. Very strong drive from him. And Dave, I'll hand back to you for the next race about to get underway.
Thanks very much there, Andy Alston. Then great to hear from the paddock there in the Citroen C1 Cup here. And we move on then, because it is time to head over in association with the Edinburgh Watch Company. It's time for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship. If you can still hear me over the buffeting winds here at the top of the commentary tower here at Knockhill Racing Circuit, we are doing a welfare check on the camera person that's up there, making sure that they're okay and they've got bread and a wee bit of soup and keep it nice and warm up there, we promise. But they don't come down there for the entirety of the season. They'll just be kind of staying up there. Anyway, joking aside, since we're moving on to this Classic Sports and Saloons, it's a very warm welcome back to Malcolm Smith. Good morning. I think it's good afternoon now. So welcome back. Final time this year. It's safe to say the Classics have done themselves proud this year.
They have indeed. It's been a very enjoyable season for those on track and off around the circuits here at Knockhill and Cadwell, where they had an away visit, and for those who watch online to give support from afar. It's not only been enjoyable, it's been great to see as many variations of cars rather, and a number of people who've been able to commit themselves to a lot of races. So all good.
It really, really is, and it's completely changed my perception of classic racing since working with the SMRC. And a couple of years ago, before that, I'd never really seen classic racing. I'd always presumed it was, it was a very gentlemanly affair, very slow and very fastidious. But again, from watching this and from watching things like Goodwoods and the Revival meeting and the Members Club meeting and everything, it's proper stuff. These guys are out there and girls are out there to have fun while showing off these sometimes decades-old machinery.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was doing a walk around the paddock area of the Classics this morning with some visitors who are not normally here, and to hear people ask questions about the cars and question their age. And one that was mentioned was the Vauxhall Nova, which you'll see on screen in a minute, number 11 of Ian Mitchell. And to think that the visitor's astonished, it's a 40-year-old car, yet to a youngster who was here said, a teenager, oh, that actually looks like something I could drive. So it still has the style to attract the younger, let's say, but to older people, a bit like me, that they're astonished to think this is 40 years old, and it's by no means the oldest. We're back to the early to mid-60s, the Austin A40 of Ian Morton. It's a car that would have been in its Mark 1 form in production 1958, 59 or so. Same with the Cortina of Nicky Dixon, number 69, which is from around 1963.
Yeah. Well, let's have a quick look at the points then as they stand. And of course, this is the overall table based on the classes that you can see in the middle there. Charles Cope in the lead then, 242 points ahead of John Kinman's. Obviously missing a couple of rounds in the Rover, 190 points. Andrew Graham in third place in E-Class. Ian Mitchell leading the A-Class right now, 165 points. Adam Kinman's in that D-Class. Craig Houston with 160 points as well. Elliot Patterson, Nicky Dixon, Ian Morton and Paul Bowers in the top 10. So again, a lot of points on offer today, but more importantly, that doesn't tell the whole story of where things are in the different classes as well here. But again, just looking through the grid then as we come to the line then, and you can see there John Kinman's on pole alongside Kenny Brown. Second row is going to be Charlie Cope alongside Mario Ferrari. Andrew Kinman's on row 3 alongside Adam Kinman's. Nicky Dixon on row 4 alongside Jimmy Crowe. Craig Houston will line up in 9th position, with 10th position going to Ian Mitchell. It's going to be on row 6 is going to be Ewan Anderson in 11th. 12th place for Colin Calder, and then in row 7 is Paul Bowers, Ian Morton, Duncan O'Neill on row 8 alongside David Riley. So the cars very quickly getting sorted out there. And I can see, I'm wondering, is that a few spits of rain that I'm starting to hear? I'm certainly hearing stuff on the camera. But we are due for some tumultuous weather, shall we say, later on this afternoon. So we're not going to jinx it. It looks perfectly dry. Certainly decent conditions, really good conditions for these cars to be out there racing.
Yes, perhaps the most troubled by the arrival of rain, should it be, would be 173. That's Kenny Brown on the front row in his open TVR, although he does have an impromptu screen which might not be too visible, but there is a clear plastic modification that's been done to give him a little protection. So yeah, bit of late engineering to
that's the Knockhill mod.
Add something to it. You wouldn't need that if you were racing in the Med or some of the more exotic circuits. Another thing to point out today, first time in the Classics racing car 62, no it's not 60, yes 62, Andrew Kinman, one of the 3 members of the Kinman family here. This is his orange TVR 62 powered by a 2.5 Triumph engine. Andrew has raced with the Classics before, but it's his first race with this car, so creditable time for him, starting 5th place in his first race with the TVR Vixen 2500.
Here we go then, lights on the bridge, and away we go for the first race for the Classics. Great start on the outside for Mario Ferrari from row 2. He's already going to be alongside right at the back there. You can see the XR2s of David Riley and Duncan O'Neill. John Kinman then leads the way, and Mario Ferrari right round the outside of Kenny Brown. Great move there, great acceleration from that car of Mario Ferrari, streaking away. I've got to be honest. I'm a little bit partial to that beautiful car that Mario Ferrari is in just now. But there is something about that raw British power of John Kinman's when we see that car power sliding around the corners. It's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a powerful car, and despite its size, is very manoeuvrable, as you can see as the race goes on. That's number 63 at the front. It was a bit of a handful in qualifying where things were more damp, and as we watch the screen here, we see Craig Houston, 91, in the Blue Lotus, taking place from Adam Kinman in the 64 Rover. This is early stages when things might settle a little, but yeah, the yellow Ferrari, number 27, still keeping very close onto the leading Rover of John Kinman, number 63.
Yeah, certainly is Mario Ferrari in that Ferrari 308 GTB, right onto the back of that Rover of John Kinman's. Car coming under threat very, very quickly, although you can see Kenny Brown still holding a candle with that TVR Griffith, and TVRs have been well known within the UK to have they attract a certain sort of driver, because you'd have to be absolutely bonkers to really put yourself behind the wheel of the raw power, the energy and the unpredictability of those TVRs. But my goodness, they make amazing race cars.
Yeah, the power to weight ratio is particularly good of them, and even in the later versions when driver aids of electronics came along, TVR generally stayed away from them and allowed it to be driver input that was what was controlling it. Up 71 there, that's Paul Bowers, has gone off on the approach to the hairpin. Hopefully he can get going again. Yes, he's away, thankfully, not causing any damage to himself and any stoppage or slow up in the race.
Oh, now Mario Ferrari starting to get caught up now by that TVR Griffith that we were talking about earlier. Kenny Brown right onto the back, so I don't know whether or not the pace is just falling away from that car, but that TVR is just going to blitz right past the Ferrari if it's not careful. I'm wondering if there's perhaps an issue here for Mario Ferrari. Pulls out onto the inside there, and that was a very, very straightforward overtake there.
Yeah, you may find that in the early stages the tyres of the TVR just took a little longer to come up to temperature and give Kenny Brown the confidence, but there he crosses the line second with Ferrari in the Ferrari third, and championship leader Charlie Cope fourth place there in the white Volkswagen Golf number 4. And as far as we see now, yes, only 2 seconds separating the first two cars, with Ferrari's a couple of seconds back, so maybe just not quite got the pace of the British TVR as you described.
Well, the thing that I don't understand is Ferrari's first couple of laps there was on pace, was about maybe it was half a second slower than Kinman, but it was faster than Kenny Brown. That last lap there for Mario Ferrari was a 101.416. Kenny Brown doing a 58.837 and John Kinman doing a 58.8. So the pace has definitely dropped off, and I didn't see any moments for Mario Ferrari. So I'm wondering if he's maybe just trying to nurse something on the car, which is not what you want to have in the opening couple of laps of a 10 lap race. And Mario Ferrari's now lost a place to Charlie Cope.
Yeah, the mighty and Mario Ferrari, sadly, that's 27 pulling into pit lane there. Something has gone awry that we would be thinking of when we saw the lap times not being as good. So yeah, sadly he's had a very premature end.
Yeah,
and, we see on screen now Adam Kinman, that's Rover number 64, leading Jimmy Crow in the Mark 1 Escort 21, and such is the pursuit of Crow that Adam's taken both to the infield on one side, the outfield on the other, but still manages to keep ahead. Meanwhile, 91 Craig Houston catches up on the two of them. So a very entertaining battle, and we just saw coming into camera at the rear was Nicky Dixon, 69 in the Lotus Cortina, but one shot now, it's Kinman 64 followed by Crow in the Escort, and 91 Houston closing up on the Escort. So excellent action of competition at the front and in here in the midfield.
And of course, Andrew Kinman's out there in P4 just now in that TVR Vixen, doing a grand job in that one. 4th position, obviously a different class, so apples to apples and that sort of stuff, but on comparable pace with Charlie Cope. Not a bad showing for the first outing here at Knockhill. Very, very impressed with that. That gap to the lead though now down to 1.5 seconds, because Kenny Brown is starting to take chunks out of Adam Kinman, and of John Kinman, excuse me. And if past running is anything to go by, give it another 3-4 laps, and John Kinman's really going to be struggling with these tyres. They heat up incredibly on the Rover, and in fact another fastest lap, 57.9, taking half a second out of that lap. That gap is just 1 second. We're going to have a fight for the lead of this race, I think, in the next two laps, as the 115 struggling to get any sort of traction there, and that is going to be out of the exit of the chicane, if I'm right in saying there. That's Ewan Anderson coming a cropper there in that BMW 2000. So you hate to say it, do you?
Yeah, he's doing his best to try and find an area where he could get a straight run back onto the track. Meanwhile, we see on screen the leading Rover of Kinman. That's the Triplex liveried car. He comes up to pass 2 of the slightly slower cars. That's Ian Morton in the Austin A40, and we see just behind him Duncan O'Neill in the Fiesta, as Ewan manages to get the BMW back on, so thank goodness.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get that car recovered, but we have a fight for the lead then. John Kinman's in the lead of the race, fishtailing that Rover down Duff a step. That's certainly one of the more dramatic ways to get going, and there we go. The rear tyres have screamed enough, and now we're seeing the lack of rear traction because the panic sets in, the foot goes to the floor, and suddenly, with none of the mod cons like ABS and traction control, it is just man and machine out there on track just now. And John Kinman's really having to put everything he can to deal with this, but I think this is going to be easy pickings for this TVR right now.
Well, we'll wait and see. It certainly looks like he's well placed, let's say, and not having to drive as hard in terms of apart from that lurid slide, but yeah, the battle of the V8s heading up the straight. No, still not an achievement yet.
It's not clear cut, is it?
No, 0.1 of a second behind for Brown, 173 against 63 Kinman in the Rover that you see on screen at the moment. And yeah, John Kinman perhaps hoping that the race, with another 4 or so minutes to go, would pass sooner rather than later to allow him to take first place.
So, I was about to say that Rover, he's making it as wide as he possibly can here. So the TVR catching up to it is one thing, but he's going to have to, you would imagine, either get really, really close to John Kinman to make this happen, or just send it. And I can't see him doing that. John Kinman has to be very, very early on the brakes to get that car stopped in time. A lot of weight in that lead car right now, and a much better exit from that corner from the TVR there.
Yeah, and John well placed as he comes up on Colin Calder, number 55 in the Brown Lotus, and ahead of him 11 Ian Mitchell in the Vauxhall Nova, which they've just passed, and in addition to that they also saw number 36 David Riley in another one of the O'Neill Racing exits. So yep, Kinman managing to get the Rover that we see on screen that little bit further ahead as they all coped with each other, faster and slower moving cars.
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow of lap traffic. Sometimes it gives to you and sometimes it takes away. It's taken away certainly from our second place car right now, as Kenny Brown wasn't able to make any sort of headway through that whatsoever, and that's going to have cost him about 0.6 of a second. But he's late into that corner there, gets the car pushed down, great drive out of it, and that brings the gap right back down to about 3/4 of a second. We've got game on with just 2 laps left to go in this race. Kenny Brown definitely has the bit between his teeth. He wants to take this race win here ahead of John Kinman, and Kinman now, he had a lap or two just to let those tyres cool down, just to let everything relax a little bit here, and I think that he is in a very, very good position with just 2 laps left to go here, Malcolm.
Yeah, well, as the curse of the commentators, or the knowledge of the commentators, depending on how things go, we'll always put it down to knowledge. It's maybe the impact of other slower moving cars, I'm thinking, could be something to influence it, but as these two have a bit of space in front of them, that's less inclined to be a factor in how they may end up at the end. But heavy braking to slow the Rover at the last minute there, and I would imagine a heavier of the two cars taking more to brake, but John Kinman still well placed as they go over the start-finish line for the last lap.
Yeah, here we go then. They're going to be side by side, and we wait with bated breath. And the last of the late breakers then, John Kinman retakes that lead there. Kenny Brown has to back out of it. That affects his exit out of that corner there, down into McIntyre's, down through into the chicane there. And there we go, pop of the flame out the back of the TVR, and gets it going again. It's all going to come down now to the entry and exit out of Clark Corner and the run towards the final corner here. Here comes John Kinman then in the lead of the race, but there is the TVR as well, about 0.3 of a second behind here. Is it going to be a late braking manoeuvre into it? You've got some lap traffic there. You've got what looks like an Austin in the inside there, but out of the corner then for the final time. It's going to be surely a race win for John Kinman. Absolutely exemplary drive from these two here. That was a credit to the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons. Second place there for Kenny Brown. Charlie Cope taking third place, and Malcolm, that was everything that you wanted to see in a Classic Sports and Saloons race.
Yeah, a difference of less than 0.2 seconds as the cars crossed the line. Excellent driving from both, managing to respect each other's positions in the track. Really, really well done. Cope in the Golf number 4 in third, Andrew Kinman fourth, Adam Kinman in the second of the ST1 Rovers in fifth, and Craig Houston, number 91, coming in sixth place, just ahead of Jimmy Crowe and Nicky Dixon in the Lotus Cortina. Colin Calder, number 55, Lotus at ninth, and Ian Mitchell completing the top 10 with Ian Morton, Duncan O'Neill, Paul Bowers, Ewan Anderson and David Riley. Sadly, the last car on your screen there, Mario Ferrari, failed to complete any more than a handful of laps.
Yeah, so there we go, the cars making their way through there, and just over into pit lane. We'll be heading over into pit lane to have a chat with Andy Alston, and if we can just sort of, glaze over the fact that I might have accidentally miscalled Nicky Dixon's Lotus Cortina in the heat of a moment, called it an Austin. We'll just pretend that didn't happen there, Malcolm, because I could feel your eyes radiating on the side of my face there. So it's fine. It's absolutely fine. But nonetheless. Do you know what it was? I was getting mixed up with Ian Morton, because obviously the cars look totally alike, don't they? Yeah, let's glaze over that. But on that note, then, with the fact that all the classes are obviously still to play for at this moment in time, do we think that Mario Ferrari is going to be able to get that car back out for the second race?
Well, unknown at this time, but I will inquire between now and race 2 and find out what the status is. I certainly hope that he does, because he puts a lot of effort into his car, and as do all the drivers here, so you'd like to think he has the enjoyment of having another race, having travelled from the northeast to Scotland and put in the effort. Let's hope he's ready to race. I will find out. Yeah, well, let's find out indeed. There is John Kinman pulling into pit lane. John Kinman taking the win, Kenny Brown in second place, Charlie Cope in third. But we'll go over for the class winners. We'll head over into pit lane. Andy Alston is down there waiting with us. And Andy, another eventful race for the Classics.
Yes, very much so, Dave. Great drama throughout the field in the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons. It was this man here, John Kinman, leading the way at the front of the field to the checkered flag. But yeah, really good racing in the opener there, Dave, I have to say. John came under a little bit of pressure as well from Kenneth Brown in the TVR, who put on a very strong display throughout. But really good action, lots of good cars out there. And we'll just see it's Adam Kinman there who's going to come in as well. But let's get a quick chat with John Kinman first of all. John, many congratulations. Really good scrap there at the front as well. What was that like for you?
Yeah, it was good. I think I was lucky. I was lucky to hold on to the lead right till the end there. Car wasn't 100%, but I thought, you know, I didn't realise it would be as hard a fight as it turned out. But the TVR's really fast. He was just, you know, he was there. So he got a bit unlucky with traffic, but that's how it goes. And you're luck of the draw, you know.
And just how important is that traffic management that you mentioned there, John? Because I mean, it's about sometimes knowing when to make the overtaking manoeuvre and sometimes just knowing when to sit back as well.
Yeah, it's a kind of chess game. You know, sometimes there's a good point for me to overtake, but then that would give Kenneth a good point to overtake behind me. So if I delay my overtake, by the time he gets to that obstacle, they're in a less fortuitous place for him to get past. So sometimes you have to play it like that if you know you're, you know, not got the advantage otherwise.
John, many congratulations, great drive out there.
Thank you.
John Kinman there in the fantastic Rover, taking the checkered flag in the opener. We'll grab a quick chat with Kenneth Brown in this very impressive TVR in just a few moments' time. Just having a quick word with John Kinman because it was fantastic action at the front between the two of them. But in the meanwhile, I just want to grab a quick chat with Kenneth Brown. And Kenneth, just speaking there to John and saying that was fantastic action throughout. There's so much speed in this car as well. It's very, very entertaining to watch.
I'm trying very hard to bring it up to the speed of the cars that are there, but I'm trying really hard, and it's hard for an old man. I mean, I haven't raced for 32 years. I've only done a few races, so we are getting there, but John's got some control over that big V8, and I caught the back markers a wee bit wronger. We could maybe have had a wee go earlier, but I was trying. I was absolutely trying as best I could.
Tell us a little bit about the car. What kind of work have you been doing to it just to get it race ready?
It was a garage project, and we've literally built it. Everything you see is been handmade by us. It's not a checkbook warrior, I'm afraid. So yeah, everything, you have to buy wheels and things, but other than that, it was fantastic. And I'm buzzing, absolutely buzzing.
Yes, many congratulations, great drive out there. Well done. Fantastic drive there in the 173 car. And yeah, really, really good entertainment throughout. But yeah, good to see some great action throughout the field here. Just want to grab a very quick chat here, if I may, with this man here, Mr. Kinman Jr. We see you here with this equally impressive Rover, but it's great to see you here in the paddock. And yeah, just talk us through the race.
Surprised to be here. I had a really good start with Jimmy in the Escort and Craig in his Lotus, swapping positions 2 or 3 times, and Craig was catching me right. It was a drag race to the finish. Surprised to beat him, to be honest. Could see him coming. Luckily a few back markers helped me out, kind of slowed him down a wee bit, so luckily I came out on top of those two.
Of course, this is you're new to motor racing, new to the championship. Tell us a little about the journey you've gone on this season and the progress that you've made.
Well, it's been great. The car's getting better and better constantly, you know. Lucky to finish in the top 10. Now we're here, 6th or something now, so hopefully we'll just keep improving next year, so keep going up, hopefully.
Great stuff, many congratulations, great drive out there, very well done. Okay, not long to go until the next race, and the last race of the morning, the Fiestas, which promises pure drama. So Dave, back to you.
Certainly does. Thank you very much for throwing back, because we are on the grid ready to go. Liam McGill in front of Stephen Gray, Kieran Preedy on row 2 alongside Colin Main, Ian Blackley and Lorne Murray on row 3. Brodie Orr alongside Russell Morgan, Jerry Hendry and Andrew Mackey are on row 5. Row 6 is going to be Ryan McGill and Stuart Murray. And just like that, without ado, let's go racing then. Fiesta STs here at Knockhill. Great start, and away we go then. Down into the first corner then for these cars. And it's a fairly orderly start, but again the cold tyres catching some of these cars out then. Down at McIntyre's, that's a car going slowly on the inside there. And of course the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. And out to the outside, that's going to be the 31 there. That's Brodie Orr hanging it out big time, as only Brotior knows how to do. A cracking start here for the drivers here. We'll give you a little bit of an idea on championship standings in just a second, but still at the front then, it's the 62 of Liam McGill out front and in charge ahead of the triple three there. Ian Blackley is out there as well. Stephen Gray has been sent backwards, and that is going to be a little bit of contact. The 37, that's Russell Morgan trying to get involved with Lauren Murray as well. So Liam McGill, as we said, in the lead of the race. And, well, there you go. Ian Blackley in third, Kieran Preedy up into fourth place, Lauren Murray in fifth, Russell Morgan in sixth, Colin Main in seventh, Broadhior down in seventh position, but you can see them all fighting it out as we see there, and that is going to be Lauren Murray side by side, and that's up the inside. That's a big move from the 31 of Broadhior. It's the Triple Eight Colin Main who's trying to make this happen on, but meanwhile this is meaning that the leaders of Liam McGill and Steve Gray can stretch off into the sunshine. Very warm welcome back to the commentary box for Andy Alston, and Andy, again, just like the C1s, we're seeing the two leaders off into the sunset, but then just a battle for everyone else.
Yes, absolutely. Our two championship protagonists, Liam McGill and Stephen Gray, both of them tied on points, of course, both on 205 points going into this one. And it's been a very interesting couple of laps here, I have to say, as well, Dave. We are just seeing that gap there at the front, as you say, but it looks like there's a little puff of smoke there just coming out of the hairpin. So one car just falling back ever so slightly there, hopefully just managing to keep it going there. But yeah, really frantic. And then we've got another car stopped, actually, a little bit of damage at the front of the car as well, Dave.
Yeah, that looks like that's the suspension, the wishbone. There's a technical term we use for that. We're not going to broadcast that one on air, but that car is looking decidedly done. That's not going anywhere. That is going to require getting lifted from that. So I would imagine we're going to see certainly yellow flags out, safety car boards illuminated. That is an obvious choice for the race control to do there. The car stricken in a very dangerous place on the exit of the hairpin there. So safety car neutralises the race, gives us a chance to calm down, and also gives us a chance to talk about the points, because obviously we were explaining that we're into the final round, the first of two races today for the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship. You can see there just what a precarious place that car is stuck in just now. Stuart Gray, Liam McGill, all up at the top of the championship, 205 points, joint top right now, 133 points for Broadhior. So it really is a two-car battle right now. We can see here on the screen the points that are on offer or as they come into today. So really we have two cars that we are mainly focusing on today. Obviously we'll be looking at the entire race, but it carries on. Those two championship protagonists still together at the front, and for me, Stephen Gray, he's dropping off a little bit from Liam McGill, but this is going to throw it right back open, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Both drivers neck and neck in points. Both drivers have won, interestingly, 5 races each as well. So it really does throw an interesting dimension into the works here. But Stephen Gray won the opener last time out, but then it was Liam McGill taking a massive race win in the finale to really set the stage for this final meeting of the season. And it's one where both of them have been fighting tooth and nail throughout the year. And Liam McGill, I think, will be quite happy here, and he'll be, of course, crucially, as we know, with this being the second safety car of the day, Dave, he controls the pace from the restart. So that's the interesting question here for me: is what is Liam McGill's approach going to be here? Does he want to back the field up right into the hairpin, let the safety car peel away, and then just try and catch everyone napping, or does he try and commit and does he go early? It is a real dilemma sometimes at the front, but Liam McGill will be looking to try and just edge away at the front when we do get the racing underway again. Yeah, that's not the start to your race weekend that you want from Andrew Mackey, is it? To have your front left wheel completely collapsed here as the cars get brought in through the tri-oval to avoid that
moment entirely, because obviously the flatbed is going to have to come round and come and collect these cars. That's why we've got the pause just now. This isn't something that a recovery vehicle in terms of the Discovery is going to be able to pull away from the scene, because if they try and pull away that car, that front left is just going to collapse even further and cause even more damage to that car.
Yeah, it certainly is. So this is again just about the field just slowing down, just trying to kind of let the marshals just get the time to get the machinery out there on track to clear the car. So it's just about just being patient here for the drivers. Just it's a bit of a moment to kind of just reflect and just consider their approach here to the restart and see how things unfold from there. So it's been a fantastic championship so far. Of course, we've got once again the support of not only Reece Motorsport Insurance but Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around as well. So great to have their support with us here in this championship, and we're just seeing the cars just trying to just weave here, keep temperature back up in the compound of those tyres as best as they can. And David, it's a big contrast to this morning where it was very, very damp offline. That's not the case now, and it does once more just alter the approach for the drivers here, because now they can throw that car up the inside with confidence, particularly going into the hairpin.
Yeah, for sure. Let's bring it up to speed on the championship then as well. This is the Fiesta ST Race cars then. These are based on the Mark 6 ST150 that was made between 2003 and 2008, almost qualifying for a classic car, not quite yet. They're powered by the standard Ford 2-litre Duratec engine. They run on Yokohama treaded tyres, but they're also equipped with ABS brakes and 3-way adjustable dampers, which gives them a tiny little bit of customization in terms of car setup. There's also a class for the slightly lesser specification challenge cars. Now, that was brought in a couple of years ago to try and bring in a more budget version of the championship. And while there are a few drivers in that one, I think that's kind of also been hampered essentially with the Citroen C1s, because they kind of fit in that point of being the most budget friendly championship, and then with the Fiesta STs as well, it kind of ebbs and flows in terms of the popularity of the different championships.
Yeah, and you mentioned there, Dave, about the opportunity to just modify the setup of the car here, and that is an important part of motorsport. So if you are potentially graduating from the C1 Cup into the Fiestas, as we have seen a couple of drivers doing just that, you have got that opportunity to add that extra element to your approach here. If you can maximise the full performance of the car just with a couple of tweaks to the setup, then it really does put you in a strong position. I think this is a fantastic championship, and we've been treated to some really strong racing throughout, as proven by just how tight it is at the top of the standings.
I was noticing Stephen Hay there operating the flatbed machine. I tell you what, he's somebody you want to take to the carnival, get him on one of those little crane games, is he? He's obviously got the hand-eye coordination for doing that, but that car is being loaded onto the flatbed. It'll be strapped down, and I can imagine then by the time scale of that'll take about a minute to do that. They'll get that car driven off. We might be racing at the end of this lap here, Andy, so fingers crossed we get going. And again, it's all about getting the heat, the warmth, and the concentration still kept on point on that as well.
Yeah, massively, Dave. This is it. Races can be won and lost in safety car restarts. If you get caught napping by the car in front, you find yourself in a world of trouble, and you're only going backwards, really. And we know just how quick these cars are as well, so you've got to really be alert. You've got to really just, and we're seeing this here a little bit at the front, they're just kind of backing off ever so slightly there. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting just to see what approach Liam McGill does opt to take for this one. Will he really just hold fire going into the hairpin, or will he commit early? Either way, Stephen Gray and the rest of the pack have got to really focus and try and move forward quickly.
Yeah, the car's making their way down through McIntyre's. Just checked in on YouTube chat. Great to see that the Kieran Preedy fan club has decided to grace us with their presence this afternoon. The need for Preed is apparently being felt. I've got to be honest, it's a bit chilly. I'm not quite feeling the need for Preed just yet. We'll give it a couple of laps and we'll see if that one develops. Of course, Kieran Preedy in 4th position right now. he could be making moves, but again, our eyes have to be on that championship battle. The safety car has pulled off then, the lights are off, and we get ready for the restart then. Liam McGill is going to be in charge of the pace here for the first of 2 races for the Fiesta ST. And what I do like about this is the fact that he has got that group bunched up. He has got them all together, and more importantly for the guys in the back, they're paying attention. They know that car is gone and is away, so it's up to Liam McGill when he decides to pull the trigger, and I get the feeling it's going to be very, very shortly. He gets round this corner. I thought he would have been going now, puts the foot down, and we are about to go racing. The green flag flies then. Great start, and look at that again. That's been a call out for Ian Blackley, but to a certain extent so for Stephen Gray as well, as we resume racing here at Knockhill. 8 laps left to go then with the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship. Up over the hill then, and it's down through. Oh, that's a huge moment there. Great save from Brodior. That young lad is just absolutely on it, pushing up the inside there, forcing the 888 there of Colin Main sideways. Going to be side by side through the chicane. This is going to end in tears, isn't it? Contact onto the back, and that's if that's what I think. Again, Andy, you'll be able to kind of back me up on what I thought I saw there. I think one of those cars should have left out there, and I think that might have been on Brodior there.
Yeah, you know, but Brody's looking to try and make places up here, on the restart, and he's a very, very fast driver. So he's one where if he feels that he's got the move done, he's going to absolutely try and do his best to meet it. But Colin Main, they're just losing out. Colin Main, of course, a graduate from our Scottish C1 Cup. Good to see him out here in the Fiestas as well. But back at the front, we have still got a bit of a gap now beginning to develop between Liam McGill, Stephen Gray, and then Ian Blackley, as you mentioned, just caught out a little bit at the safety car restart, and that is reflected in that gap there that you're seeing on your timesheets at the moment. But Liam McGill, 0.4 of a second is the lead between him and Stephen Gray, but I suspect this is not done yet, Dave.
It certainly is. Joint top in the championship points, so this is why we're focusing on this one, but we keep an eye on everything else going on as well. Ian Blackley in 3rd, Ciarán Preedy in 4th, Russell Morgan in 5th, and Brodior with that moving up into 6th position. He's going to come under threat very, very shortly. In fact, no, he's not. He's all over onto the gravel there. A little bit of rallycross there from Brodior there, and it's going to send him backwards. In fact, also under pressure. There comes Lorne Murray onto Colin Main up the inside there. That's going to be in position. Colin Main's going to try and get the cut back on the inside. That was lovely. Really, really nice, intelligent driving there from Colin Main to get the cut back to let Lorne take that position, but no, he could get him on the switchback.
Yeah, definitely very, very clever driving there. Still side by side they go, but I suspect Colin Main's just got enough to retain the position. But look at that, Liam McGill's taken 0.2 of a second out of Stephen Gray on that last lap, and Ian Blackley, all the meanwhile in 3rd place, just dropping now back even further, 2.5 seconds. It's coming under a lot of pressure here from the 21 car of Ciarán Preedy, who is just going to stay close here through the chicane and going into Clark's. But I suspect Ciarán Preedy is going to fancy his chances of getting an overall podium, of course leading the way in the challenge class. But I think he'll be very, very happy with how his race is going so far.
Well, never mind that. I suspect you've got the need for pride from the sounds of it on that one. But yeah, Ciarán Preedy trying to make big moves here, catching up to the back of Ian Blackley. He's going to have to watch out though, because Russell Morgan's still in tow with this one as well. Russell Morgan tries to fit up the inside, but again, that camera angle very deceiving, makes it look like there was a move there when realistically he's just taking a slightly different line into the hairpin. But as it goes, 5 laps left to go. Liam McGill still in the lead of this race from Stephen Gray. Another 0.3 of a second taken out, so Liam McGill has the measure, is what we're seeing here at the lead of the race, at the front end of this race here. Ian Blackley in 3rd position, Ciarán Preedy in 4th, and Ciarán Preedy now, despite looking very, very promising and trying to take that 3rd position, is actually now getting sent back into the clutches of Russell Morgan and Brodior. Brodior trying to hold on to this, and the one thing I've noticed with Brodior is he has an amazing opening 5 laps, sends it left, right and centre, and then for some reason the final 3-4 laps the power just seems to fall away from that car.
Yeah, it's one where sometimes the drivers know the strengths and weaknesses of their car, of course, but they have to try and utilise that as best as they can. So if they know their car maybe struggles a little bit with temperatures towards the end of the race, they've got to get the moves done early. And Brody Orr will be frustrated because he's going into this one third in the championship, of course. 23 points gap between him and Ian Blackley, who's currently third at the moment. So Brody Orr can see third place in the championship potentially moving away from him here. So he has to really try and make the move on Russell Morgan to try and then just close the gap ever so slightly. But yeah, it's an interesting one how this championship unfolds. We do see a number of drivers just towards the end of the race find it a little bit challenging, and that's of course where races can be won and lost.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. 4 laps left to go then. Liam McGill out in front. That gap now well over a second between him and Stephen Gray. Still to be updated on the time towers there, but that will go back here as we're watching this incredible battle here with Ian Blackley, Kieran Preedy, Russell Morgan, Brody Orr in there as well. You can see in the background Colin Main and Jerry Hendry. They're all still involved here, but it looks like fire up the inside. That was a late move there from the 37. Might have been a little bit of clip on the front left there for the 37 of Russell Morgan onto Kieran Preedy there, and I think there'll be a little bit of afters after that one. 9/10 of a second, nearly a second between your two race leaders with just 3 laps left to go, so it's looking very cool, calm and collected for those two up in front. But meanwhile behind, it could be anybody's game here because Ian Blackley, Kieran Preedy and Russell Morgan, still nothing to choose between them.
So if you're Stephen Gray, 3 laps to go, what is your approach here, Dave? Because you're neck and neck in the championship. Liam McGill takes the win. It puts the pressure on a little bit. But does he decide to just, does he bide his time this lap and then really try and push the car? It's an interesting dilemma here we have, because they're neck and neck going into this one. They know they've got one race after this, but Liam McGill finds himself in a very strong position and almost a full second between him and Stephen Gray. So interesting just to see how the final couple of laps unfold here. The pressure's taken off the pair of them by the scrapping that we're seeing here just behind them. Ian Blackley's dropped further behind to 5 seconds. There's the gap between the two race leaders, but at 37, just going very, very wide on exit there. And it's a really, really interesting race, this one, I would say. It's one where I think, I get the sense, obviously, that this one isn't done yet, but Liam McGill's just got a little bit of pace here over Stephen Gray so far.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, and I think maybe Stephen Gray recognises that. He's doing everything he can right now to push as hard as he can. The last race is the last race. The last race, a different kettle of fish. We'll deal with that bridge. If it was me out there, I'd be settling for second place because what can he do? He can't exactly throw it down and take a wild lunge. All he can do is just set himself up for the final race and give him the best chance that he possibly can. I'm going to cut that conversation short though, because I am watching this little fight going on right now between Ian Blackley, Kieran Preedy and Brody Orr. Blackley trying to have a bit of a defence going on here over Kieran Preedy, but Brody Orr is hungry. He wants to take this third position, and my goodness me, is he actually in with a shout to do this?
Yeah, absolutely. The last lap of this race now, 9/10 of a second, the gap at the front, but as you mentioned there, Ian Blackley coming under all sorts of pressure from Kieran Preedy. We could see an overtaking opportunity here. Blackley's just got a couple of tenths there by the looks of it going into McIntyre's, so Kieran Preedy's going to really have to do everything he can here to try and make a move as they go through the chicane for the last time. I've asked lots of bollards on the way there as well. So, a real bit of drifting there from Ian Blackley coming out the chicane. That brings Kieran Preedy and Brody Orr here into contention as they go into Clarks for the last time, Dave.
Let's go then through Clarks then, and that looks like a little bit of a nibble onto Kieran Preedy from Brody Orr. That's going to give a little bit of a bump here to Kieran Preedy. It's going to be a last minute dive, but it's all very close at the top as well as Gray closes up very slightly on Liam McGill. Liam McGill is going to take the race win ahead of Stephen Gray there, and out of the final corner it's all hell kicking off here because you can see Ian Blackley, you can also see Brody Orr, but that's going to be a move to 147 and Jerry Hendry side by side with Russell Morgan. Jerry Hendry takes 6th position at the line from Russell Morgan, but it's still Ian Blackley in 3rd, Kieran Preedy in 4th, Brody Orr in 5th, Jerry Hendry from absolutely nowhere taking that P6. And What a performance that was. Great race there from the Scottish ST Cup. A huge thank you as always to the championship partners that are involved making that happen, to Reese Motorsport Insurance, to Yokohama Tyres and to Wheels Around. But wow, there we go. That sets us up so nicely for this afternoon here, and Liam McGill scores first blood today. But it was very close right at the end there.
Yeah, it certainly was. That gap went down to 0.6 of a second towards the finish. So Liam McGill will be more than happy with that performance, because crucially it gives him the momentum going into the last race. Stephen Gray knows he's got to really put the pressure on. But yeah, very interesting race between our two championship protagonists. I have to give a shout out there to Ian Blackley as well, because that was a very strong defensive drive, particularly in those last couple of laps there. Kieran Preedy putting him under all kinds of pressure. So really looking forward to the finale later this afternoon.
Yep. Well, there we go then. That is the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship. Andy Alston has left the building. He is off to go and have a chat with our top three from that, and also have a chat potentially to our ST Challenge leader. I believe that was Lorne Murray in the challenge. I'll double check for you on that one, but certainly it was Lorne Murray. It would have been, Kieran Preedy that took the challenge in that one. So great to see. A brilliant race all the way around, and very enjoyable stuff. And that is the last race that we've got this morning. After we have a word from the drivers, we are going to take our lunch break. And then when we come back, we'll be back with race 2 of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and the Mini Cooper R53s. They'll be on for race 2 of 3 today. And we do it all over again this afternoon. It's going to be another 7 races we've got coming up for you. And just like that, the morning schedule has flown by. We've done 5 races this morning, and already halfway through into our programme just now. But the cars are over into pit lane, and we are just waiting to have a chat with Andy Alston. And I'm having a look around. I can't see our talented cameraman Anthony anywhere. He is just getting himself set up. So let's throw things over then to Andy Alston over in pit lane.
Yes, Dave, great action there in the Fiestas, but it's this man here, Liam McGill, who takes the vital win in the opener, and he will be absolutely delighted with that. Liam joins us now. Liam, many congratulations. Just sum up your emotions after that one.
Oh yeah, it was difficult. Always a good race with Stephen, but in qualifying we had a wee bit damage, self-inflicted, so we managed to get the car back together, but I never had ABS there, so I was kind of watching in my mirrors and I made a mistake at the hairpin, seen Stephen catching, but lucky the laps tumbled in quick enough.
And just tell us a little bit about your approach now going into that finale here, because it's obviously between you and Stephen for the championship. What's your mindset going to be like going into that one?
Well, I mean, I have to win it. The reason I have to win it is if we draw on points, then I think Stephen wins the championship because he was the first person to get a first. So I need to win it no matter what. So it'll just be a case of trying to get the best start we can, get this ABS problem fixed, and just try and maintain a gap if we can get one. But I think it's going to be a difficult race, and I think it's also going to rain as well potentially. So, but if we can get the ABS sorted, I'll be happy with the rain.
Liam, many congratulations, great drive out there. Liam McGill taking the win in the opener ahead of the 24 car of Stephen Gray, so it does set up a very interesting championship finale, has to be said. We'll grab a quick chat with Stephen Gray, who finished second in the opener, and let's see, there's Stephen here who joins us now. Stephen, very close race between you and Liam McGill, as we've seen all season of course, but just talk us through your thoughts on that, because we did notice the gap did come down towards the last couple of laps.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I imagine that was Liam just making sure he didn't make any mistakes before the end, So, shame we lost a few laps in the middle there with the safety car. It would have been nice to kind of put a bit more pressure on him for longer, but he drove really well, hardly any mistakes at all. So, I think that's what I would have needed to be able to get past him today.
And again, we've seen in the safety car that Liam, he really just let the safety car move on and really back the field up going into that one as well. And it's all about just really trying to just keep yourself on your toes really and try and stay alert so that he doesn't get away in the restart.
Very much so, yeah. It was always, when's he going to go? So, yeah, and he got himself a good getaway. I don't think I dropped too much time from him off the start, so I think it was sharp enough, but he didn't make any mistakes and drove really well, so.
And going into the finale, of course, it's just an out-and-out shootout between you and Liam, so what's your approach going to be going into that?
Yeah, that's it. Close my eyes and go as fast as I can. That's all I can do now.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing how you get on, Stephen. Many congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Stephen Gray Gray there, taking second place in the opener here in the Fiestas. We'll grab a quick chat with Ian Blackley, who took the final step on the podium. Just congratulated there by Stephen Gray. And Ian, really great scrapping there between yourself and Kieran, and you take the final step of the podium, so you must be really pleased with that.
Absolutely delighted. This is my first year racing, obviously. My number's 333, and that's me got 3 podiums in the challenge this year, so that's just absolutely ace. I'm loving that. But no, it was really good. I've never done a safety car before either, so I was just kind of a bit nervous with that. Try to keep heating the tyres, and then obviously once we got going again, it was just a case of keeping Kieran behind me. He was quick, he was champing on, so yep, absolutely over the moon. Yep. Perfect.
It's one as well going into the final race of the season. You know, you just be looking to kind of just finish your season on a high really as well.
I'm 4th in the championship at the minute, so I really need Brodie Orr to have a mare the next one, and then if I'm standing here again, they'll be laughing, so I might be 3rd in the championship. But time will tell. But no, absolutely loved it. And obviously got my family here supporting me as well, which is great. And obviously a few sponsors this year as well, which is amazing. So absolutely happy as Larry, over the moon.
Absolutely, mate. Congratulations, Ian. Great driver there. Ian Blackley taking the final step of the podium in the opener here in the Fiestas. Dave, back to you.
Excellent stuff. Thanks very much, Andy Elson, down there in pit lane. Well, as we said, ladies and gentlemen, that is us for just now. Do not go anywhere. We're going to have lunch break. We will be back in about 45 minutes' time for the return. We're scheduled actually at 35 minutes' time, so we better get quick on our luncheons. Scottish Mini Cooper Cup is going to be first on the agenda this afternoon at 1:45 p.m. So from everyone here at Knockhill, thanks very much for joining us this morning, and we'll see you in about half an hour. And just like that, we are back from our lunch break. We're all fully fed and hydrated. And we're back here with a full afternoon of racing here at Knockhill Racing Circuit for the final time in 2022. It's a slightly emotional moment when I say that, but it is David Christie here in the commentary box, and as usual today, joining me Andy Alston. And Andy, I've got to say, I've really enjoyed this morning. I think from now on it's going to be a two course affair here.
Yeah, it's been really good action, hasn't it? You know, and the great thing about it is this is the moment of the meeting where everything's going to be decided. And this is where it's going to be full of drama. So we're starting off, of course, with our Mini Cooper S Cup and our Mini Cooper Cup. So the cars you can just see at the front of your shot here are our Mini Cooper S Cup cars, led on the left-hand side by Jamie Blake, who took the win in the opener ahead of the number 5, Andrew Lamont. Just further back are the Mini Cooper Cups. Now, of course, Neil Hose won a dramatic opener there, ahead of Michael Weddle, with Chad Little third, which has big ramifications in this championship battle in the Mini Cooper Cup category as well.
Yeah, that's all to play for this afternoon. 2 races coming up for these cars this afternoon. 2 races for the Mini Coopers. This is the last race for the R53s. We get a third race for the Mini Coopers towards the end of the day. That will be on again at 3:45. Normally it's the last one, but it's going to be the Legends that are the last cars out. So the cars making their way round. So let's have a look then at the grids for race 2 for the minis then, the R53s. Jamie Blake ahead of Andrew Lamont. You've got Chris Watt in third place with Craig Blake. Now, I don't see Craig Blake on the grid there, so he will not be taking part in this race. Moving on to the Mini Cooper Cup then, Neil Hose, as we said, ahead of Michael Weddle, and Michael will be happy with that outcome. He won't care about Neil Hose taking the win. Chad Little is going to be on 2 alongside Daniel Patterson. Row 3 is going to be Jack Irvin and Gordon Long. Row 4 is going to be Ryan Smith and Ewan Robertson. Row 5 of the Mini Coopers is going to be Finn Match and David Taylor, who had a really good outing there. Stephen Morrison on row 6 with Chris Coburn and Nick Ormiston at the back of the Mini Coopers. And again, the reason that they are slightly different is because we've got the R53s at the front and we've got the Mini Cooper Cup at the back. So they've had their grid walk today. They're going to go round for their green flag lap here. What do we dare predict or have a look into the future about this race here? Because with so much on the line, for me, Michael Weddle, he's comfortable right now. Not too comfortable, but he doesn't need to make any wild moves. Whereas Chad Little, I think, has it all to do today, or all to do in this race here.
Yeah, the last couple of laps in the opener definitely went against Chad Little, must be said, because he was in a very strong position at one point. But you know, as we know time and time again in this championship, you know, positions can be won and lost very, very quickly. So yeah, I think Michael will be fairly happy with the opener, considering he didn't manage to get away cleanly and fell down the order a little bit. Made his way back through the field and puts himself on the front row of the grid for this one. So I think he will be in a strong position. He did mention, of course, the track was quite damp at that point, so he struggled to really get the power down. Not going to have that issue this time round. The track is much, much drier here this afternoon. However, it does look a little bit overcast, so it will be interesting to consider whether or not the weather is going to be a factor that we need to bear in mind as the event unfolds, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. And just having a quick look at the latest weather forecast here as I turn into Heather from the weather for a couple of hours here. It's due to start raining any moment. according to the weather forecast there, and you can see the clouds moving in. But it does look rather bright here, so fingers crossed. We're absolutely fine for just now. Either way, as you mentioned, it's still completely different. It's still night and day compared to the track conditions that they had earlier on. Those damp, greasy, really, really cold conditions earlier on. It is quite mild. There is a lot of wind blowing through in a what I would imagine is a west to east direction here. So the cars making their way around on the green flag lap, and we are getting ready to go racing here. So final thoughts then ahead of this this race here, Andy. I mean, it really is all to do. We still have a third race, but I would imagine Michael Weddle would be quite happy to get this done and dusted right now.
Yeah, I make it Weddle's got an 11-point lead at the top ahead of Chad Little by my very amateur maths.
Spreadsheet.
So I would urge you to double check that. But
spreadsheet, some fingers and toes, and a slide rule.
But I reckon if Weddle can get away cleanly here, it's going to really double the pressure on Chad Little. We know how quick Chad is, but it's going to be difficult, I think, to Weddle's so good at controlling the race from the front of the pack. The defensive side of his game we mentioned earlier on this morning, is very, very strong. So it's going to be interesting. I thought I have to give a shout out again to the number 18 car of Daniel Patterson. I thought he had a very strong race in that opener, Dave, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he gets on in this second race in a few moments' time.
Yep, Dan Patterson down in P8, P5, I think it is in the Mini Coopers, but he's in the number 18 car, so you'll see him there as well. The safety car will pull off very shortly, unless they're going to do another sighting lap. I believe that is the case then, so the safety car is going to take them round and then will pull off when they get up to the grids here. So you can see all of the cars making their way around here, and again, so important to get heat into these tyres here, these Yokohama tyres. It's very, very important for them to be able to really push as hard as they can at such an early stage in the race as well. But these cars are proper little race cars. It's often seen as a very expensive package to take part in because of how physical the action is. But this is, probably one of the stepping stones up to the likes of the JCW National Championship that they have throughout the rest of the UK. We've got Hannah Chapman that's away down south. You've got our very own Joe Tanner, Rennet Designs, that's based up here at Knockhill doing helmets. He races down there, has been wildly successful this year. But we also have to say a big shout out to son of one of the employees here at Knockhill, Ronan Pearson, who has just been devastatingly fast in the Mini Championship this year. So it's great to see that this is where it leads on from this championship here, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ronan, as you mentioned, he's had a stunning season, it's very, very interesting, this championship. It always is, of course, But I also think, of course, the Mini Cooper S Cup, as we mentioned earlier as well, that it's the reason they have to do these two formation laps is to get the heat into those tyres, and those tyres, of course, are slick. So they have to really generate as much heat as possible, get the temperatures up so that they can get away cleanly at the start and then kind of grow and develop the race from there. But it is very, very important that your start procedure is as good as it can be, and we're just seeing a little bit of a gap there developing between the two Mini Cooper S Cup cars at the front of the pack, and then now we begin to see the Mini Cooper Cup cars come through. So when you're at the front of the pack, you almost kind of want to back them up a little bit so that you can really try and retain as much temperature as possible in those tyres so that those cars can get away cleanly.
Yeah, because at the front of the field there, you can see the top two cars there, Jamie Blake and Andrew Lamont. They're going to be waiting for at least 25-30 seconds at the front of the grids, and it might not be as dramatic a drop-off in the likes of, high-end sports like F1 that viewers might be more familiar with, but certainly in saloon car racing, you still want to have every little ounce of advantage that you can possibly have, because that's ultimately what it all boils down to. Again, from personal experience with the little city cars as well, the efforts people would go to try and get one up over other drivers is absolutely incredible. But the cars all onto the grid. A great job by our marshalling team here. A huge thank you to the marshals and to the stewards who are making today possible. But it looks like we have got all of the cars onto the grid. A very, very important race about to get underway then. The Mini Cooper Cup is, as we said, on a knife edge, balanced precariously, and in association with Project 21 Detailing, supported by Yokohama Tyres. The lights are on. We get ready for race 2 of 3. The R53s get going. So does the Mini Cooper Cup. And it looks like a great start for Michael Weddle. Also up the inside, Chad Little trying to get involved there as well. The car's going to be coming over Duffus Dip for the first time. The R53s go through. That's a great start by Chad Little, side by side, coming down the hill with Michael Weddle. So let's see how they are all going to go through. And that is surely going to be on the inside there for Chad Little there, Andy.
Yeah, it certainly is, but I have to say that's a stunning start from Andrew Lamont there. But look at that there, Michael Weddle now, he's just looking to make moves there. We've got Chad, I believe that is Chad Little at the front there. He's doing a stunning start. He'll be more than happy with that, but also the change in the lead here at the front in the Mini Cooper S Cup as well, because Andrew Lamont, that's a couple of tenths of a second in my book that he's got over Jamie Blake at the moment. So the two Mini Cooper S Cup cars really setting off into the distance, but look at that, very, very interesting action now beginning to develop in the Mini Cooper Cup class, because it's a very narrow inside line there by the 25 of Chad Little. That just covers off any threat from Michael Weddle, and lots of cars looking to get involved in the action behind as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle of attrition then as we cross the line for the first time. Vaskin side by side for the R53s. Andrew Lamont side by side with Jamie Blake as they come over at the crest of the hill for the second time of asking. But again, contact, and that's side by side into the gravel trap. Almost a little bit of a lift there from Andrew Lamont. He keeps the car going, keeps it on the grass there. A little bit of damage to the bumper. That's going to be able to get clipped back on there, but that was almost certainly as a result of being side by side, Andy, coming down into Duffus. 2-1 quite often doesn't go there. He'll get going again and pick things up, but now he's got to try and navigate through a whole field of Mini Cooper Cup cars. However, here's the thing, this is going to be a very long drawn out affair here with Chad Little and Michael Weddle. They're fighting for what looks like 4th and 5th position right now, because Neil Ho's up into to 3rd right now. And, second place. So it's going to be Neil Ho's actually up there. And who is that up in the second in there? Is that Christopher Watt, actually?
Yeah, that'll be Christopher Watt in the Mini Cooper S Cup category. So it's we've got Neil Hose, Chad Little, Michael Weddle, Jack Irvin, then Daniel Patterson, who we mentioned earlier. I think that's him just coming into shot there, in fact. No, it's not, beg your pardon. But there's Weddle there, car number 1 with the orange stripe on it, just behind Chad Little in the 25. The two championship protagonists here making their way through the chicane now and towards Clark Corner. And I think this is, there's a few more bollards making their way out off the curb there. There's one more for good measure, and that just clears the line, Dave, for the rest of the cars.
Absolutely senseless. What have those floppy bollards ever done? I tell you what, Michael Weddle, I think, is, as much as he wants to try and get past Chad Little right now, he's under real pressure from Jack Irvin. Jack Irvin on a charge right now, and in fact there goes Jack Irvin late onto the brakes into the final corner there. He's got the move done. Weddle's going to try and get the cut back, but that is massively cost your championship leader. And have a look at number 5 then of Andrew Lamont. He is going to try and get past this lot as well. Of course, he's not really going to be charging too hard because he's an R53, so he can blitz by them before they even blink an eyelid there. But either way, that is not the start that Michael Weddle wants to have on this race with 9 laps left to go here.
Yeah, and it's an interesting element that's thrown into the mix here, because there's your leader in the Mini Cooper Cup, the 25 of Chad, the second place of Chad Little, and he's now got the Mini Cooper S Cup car behind him, so that is going to just spread out the field a little bit here. So this isn't good news for Michael Weddle. He really wants to try and get a move on here, but we've got the number 5 trying to make its way through the field. As we just saw the yellow and red striped flag there, Dave, so that means the track surface is a little bit greasy at one area, and then the drivers are just going to have to go area of that.
Yeah, and I wonder if that means that the rain is starting to fall down now. It could be that the surface is starting to change. It's certainly looking a little bit darker here at Knockhill, and if anything, Michael Weddle now coming under pressure from that car behind him. That's the number 18. That's the car that you were praising through race 1 of Daniel Patterson. As we can see, up through the order then goes Andrew Lamont, and Neil Ho's still in the lead of this race. Hasn't really had anybody to challenge him right now. But Chad Little will be grinning from ear to ear. This is exactly the race 2 that he wanted after that first race.
Yeah, very much so. And Andrew Lamont now just charging off into the distance. That settles down the Mini Cooper Cup category, led by that man there in the 111, Neil Hose. So he's got a 1.5 second gap as well between him and Chad Little. And then Jack Irvine with a great move, it must be said, going into the hairpin to take third place in that Mini Cooper Cup at the moment. But yeah, I think Neil Hose will be feeling like he's in quite a strong position here, I have to say. Just a little bit of a gap between him and the chasing pack. And those 4 cars as well, Dave, are now beginning to scrap. That's letting Chad Little really, he's got to really focus here, because it's a very, very interesting scenario that's presented itself.
Now I've noticed the same thing that we noticed in race 1 is happening again with Chad Little in race 2. The performance of that car is dropping off massively as these laps go on, because he is getting caught hand over fist here by Jack Irvine right now, the pace that he should have, because they are fighting, but Jack Irvine really able to hold on to that. And if Jack Irvine starts making a fight of this could be a really, really bad thing for Chad Little, but he is pushing as much as he possibly can. But more importantly, Michael Weddle still falling behind, still getting into the clutches of Dan Patterson. So as it stands right now for Chad Little, he'll just be wanting to keep as many cars in between him and Michael as he possibly can.
Yeah, and Jack Irvine's really putting in the fast laps as well, has to be said. His last time out there was his best so far with a 102.6. That is a good couple of tenths quicker than those around him. Neil Hose, however, setting the pace with a 102.5. But yeah, it's one where, you know, Neil Hose has got to clear traffic here. He can really focus on just kind of getting as much speed as he can out of that package. Michael Weddle's got a bit of a dilemma here, because he's got Daniel Patterson, who's having a very strong meeting here, putting him under all sorts of pressure. But Jack Irvine really making that move has made things more difficult. I believe you could just see the hand there, left hand from Michael Weddle pointing forward. He wants to work together with Daniel Patterson to try and close that gap, but whether Daniel complies or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, we'll wait and see, because that's a very bold command from a racing driver there, as I would imagine that Dan Patterson is going to be more concerned with wanting to try and get past that car that's right in front of him. But 6 laps left to go in this race. It's still Jamie Blake ahead of Christopher Watt for the R53s right now. Andrew Lamont in 3rd place and catching very, very rapidly. Don't be surprised to see Andrew Lamont moving up into that 3rd position. You can see the jackets up, the hoods are up here at Knockhill, and if anything, now look at that, that's going to be Jack Irvine right onto the back bumper here of Chad Little. Surely it's going to be a dive out to the inside, into the braking zone, into the hairpin here. He thinks about it. This is where he did it last time. Here we go, late on the brakes there. Chad Little even later on the brakes somehow keeps that position, but Jack Irvine gets a good exit from that corner. But you get the feeling that this is going to be a case of when, not if. However, also Dan Patterson right onto the boot lid of Michael Weddle now.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting situation we've got now developing with 5 laps to go in this race. Weddle needs Irvine and Little to start scrapping here to really try and make the pass, because look at that gap between the pair of them. If Dan Patterson just bides his time here and does indeed work together, both of them could really come into podium contention here. But crucially, the two of those drivers have got to work together to close that gap, and Jack Irvine really, if he starts making a move here, that allows those 2 cars into this. So the next couple of laps in this race are going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, and the weather looks like it is closing in. That dark cloud getting even darker above the skies here. But have a look at this now, closer than ever before. Jack Irvine right onto the bootlet of Chad Little here. We've got just 4 laps left to go. Surely it's going to be a move up the inside. Thinks about it. Late on the brakes again from the pair of them, but not this time by. So Jack Irvine, I think, maybe just waiting to go on potentially 2 or 1 lap left to go here. Or maybe, just maybe, deciding to have a hand in this championship battle. I can't see that one happening, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. 4 laps left to go with Jamie Blake and Andrew Lamont coming across the line. Remember, of course, that the R53s are going to artificially take that lap counter down faster than the Mini Coopers. So it could be a case of we've got a couple more laps left to go when that eventually does tick down. But there you go, you see Chad Little there coming up through the chicane there, the left and then the right. Jack Irvine looking so very dangerous right behind him again. But again, just like you were saying, you see how much Michael Weddle is dropping off from that order.
Yeah, Jack Irvine's had a very impressive race too here, it must be said. He's got a very good drive out of Clark there as well, I have to say. I think he's just slightly too far back to throw the car up the inside into the hairpin, but if he can get that car slowed down quickly and maybe potentially get the run, get the momentum coming out of the hairpin, then he's maybe got every chance of making a move here, because again, that gap now just getting a little bit closer. Let's see the drive there that we get from the 65 car, and let's see if he can potentially make a P2 here. We see the 111 car of Neil Hose. He's in the lead of the race. He's got a couple of seconds into the bargain as well, but this is where things could just begin to develop, Dave.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait with bated breath. 3 laps left to go then over the crest of the hill, down through Duffus Dip, down into McIntyre's goes Chad Little. Of course, this is the battle for P2 and 3 in the class, because Christopher Watt has pulled into pit lane, so he'll fall further down the order once these two are done, as Michael Weddle's starting to get a little bit of a gap there over Dan Patterson, so there's a little bit of daylight in between there. Meanwhile, there is Neil Hose, there is Chad Little, and there is Jack Irvine bouncing over the hill here. And if anything, watching how keen Jack Irvine was to get past Michael Weddle, I'm not seeing the same sense of urgency here to get past Chad Little right now. It looks like he's, at least for this lap here, happy to sit behind.
Yeah, I think, and that's the crucial point there, David, for this lap. I think he might try and do it towards the end of the race here. We reckon 2 laps to go in this one. So, you know, Jack can maybe just bide his time here and then make the move in the last lap, and then just take the defensive line round the track and try and hold on to it. But if you're Michael Weddle, you want Jack Irvine to make this move for the championship. You know, as things stand, there's going to be a bigger gap between the pair of them, goes without saying. So Jack Irvine, if he makes a move here, that works out in Michael Weddle's benefit, because there is quite a significant gap now between Weddle and Irvine.
Looks like that's going to be the number 19 retiring from the race then, so that is our third of 3 R53s, and that's Christopher Watt pulling out. I could just see him going behind us here. And again, as much as Chad Little coming under pressure from Jack Irvine here, it's not, again, looking like a move. As we go on to our last lap then, Jamie Blake for the R53s has gone across the line. We're just on the last lap for the Mini Cooper Cup just now, so the R53s will be coming into, I would imagine, into our Clark corner, possibly towards the hairpin very, very shortly, such as the pace difference here. And there is Neil Hose. But, well, this massively, I've got to be honest, Andy, turns the championship completely on its head going into the final race. If ever you wanted to buy stocks and shares and popcorn, now would possibly be the time.
Well, this is it. I mean, the big question is does Jack Irvine make the move here? But there is the Mini Cooper S Cup cars making their way across the start-finish line.
Yeah, there we go then. Jamie Blake taking the race win for the R53s ahead of Andrew Lamont. Right, let's wait with bated breath, because Chad Little has got Jack Irvine right behind him. Here comes Neil Hose. That's going to be a guaranteed race win for him. 2 out of 2 so far. Out to the outside. Great move there. Great defensive work from Chad Little. Blocked off that car there. Masterful defence there. It's going to be a race win for Neil Hose. Chad Little in second place. Jack Irvine in third. And Michael Weddle, your championship leader, or was championship leader, down in 5th position, or so, yes, 5th position in class, or 4th position rather in class. So good luck, Andy, trying to work all that one out with your slide rule and your algebra and your toes and your fingers, because I'm just going to leave that one to race control to send that one through. But another win there from Neil Hose, and I think that's the rain starting to come down here.
Yeah, it's a very impressive drive from Neil Hose. That's 2 for 2 here at this race meeting. Very, very strong performance. He built up the gap very early on in that race, and that just allowed him really to focus on the clear track ahead of him. So, a very strong performance from the 111 car. Credit to Chad Little for a strong defence there, because Jack Irvin was doing everything he possibly could to try and take second place, but he will have to settle for third. But a very interesting finale awaits us in the Mini Cooper Cup.
Well, while I go and get Excel on the go and try and do all the permutations and still likely get it wrong anyway, Andy Alston is away to go out and have a chat with our R53s and with our Mini Cooper Cup winners from that race then. A huge thank you to Project 21 Detailing for supporting the championship, which is of course in association with them, and the championship supported by Yokohama Tyres as well. Great result there and a great Mini Cooper Cup race. Up next then is going to be the second race of 3 for the Scottish Legends Cars Championship. They're back for their second outing with us today. And then after that is going to be the Scottish C1 Cup. So real action we've got coming up for you all through the afternoon. A very good afternoon if you have just joined us. Welcome back to the SMRC YouTube channel. As the cars make their way round into the holding area. And Elston, I can see, is kind of trying hard not to get blown away by the wind here. He's having to hold on as we have a little look, and the car's almost in position, and just having a look as the car's into pit lane, so we will wait till we're there. But with all the cars over into pit lane, the drivers escaping from their cars, Andy, you've just had about 5 seconds to calm yourself down off that race. That was nuts.
Yeah, that was a race full of drama, Dave, and Jamie Blake taking the win in the Mini Cooper Ace Cup, but Neil Hose in the 111 taking the checkered flag in our Mini Cooper Cup. So very, very interesting results throughout here. Of course, Jack Irvin had a very strong third place finish, but it was Chad Little taking second place. So let's grab a quick one with a couple of the drivers here, get their thoughts on how that one unfolded. I think it's just one where, Dave, this is it. We've got one more race in the Mini Cooper Cup, and it's still very much all to play for. So very, very interesting to see how things unfold. There's celebrations here for Jamie Blake in the Mini Cooper S Cup. He is absolutely delighted with his campaign, congratulated by his Minimax Motorsport team, and he will be delighted with that achievement. So well done to Jamie Blake. Let's grab a quick chat with our race winner in the Mini Cooper Cup, Neil Hose, who makes it 2 wins from 2, and he will be delighted with that performance. Neil, many congratulations. That was a great drive out there from you.
Yeah, just try not to make any mistakes, because I know that can cost, let them catch up, and then it becomes a lot harder work. So it's all about the start. Got a good start, and then just try and keep a steady pace and bring it home. So yeah, happy with that. It's a shame I've had that kind of pace all year. We should have had loads of these, but it's had really bad luck. So it's finally good that without bad luck on my side, they're getting the results that we should have had. But it's the way it goes. It's motorsport.
But it gives you the confidence that you can take that momentum into next season as well.
Absolutely, it's always good to end the season on a high, especially when you've got 4 or 5 months of doing nothing. Can I just give a big shout out to Glasgow Independent BMW and Mini Specialists? They're my main sponsor. They're great guys, and Happy Dog Pet Food and Dent Centre. Get them on telly.
Great stuff, Neil. Many congratulations. Neil Hose making it 2 wins for 2 in the Mini Cooper Cup. We'll grab a quick chat with Chad Little, who took second place in that race. Chad, great performance from you, and an important result as well in the championship.
Yeah, good run with a win really after disappointing race 1. Led nearly all of it and give it away towards the end. But no, it's good points, still a chance going into the last race, so see what happens.
So what's the approach just going to be? Full commitment going into the finale, really?
Yeah, all or nothing now, isn't it? See what happens.
Congratulations, Chad. Great drive out there. Chad Little in the 25 car, taking second place in the race, and that really sets up an interesting championship finale in the Mini Cooper Cup. Dave, back to you.
Thanks very much, Andy Alston in pit lane, and we move on, as I said, because it's Legends racing car time, and one of my rather, you know, it's one of the classes that I very much enjoy here on the SMRC calendar. So the cars away to make their way out onto the paddock, and we'll get ready for the green flag lap. And again, just trying to piece apart what on earth just happened in that Mini Cooper Cup, because there's so many different permutations on that one. We're going to have to wait until we get all the points coming out through that one and try and figure out what on earth happened there, because obviously with the results of race 1 and race 2 now to add up to race 3, with the fact that Michael Weddle, you know, he got one up over Chad Little on that first race there, and then Chad Little getting the better of Michael Weddle in race 2, I think leaves a narrow window of opportunity for Chad Little in this third race. But enough about that. It's time to turn our attention to the second of 3 outings today for the Scottish Legends Car Championship. And as we said, it's fantastic to see these guys back out with the SMRC. They now race as part of the KMSC, and these cars, they run 1.2 litre engines. It's motorcycle engines that are placed inside these wonderful replica American saloons and coupes from the 1930s, the proper classics, your Chevys and your Fords. And this is essentially what NASCAR was actually built from, was these coupe cars, and done in a souped up fashion on the old bootlegging runs. Slightly more upmarket origin for these ones over here, but these are 5/8 scale replicas that you see racing here today, and from experience, they are wild. They are incredible fun. I've seen many onboards of them. Had many at-length conversations with former race winner many times, Duncan Vincent, here at Knockhill, and he says there's quite simply there's nothing like the thrill of racing these cars. It's unadulterated fun and very enjoyable indeed. As a big puff of smoke there from the 93 at the back. Now that is very likely for the number 93 just to be an overfill of oil on that one. Keep an eye on that. But welcome back to Andy Alston. We've got Legends back up here now, and we were spoiled by race 1 here.
Yeah, we certainly were. Ryan McLeish putting on a fantastic show to take the win by 6/100ths of a second from Stuart Black in the end. Ben Mason taking the final step on the podium in the first heat. Ryan McLeish, of course, making that memorable double overtake going into Clark Corner as well when the track was still pretty damp. So the safety car pulls away, and the next one's about to get underway.
Here we go then, Legends underway for the second race of the day then. And I don't know if you noticed there, Andy, but that safety car having its wipers going on quite fast, which means the rain starting to fall quite heavily here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. But Scottish Legends back on the menu, boys, as we go towards turn 1. And that is going to be a very smoky car that I thought was just oil. Turns out it's not. Turns out it's something a little bit more serious. However, we go racing, and it's up into the lead. A strong lead for Stuart Black right now. We come to see the 71 of Ryan McLeish. Behind, that's going to be Billy Waite, John Bushby, Peter McKernan and Brent Bowie all up in there as well as they come over the crest of the hill through the chicane and up towards Clark, then over the hill at Clark. And you can see here Ryan McLeish just sends it up the inside there. I believe that might have been Billy Waite that he tried to get that. It wasn't Billy Waite, excuse me, because Billy Waite is busy getting bump drafted from the number 4 of Peter McKernan. 3 cars into the hairpin, because of course you're going to do that. The 46 fires up the inside. Brent Bowie gets the better of the 4 of Peter McKernan, and it's a drag race out of the final corner there. And look at Ryan McLeish straight up the inside there, trying to take 3 cars there up in the start-finish line. It's safe to say another boring start for the Legends there, Andy.
Yeah, it's, you know, the Legends always produce great action here at Knockhill, and drivers out there putting on a great show, as always here in this one. But just seeing the 17 of Billy Waite, currently second place, coming under a lot of pressure from not just Brent Bowie but the chasing pack as well. Ryan McLeish has had a very strong start, up 3 places from where he started, currently 5th out there at the moment. But all the meanwhile, Stuart Black has really built up a very considerable lead there, Dave.
I'm not even sure he's in the same race. He's off to a different postcode as he is right now. But that is Billy Waite in second place, and that's a big gap there, as you see up the inside. Ryan McLeish trying to take 3rd place right now, and possibly having a think about second place as well. Up the inside of the 46 of Brent Bowie. So Ryan McLeish gets the exit as well, and it's gone from 3rd to 2nd. Unbelievable stuff. How is Ryan McLeish able to do this with the same car that everybody else has got here, Andy?
Yeah, it's phenomenal driving from the 71 car. He's really, Ryan's been in great form here at this meeting, and he's really got this race off to a flying start as well. You know, we've got Stuart Black, 4.9 seconds is the gap here, 5 laps to go in the second heat here this afternoon. But you know, could Ryan McLeish close that gap in 5 laps? It's a very, very interesting question. But you know, it looks like, you know, you think Stuart Black's got a very comfortable lead, but you know, the rest of the cars here could potentially, you know, we talk about bump drafting so much in this series, David. You just wonder if the cars will potentially work together a little bit. But you know, it'll be interesting to see whether they choose to do that or not.
Yeah, we'll wait and see on that one. Meanwhile, you did see on that camera, as we came on the back straight there, rain started to fall very, very heavily here at Knockhill, so that is going to cause a little bit of an issue. Remember, no windshields in these cars as well. In fact, that's a big puff of smoke coming out of the hairpin there. I believe that was from one of the cars going across the line there. In fact, that's the number 26 that comes into pit lane retiring, and that is going to be Scott Hines. And again, that's now 2 cars we've had retired from this race here.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Scott having to pull out this one. It's one of those issues as well, when the smoke just continues to add up. You know, the best thing to do is just pull the car into pit lane, just get it looked over, make sure everything's okay. Of course, there will be one final heat left this afternoon, so yeah, hopefully we'll see the 26 car back out there on track later today.
Fingers crossed. Meanwhile, pace has dropped off by about 2 seconds a lap here with the Legends. The rain's starting to fall down here. You can see late on the brakes, and that's way too late on the brakes for the 46. Getting stopped just in time there, but that was a wild heart and mouth moment there for Brent Bowie. I thought, honestly, with the way that car was fishtailing towards there, I thought that was going to be straight into the barriers, and getting told to keep pushing, keep on going there. And the rain, you can see now how tricky this is making these conditions for these drivers now. They're sideways coming down the hill over at Duffus Dip here, and that was a beautiful little cutback move there from the 82. Ben McNeese there, Pino Palazzo fighting it out here. This is for 5th and for 6th position here, and at this point in time now, you don't even want to touch the curbing on the track right now. The other thing I've noticed as well, that gap that was 5 seconds, that's starting to come down now. Stuart Black is starting to come under pressure, and under real pressure here from Ryan McLeish.
Yes, absolutely, Dave. Ryan McLeish is putting in the fast laps, it must be said. Just one interesting element, you mentioned the weather as well. We're seeing quite an increase in the wind. You're seeing that particularly in Duffus. You can see it in the back of your picture, but that's going to be something for these drivers to contend with as well. Lots of power on the right foot in these cars, so it'll be interesting just to see how they contend with that. We reckon about 2 laps to go left in this one. You can just see the spits of rain on the camera here as well, Dave.
And of course, we're not having a windshield on these cars. That rain is just going to blow directly into the cockpit, and it's possibly going to affect the psychology of the drivers there, maybe make them a little bit more apprehensive. It'd be fitting actually, because these have got bike engines, and bike racers have this thing called mental rain, where they see a few spits on their visor and they start to ride a little bit easier. They tend to pull back a little bit here. that might be a thing with the Legends drivers. 3.6 is the gap here, and that's wide into the gravel there. That was going to be, I believe, Brent Bowie that went off into the gravel there. He went straight on, but managed to keep things going there. Meanwhile, that is going to be the 17 of Billyweight coming under pressure from Ben McNeese. Little puff of the brakes here, and that's a bit of a mistake there from Billyweight. Final lap though, Stuart Black comes across the line. The gap now 2.6 seconds to Ryan McLeish.
Yeah.
And as close as this is, I still wouldn't put this past Ryan McLeish.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan's been very, very impressive. There he is there in the 71 car, just coming out of McIntyre's considerable gap between him and the 22 of Ben Mason. But yeah, it's been a very strong showing from Ryan McLeish, it must be said. But you know, it's one of those ones as well. I think Ben McNeese in the 82, currently 4th place as well, has been very impressive as well. And yeah, of course, one more race to go in the Legends later this afternoon.
Certainly, Stuart Black then coming along back straight for the final time of Askin. Race 2 out of 3 for the final round of the Scottish Legends Championship. Round into the final corner as Stuart Black lights up the tyres, gets the good run out of there, and as far as he can push it, Ryan McLeish can't do it. It's going to be a race win for Stuart Black. Ryan McLeish in 2nd place, Ben Mason in 3rd. Ben McNeese is going to come across the line in 4th position, and we'll hold our breath because it's going to be a drag race between 4 cars here. Let's see how they get across the line. Ben McNeese takes the final step on the podium from Ben Mason. After all of that, Ben Mason so cruelly denied, but Ben McNeese fires it through on that final corner there. And what a race that was. Legends never failed to give us a fantastic, fantastic race.
Yeah, full credit to Ben McNeese there. Had a very strong race, winning, or taking the final step in the podium, I should say, by just a 10th of a second from Ben Mason. So he will be absolutely delighted with that. But Stuart Black, strong outing from him as well, though, to take the win in the 52 car. And yeah, do you know what, Dave? You know, I think it'll be really interesting just to see how this final event in the Legends shapes up later on this afternoon, because we've mentioned the weather starting to creep back in. It's going to be a factor, I suspect, later on, and it will be a real test of the drivers just to see how they get on under those tricky conditions.
Certainly is, as we bid farewell to Andy Alston, who's about to head into pit lane to go and do our post-race interviews. Basically, it gets darker and darker and heavier as the afternoon goes on. We move up to about 70% chance of rain in the next 40 minutes. So that is, you can see there a big puddle of what looks like some sort of fluid on that left-hand side there, and Marshall's keen to get down and get that all cleared up here. But meanwhile, there we go, confirmation of your 1, 2, 3 for the Scottish Legends then. Stuart Black ahead of Ryan McLeish, and Ben McNeese taking that 3rd step on the podium, and right at the last then. And as we said, just waiting for the cars to come through into pit lane. Up next then, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still with us, and we hope you are, is going to be the Scottish C1 Cup for their 2nd and final race of the day here at Knockhill. And then after that is the final race for the Fiesta ST Cup, and then we get the encore. We get 2 final rounds of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and Scottish Legends Car Championship. So these guys will be back out on circuit very, very shortly indeed. But I can hear the cars making their way past the commentary box just now, making their way into pit lane and into the holding area, which means our very own Andy Alston will be with us in just a second to go and have a little chat with them. As you can see the safety car, and you can see the very, very hard-working track staff here at Knockhill getting that drying product. I can never remember I believe the brand name of it is Speedy Dry. So it's like a powder that they put on top of any sort of fluid like oils or super absorbent material. It's like a posh version of kitty litter. It just absorbs all of the liquid that's down there on track, because obviously what you don't want is any of that material getting its way onto the drivers' cars just now. So without further ado then, let's have a look down into pit lane, because I believe, Andy, you're down there, and those absolute adrenaline junkies of Legends drivers are down there with you.
Yes, Dave, great action there in the Legends, and yes, it was one where Stuart Black, of course, took the checkered flag ahead of the 71 of Ryan McLeish. Ben McNeice taking the final step of the podium. We'll grab a quick chat here just now with Stuart Black. Stuart, I believe that's the championship wrapped up for you as well. Just sum up your emotions after that one.
Still trying to come down with the adrenaline, to be honest. I'm over the moon, but speechless. I was loyal down at the hairpin. It started raining down the back of the track. I was just like, oh, please let us be simple, just please let us come home. I don't know, I'd just like to thank everybody that came out and supported Scottish Legends, whether it's people helping out during the day like yourself, whether it's mechanics, people sponsors, my wife, my kids, family, friends, just everybody. It makes everything work for Scottish motorsport, and it's good.
And you know, when you look back at the whole 2022 season and you reflect, you know, just kind of how does that make you feel? How do you just sum up your emotions?
It's been a good season. It's been quite a clean season for me, and like I said to Duncan the other now, I used to be really good friends with old Gerard McCosh. I learnt a lot from Gerard, and Gerard always used to try and tell you to race hard, race clean, and you should get that back. And I've just tried to be like that all year, and hopefully it's worked.
Great stuff, many congratulations, well done. So, championship winner there in the Scottish Legends. Let's grab a quick chat with just one or two other drivers, and we'll get a quick word with Ryan McLeish, who took second place, of course, in the second heat here. So we'll grab a quick chat with him, just get his thoughts on how that race unfolded from his perspective. He made his way through the field once more, so we'll grab a quick chat with him in a wee moment's time. Ben McNeice, of course, taking the final step on the podium as well. We'll grab a quick chat with Ryan McLeish. Here he is, joining us now. Ryan, another really strong drive from you there, taking second place in the end. How did that race go from your point of view?
I was same again, plagued by a bad start and just had to do what we could do. We had the pace, but Stuart, starting pole, he was gone.
And it's just about trying to do what you can there at that point, just hoping maybe something happens, but just all you can do is just put in the fast laps, really, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Just need to wait and see what happens in the final now.
Congratulations, well done, Ryan. Ryan McLeish taking second place in that one. We'll grab a quick word with Ben McNeice, who took the final step of the podium, 1/10 of a second in that one as well, Ben. Many congratulations, you'll be delighted with that.
Aye. I mug Ben Mason on the line, to be fair, I think, but no, delighted, obviously. We had a nightmare in the first race. We tried a new setup, it didn't work, and obviously we reverted back to what we know works, and got a podium, so all good. Last meeting of the season.
One more to go, try and just wrap everything up nicely and finish on a high as well.
Last day of school, so we'll go for it.
Ben, many congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Ben McNeice taking the final step on the podium in the Scottish Legends. Dave, back to you.
Thanks very much, Ante, down there in pit lane. And a very well-deserved win there for Stuart Black there, and a really nice little nod, of course, to the late Gerard McCosh, who sadly passed away last year. It was one of the biggest characters you could possibly have in the Legends paddock, and still to this day very sorely missed by everyone in the community. The recovery work still goes on here at Knockhill. There's been a rather large, copious amount of fluids has been deposited, I think is the kindest word to say, around the track here. So the track staff here are working on getting that all dealt with that drying product there. But as we said, we turn our attention to the Scottish C1 Cup out for their second race of the afternoon. Just before that, though, a chance to kind of pick apart what we just witnessed there with the Legends. And Andy, obviously, you spoke to Stuart Black there, and just mentioned what a massive figure in the paddock Gerard McCosh was, and just as soon as he started speaking about it, you could almost hear him kind of welling up a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a very strong season from Stuart Black, and it was underlined by that performance there. He just put the car in all the right positions and hit his apex and exits, and rewarded with a strong performance. It's been a really interesting season in the Legends, and Stuart will be delighted to have wrapped up the championship. And of course, we've got one event later on this afternoon to look forward to as well. And the Legends always put on a great show, we know that, and very much looking forward to just seeing how that one unfolds.
And it's a weird one, isn't it? Because that happens way more often than you think, where a driver wins the championship, and it's not until you actually talk to them and say, you're the champion, and you just see that look of like, I'm the champion. Well, it takes, it's, you know, the weekends are so hectic, you're not really thinking about the points. It takes something like that for to sink in, and I get the feeling, Andy, you're going to have that moment quite a few times over the rest of this afternoon here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with motorsport, Dave, isn't it? You know, you're so caught up in the moment. It's always about the next corner, the next lap, the next race. It's important to sometimes just take a step back and reflect, and particularly look back at what you've achieved as well. And you know, it's been a really entertaining season in the Legends, and one where I've certainly enjoyed the action there today. And you know, it was 9/10 of a second that Stuart won that race from Ryan McLeish in the end. And you know, of course, we've got the next event just a few moments away. Just a little bit of the marshal's just putting a little bit of it looks like it's potentially just been a bit of oil that's kind of carried on potentially, because we did have one Legends car just pull into the pits a couple of laps in. I wonder if it's just in relation to that as well, Dave, because we can see that line making its way all the way up the pit lane as well.
Yeah, they'll deal with that very, very quickly. And I've made a fatal error here, Andy. We've got the Scottish C1 Cup coming up next, and I've been sipping into my rather large can of energy drink. So, as if I needed to be any more on edge. Let's turn our attention to that. The SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup, supported by the Scottish Motor Trade Association. Race 1. Well, that was... it's safe to say that was a very, very wild race 1 that we had there, and possibly something to rival the likes of, say, the British touring cars in terms of the intensity and in terms of the action that we had out on track there. Of course, you know, looking forward to the second race coming up very, very shortly. James Hitchin taking that race win there from Callum Conway and Aidan Wilson, but again, from what I'm hearing, quite a few rumblings afterwards in race control.
Yeah, it was a dramatic opener. James Hitchin with a fabulous performance, it must be said, taking the checkered flag in that one ahead of Callum Conway, who did everything he could to put him under all kinds of pressure, but James Hitchin just held firm with a very strong performance. Aidan Wilson, of course, started that race on pole position, but took the final step on the podium in the end, so he will start this one from the second row on the grid alongside Mark Nisbet. But yeah, it was some really entertaining action in the Scottish C1 Cup, as we've come to expect really from that championship, and I'm sure that there will be more in store in the finale when action does get underway. And you know, it's one where, of course, Sam Cousins has wrapped up the championship. You know, he kind of went into this one with a pretty substantial points lead. But the interesting thing about this championship as well, Dave, is there's been a number of different winners throughout the season as well. You know, we've seen lots of drivers standing on the top step of the podium in this championship, and who knows, we might just see another new face at the top step of the podium once more when the action gets underway.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. See, I hadn't actually realised that Sam had wrapped up the championship there, because when they came into it, he was only, you know, what's that, 22 points ahead of the likes of James Hitchin. The other thing, though, for James Hitchin, with that really strong performance, that's going to put him ahead in the C1 Newcomers Cup as well. So, you know, Hitchin has a lot riding on these this final race here.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, it's been an impressive campaign from you know, all newcomers. I have to say, I've been very, very impressed with how they've made the transition into the C1 Cup this season. And I think it really bodes well for Scottish motorsport that we're seeing drivers come in and they're on the pace and they're enjoying their racing as well. And you know, it just, hopefully they take that confidence, that momentum with them into 2023, because there's some really talented drivers out there in the Scottish C1 Cup, and who knows, Dave, we might see some of them move into other championships in the future as well.
That's exactly what we hope to see, because one of the things that we do see here with the SMRC is that it is one big family, and drivers are encouraged to remain part of the paddock. In fact, they're almost expected to remain part of the paddock, and most of them tend to do that, and what I mean by that is they'll maybe start off, say, with the C1s, and then they'll evolve into maybe the Fiestas, or they'll give the Mini Cooper Cup a go, or maybe even try something else. So it's great to see that kind of coming. But again, one of the things we have to talk about that we've not had this weekend is the Scottish Formula Ford 1600 Championship. And of course, very sad to see that has just essentially petered away with lack of interest and lack of teams getting involved up here in Scotland. It's popular down south where there are a lot of teams involved, and there's a lot of circuits that they visit here, but I guess this is part of the natural evolution of almost every club championship in the country. You're going to have championships be popular, and they're going to fade away.
Yeah, I mean, it's one where the Formula Fords bring some fantastic entertainment, fantastic action to any race meeting, and hopefully we'll see them on the grid at some point in the future. And it's one where I think the positive for me, looking at the Scottish motorsport scene, is underlined by the C1 Cup Championship, Dave. The fact that we've got so many newcomers out there on the grid, and I believe it's 7 in this championship alone. So if they're coming into the Scottish C1 Cup, then it may be in a few years' time they decide to move into another championship, be that Minis, be that Fiestas, be it potentially the Legends as well. There's such an eclectic mix of cars in that championship. It's always really entertaining to watch. So it's just one of those ones where hopefully we see drivers potentially, if they have success in one championship, they might want to go and try and see if they can replicate that in another one of our championships that we have here at the SMRC. So there's lots of opportunities out there for racing, and for me the C1 Cup is a great way to take your first steps into Scottish motorsport.
And of course, as we say goodbye to one championship, we say hello to yet another, with the launch still to happen of the Scottish Junior BMW Championship, which was touted back in 2021, and again was designed to give younger drivers, between 14 and 17, an opportunity to really get on the ladder here in Scotland. And I think that's potentially one of the most exciting things that we've got coming out in the next couple of years.
Yeah, there's lots of great innovative projects going on here at the SMRC. That's just one of them. The BMW Championship, I think, would be a great place and a great opportunity for drivers to again maybe potentially make the transition from karting into the kind of a meeting like this, and it's a great opportunity where I think they can just kind of find their feet, see how things unfold from there, and just continue to grow and develop. Of course, we've got things like as we mentioned earlier, our esports championship, where we're seeing drivers making that transition as well. So it's been there's plenty of opportunities out there to come and get involved.
You can see cars on track there for the SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Championship, and we are ready to go racing again. And it's a decidedly gloomier affair here at Knockhill, where it was bright and breezy earlier on. It looks decidedly nice, because I like this. This is what I like to call a little bit more dramatic, given the course of the season. And of course, I was still thinking about, I was trying to do the maths in my head about Sam Corson, not realising that this is like the final race of the season as well. So, it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out. So, you've obviously done the maths then. So, how far roughly was he clear to getting caught?
It was clear.
It was clear, right? That's a good answer. I like that. That's a new answer.
Yeah, I mean, Sam's been absolutely fantastic this season, and it's easy to forget this is only his second season in motorsport. And that's just, it's incredible to think that he brings such calmness to his game, is what I would say about Sam. He can be aggressive, he can get the elbows out, but he's clean and consistent, and it's that consistency that gets you at the top end of the championship. Sam's been a really strong driver, and I think he's only going to get better and better as his experience grows in motor racing.
And yet again, I mean, obviously, as we said, we've got a vested interest in a lot of these drivers because we first came across them when we were doing the SMRC Esports Championship a couple of years ago. And I remember a couple of months ago, Aidan Wilson actually came up to me in the paddock and stopped me. I'd never met Aidan before, but of course he knows me from doing the commentary on that. And all you say is this massive tall lad with curly blonde hair coming up to you and going, "All right, Dave, how you doing?" I'm like, hello? And then, of course, you realise who it is because I'm absolutely terrible with faces. So I've got a habit of like not remembering who anybody's name is. Drivers will come up to me all the time, and you eventually do realise who they are. But again, you feel like you've got that connection. And it's awesome to see, so it's great to see, and again the likes of Thomas Comer as well, Sam Corson there. Very quickly, let's take you through who we've got. James Hitchin on pole, Thomas Comer alongside, Sam Corson on third place with Ross Dunn in fourth, Andrew Davidson in fifth with Paul Winfield in sixth, Mark Nisbet in seventh, Ian Wilson in eighth position, Callum Conway in ninth, Finlay Brunton in 10th, Rich Flett in 11th, Henry Gillespie in 12th, Gordon Melville in 13th, Lazo Benet in 14th, 15th place for Katrina Gray, Ian Cochrane in 16th, John Proctor in 17th, and that is the fastest ever grid you'll ever get in your life. Lights on here at Knockhill for the SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Championship, and two cars are going to get the wrist slap because those two at the back definitely jumped by a country mile. They were away halfway down the start-finish straight before the race even got underway. But let's go racing then. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 down through the hill. Toughest dip there. Into the lead of the race goes the 23 of Thomas Comer, trying to go round the outside is Sam Corson as well. Looks like a good first opening stint then. It's a slightly more relaxed affair in terms of speed, but it isn't in terms of the action that goes on here for the Citroen C1s. And noticing a little bit of bump drafting already as up through goes the 24 of Aidan Wilson. And Andy, again, as I'm pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to go, and that is exactly how you roll these C1s.
Yeah, the cars can dig in a little bit, so good to see that the car just managing to just get back out there on track. Just an interesting one to keep an eye on here, that silver car of Ross Dunn. That was a great bit of driving to sneak into second place, and he will fancy his chances of taking the lead in this one, as well as he's looking to hunt down Thomas Comer leading the way in the 23 car. There's just like, again, you look at all these cars trying to get in a train, trying to use the draft as best as they can. You do feel the benefit of it as well when you speak to a number of the drivers. They say the draft is real, it does bring a significant advantage, but when you're maybe out that train, it can work against you, and there is that change for the lead. Ross Dunn goes into the lead ahead of Thomas Comer in the red 23 car, and there's Sam Corson on the inside as well in the 68. Can he get the run into the chicane? Just a little bit too far back, but the 70 car of Andrew Davidson looking to get involved as well.
I love when that happens, when you point something that you think is going to happen, and it actually does happen right on cue. And as you mentioned there, Ross Dunn into the lead of the race there, ahead of Thomas Comer, who is ahead of Sam Corson, Andrew Davidson, Paul Winfield, all in a row in there. So again, we've got more cars doing rallycross coming back on the track there. I think that was Rich Flett that was involved in that. But look at Sam Corson having to defend from Andrew Davidson on the outside there. The 70 car late onto the brakes. You've also got the car around the outside there of Finlay Brunton. Oh my goodness me, this is going to be one of those races. Definitely, Andy, regretting having some of that energy drink right now.
Well, there's lots of energy out there on track, I'll say that. You know, as we see in the C1s, you know, they're just a lap after lap. The drivers just fight tooth and nail here. 8 laps to go in this one, so Ross Dunn leading the way, but you know, as we know, the order can change very, very quickly in this championship. Quite a considerable gap between him and Thomas Comer, coming under a little bit of pressure once more from Sam Corson. Sam likes to make the move into McIntyre's. That has been a recurring theme of his racecraft this season. Lots of drivers do like to just kind of bide their time, try and take the momentum with them through the chicane, and then make the move potentially into the right-hander at Clark's. But Sam isn't afraid to throw that car up the inside. Look at the drive he's got on the exit of the chicane there as well, Dave.
Yeah, what's happened to Ross Dunn though, because that gap's definitely come down from 7/10 of a second down to about half a second. Look at it, it's getting closer and closer and closer all the time. I wonder if a little bit of heat sink already starting to hit into that car of Ross Dunn. We saw that in race 1 where the car was just struggling a couple of laps into the race. Look into the inside then, you've got 3 cars trying to fight it. There goes late on the brakes. It's almost going to be a little bit of calamity there for the 70 of Andrew Davidson. 24 of Aiden Wilson forced out wide there. Contact between the 117 and the 529. We've got 3 cars wide there. That's going to be Finlay Brunton alongside Mark Nisbet and James Hitchin all in a row here. My goodness me. Still Ross Dunn though. And that gap's actually gone up, so it's 1.5 seconds now.
Yeah, the cars behind all beginning to scrap now, Dave. That is allowing Ross Dunn to pull away. But all the meanwhile, Sam Cosden into second place now. Got the move on Thomas Comer. But keep an eye on the 24, the blue car of Aidan Wilson. There's when he's coming into the hairpin, he's taking a very, very wide line, but he's just gone wide there at the chicane. Hopefully just managing to keep it there on track, and he does just that, but just kind of just nudged off ever so slightly there, just not intentional, but he just lost momentum. But what I was going to say is Aidan's doing a very interesting tactic of trying to get the cut back into the hairpin. He's just hanging the car out very, very wide and then trying to utilise it, hooking the car in, getting the power down early. Let's see if anyone else in that train opts to use the same tactic this time round.
I was absolutely loving hearing the crowd supporting the C1s coming around side by side then. Sam Corson has got Andrew Davidson on his outside. Just behind him is Paul Winfield as well. Corson gets the benefit of it. Steve keeps that second place though, but is having to fight tooth and nail to hold on to it right now. That is allowing Ross Dunn to streak away right now. That gap now up to 3 seconds right now. Sam Corson though still fighting off Andrew Davidson for the second place. We have got just 6 laps left to go in this race. Ross Dunn out by a country mile here, and you get the feeling that this pressure is going to come ahead very, very shortly here, Andy.
Yeah, Sam Cors in second place at the moment. Thomas Comer's just dropped back down to the 8th place after a strong start to his final race here of the season. Andrew Davidson, meanwhile, finding himself in the number 7 car in the final step of the podium. Could well fancy his chances here into Clark's as well. Just opting to buy him at the moment. But he's got quite a good run, taking a lot of power, taking a lot of momentum with him as well. Sam Corson committing very early to covering off that inside line. So will Andrew Davidson try and almost again do what we've seen there with Aidan Wilson, try and get a bit of a cut back here. There he is. He's just bringing the car all the way out there as we've got one car just off ever so slightly. I believe that was the 88 potentially. But let's just see how things unfold there. There's Aidan Wilson, the 24, looking to try and make his way back through the field as he is currently in 10th place in this race.
Yeah, that's right. That was Henry Gillespie that went a little bit bungee jumping over the grass on the outside of Clark's. Very unusual place to see a car going wide, but he manages to mop that car up and get it going again. Ross Dunn now, that gap is up to 2.6 seconds. That's down actually considerably from what he had before. That last lap there from Ross Dunn, 111.197, and that now means that Sam Corson is starting to push away. He's starting to clear a little bit of a gap over Andrew Davidson and start bringing in Ross Dunn, our race leader. It might not be over yet. 5 laps left to go here, and we could still have a big fight on our hands. We were seeing that Ross Dunn was starting to get caught by the cars in front, and if Sam Corson can clear that group behind him, he might be able to focus on bringing that gap down.
Yeah, and that is the big question, Dave. 5 laps left to go in this race. If Andrew Davidson and Paul Winfield look to try and make moves here, that is going to slow the 3 of them down, and crucial to bring that next group of cars into contention as well, that are currently led by the 13 of Finlay Brunton, with James Hitchin and Mark Nisbet there looking to get involved as well. So this is the interesting part of this race. Do you decide to work together? Do you decide to make the move? 2 groups of 3 cars here bunched up together, but it's Sam Corson currently second place at the moment.
Another half a second taken off of the lead gap by Sam Corson. So that gap coming down. We've got 4 laps left to go. So it is within the realms of possibility if that pace continues, as sideways over the hill comes Finlay Brunton just in front of the 529 car of James Hitchin right now. That's the battle for 5th and 6th position. You can also see in the background there Mark Nisbet, who was getting all sorts of involved in that first race there, has kept himself to himself in this race here though. But as we stand, 4 laps left to go. Ross Dunn leads Sam Corson, leads Andrew Davidson by what looks like 2 seconds right now. And again, Sam Corson just looking very cool, calm and collected. But, and this is a big but, Andrew Davidson looking very, very dangerous there in that third place.
Yeah, very much so. Andrew just 1/10 quicker last time round than Sam, but Sam is just committing very early to covering off the inside at the hairpin, and that is working very well for him time and time again. Looks like that's Paul Winfield going side by side there with Andrew Davidson. Could he potentially get that move done before we even get to Duffus? You've also got Finlay Brunton, James Hitchin, Martin Isbett looking to get involved there as well and try and potentially follow through here. So it looks like we could see a big move in this race as we go into Duffus, but unfortunately Thomas Comer has pulled off to the side of the track and we've got double waved yellows, Dave.
Yeah, we certainly do. So that is going to be Thomas Comer out of the race then, retiring from there. You can see almost side by side Finlay Brunton making the move up on the 822 there and getting that position from Paul Winfield. So Paul Winfield, while it was looking good for him, and again they're going to have to be careful here because again double waved yellows, they should really be backing off at that point. They're still coming flying over that hill. Thankfully that car's going to be retrieved. Never the biggest fan of that. Green flag gets flown at Clark Corner. They're free to get going again. That gap up to 2.3 seconds between Ross Dunn and Sam Corson then. With just 3 laps left to go, it looks like Ross Dunn in a very, very good position. As you see James Hitchin, the car weaving under, braking there. He's trying to catch on to the back of Andrew Davidson. So Paul Winfield has gone from being 3rd place all the way back to 6th position now. And that's a huge accident. The tyre comes flying off, and that is contact there for one of the cars. That's going to be straight to the back. A huge 3-car pile-up. And goodness me, that was absolutely horrible to watch there. A car stricken in the exit of the corner, and that is the 77 involved in that one. It's going to be a red flag. Lazou Benet in that one. I think that might have also been the 12 of Gordon Melville that was involved in that one. I'm trying to get an idea on that car there. That's the 14 of Rich Flett. So that's the 14, the 12 and the 77. I have never in my life seen a wheel fly off of a car and it looked like it ripped itself straight off the hub there, and that is a pretty frustrating shunt for all involved there, because of course they're so focused on fighting that you just don't see the car in front.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate incident there. It's just one where the car's pulled off and it's on the racing line, unfortunately, and when it's just been so unfortunate, that one. But the marshals doing a fantastic job, as they always do, to just make sure everyone's okay, and then they'll begin the process of just removing those cars from the circuit. But thankfully all the drivers are out of the car and appear okay, but that was a nasty accident at race speed, just on the racing line. As we say, Dave, it's just really unfortunate, but the main thing is everyone's okay.
Yeah, just straight into the back of the car. As you said, the drivers out walking about. They've got their helmets off. They're having a chat and probably having a debrief here. And as always, the protocol is that the medical team straight on the scene, having a chat with the drivers, having a check, because again, a high force impact like that, you have to take this seriously. You have to take all the precautions, and this is why we love racing here, is we've got one of the best teams in the country looking after us, not only with the marshals but with the medical team here at Knockhill as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's just one of those ones, Dave, where we've got such a great support network around the SMRC community here, and everyone doing a great job as always.
Yeah, as always. Well, thank you very much. Andy Elson is going to very quickly extract himself over to the pit lane holding area. We're going to have plenty of time while these cars are recovered from track then. So just to remind you what actually happened there, Ross Dunn takes the race win on that race stoppage there from Sam Corson and Paul Winfield. And the car's over in pit lane just now. So very shortly we'll head over to Andy and have a chat there. But just an unpleasant sight, and you can see the frustration there from the number 12 car there, the number 12 driver of Gordon Melville there, taking the gloves off, throwing them down onto the bonnet there, and again they're just trying to dissect what on earth actually happens here, and trying to understand exactly how that could have been avoided. That was actually the number 77 that was caught up in the background there. That was, as I said, Lizou Benet that was caught up in the back. So a 3-car accident brings out the red flag here, and that is going to bring an end to the final race for the Citroen C1. We've still got plenty of races coming up this afternoon. We've got 4 races left to go. We've got the Classic Sports and Saloons, we've got the Fiesta ST Cup, a Mini Cooper Cup, and we've got the Legends Car Championship. But we're having a look as the cars are in pit lane, and we're waiting to see when we're ready to hand things over. And without further ado, let's have a quick look over into the holding area, because I can see the young dapper Mr. Andy Alston waiting by to come and have a chat with us.
Yes, Dave, unfortunately, red flag bringing an early end to this race, but it's Ross Dunn who takes the checkered flag and ends his season with a trip to the top step of the podium, and Ross, you must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, it's been a while since I visited the podium, and just with the way the reverse grid went, I got a good start, a good one up into second, and then onto the second lap there was a very slight sniff of a gap at Duffy, so I thought, you know what, it's the last race, ring the car's neck in, and got through, and I just got a really good gap. I just looked to maintain and just bring it home. Weather's starting to get a bit wet, so unfortunately it's a red flag, so yeah, but great season. If I can just take time just to thank all my sports and sponsors, Straka Gearboxes, BPS Group and Hellcat Graphics, and hopefully see you next year.
And it just gives you that confidence and momentum as well, Ross, that hopefully when we see you in 2023, you know you've kind of ended the season on that high note and you can take that momentum with you.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the C1 grid this year has been so competitive. I think there's only so far or so hard you can drive these cars. I think everybody's at that level now, so it's super competitive, clean racing. I think I've said that at the start of this season. The cars in some nick for doing that. This is 4th season, and there's not a lot of damage at all on it, and thankfully we can keep it that way, so thank you.
Stuff, Ross, many congratulations. Ross Dunn taking the checkered flag in the final race in the Scottish C1 Cups this season. We'll grab a quick chat with that man there, the number 68 car, Sam Corson, who rounds off his season with a 2nd place finish and takes the championship as well. Sam, many congratulations. We were just saying in commentary there, it's hard to believe this is your 2nd season here at the SMRC and in the Scottish C1 Cup, and you found yourself with a really nice trophy to take home with you.
Yeah, I'm so happy with that. If you told me when I made the transition from sim to reality, I never would have believed you that it would have went this well. But hopefully it gives others confidence that you can do the same. If maybe you don't have the funding when you're younger to go into racing, get sim racing. When you're older and you've got the pennies, get your foot in the door and get here and get out racing. You won't regret it. I can't go back to sim racing now because this is just too much fun. Sitting behind a screen just isn't for me anymore. The real thing's just the way to go. So it's been brilliant. Thanks to my team, Mini Max. Thanks to Finlay Brunton. He's been an absolute gentle season. Best teammate I could ask for. And thanks to the West College Scotland guys as well for taking me on last season and giving me the shot. Just thank you everyone for the help this year. It's really, really appreciated. So thank you all.
Great stuff, Sam. Many congratulations. Sam Cosner, champion for 2022 in the Scottish C1 Cup. Dave, we'll cross over back to you.
Thanks very much, Andy Alston. Great to hear from Sam Corson there. A wonderful, wonderful championship, only his 2nd season, as pointed out by Andy there. And yeah, brilliant, brilliant stuff to see. So we move on, because it's more racing that we've got here. However, I can hear, if I listen very carefully, I can hear a little pitter-patter of rain starting to fall, and that is not what we want to hear, especially with what we've got out on next on circuit. We've still got clean-up operation going underway, still got a recovery operation going on underway. But it's time to move on now, because it is time for the Classic Sports and Saloons, and obviously, we had a very exciting race one. Unfortunately, we had the retirement of Mario Ferrari in his Ferrari 308 GTB. So what we need to do is we need to bring back in Malcolm Smith, and a very warm welcome back to the commentary booth here, Malcolm. What's the update on Mario Ferrari then?
Sadly, Mario will not be starting this race. Clutch problems caused him to retire from race 1, and that's not something that can be repaired trackside, much as he would love to be back out there. So that's on Mario's winter rebuild maintenance list. He also has an Alpha Sud sprint which he races here as well, so he was telling me he's doing some work on that as well. So come the start of next season, he's quite likely to have 2 race-ready cars. So
it's all right for some people, isn't it, Malcolm?
Position to be in with all these efforts, yeah. So sadly, no Mario, but as far as I'm aware, there'll be the remaining 15 cars that finished race 1 will start race 2.
So what you're saying is there might be a seat up available next year. Do you fancy getting behind the wheel of one of these things yourself?
If only. I don't think he'd be mad enough to let me drive one of these cars. Certainly not the Ferrari. And maybe if I bought one of them, yeah, or buy any car. But no, I think I'm at the moment best placed to be behind the scenes or somewhere similar, not on the track.
That makes 2 of us then at this point, but we're just watching the clean-up recovery efforts from the Citroen C1 in association with SMTA there, and you can see the significant damage to some of these cars. A lot of work going to have to go on over the winter to reshell these cars and get them back going. Of course, the great thing about the C1s is that they're all modular. They're essentially the same car as the Toyota Aygo and the Peugeot 107, interchangeable parts, and you can kind of just swap them out as you need to. So they're plentiful, but that does mean that the cars will be recovered very, very quickly indeed. But as we said, we move on to just a couple of races left to go this afternoon. We've got the Classic Sports and Saloons up next. Then it's the final rounds of the Fiesta ST Cup. Then it's the big one, the Mini Cooper Cup final. Race 3 is going to be at 3:45 this afternoon, and Scottish Legends Cars Championship. And talking of the Mini Cooper Cup, we've been infiltrated here in the commentary box here by David Taylor. He's busy having a look, no doubt want to have a look at some of his previous footage. We all know how much he likes to look at himself in the on the streams there. Nonetheless, as the you notice how I say that while he's not got a microphone and can't answer me back. That's the greatest way I've learned how to do things here on the live stream. But again, we can see Stephen Hay here doing a grand job of getting that car loaded onto the flatbed. That means that we're just a couple of minutes away from getting the cars out on track for our Classic Sports and Saloons. And again, just Malcolm, looking through the field here, obviously he said earlier on there was a lot of interest from the public on Ian Mitchell and his Vauxhall Nova. It is a fantastic thing, isn't it? Not just with the the mainstream commercial cars, but with some of the classic proper full-on sports cars that are out there as well. There's something that's going to spark everybody's imagination on that grid, isn't there?
Yeah, be it the style of something exotic, or the less stylish but more purposeful cars that maybe were amongst families in years gone by, or those that people remembered seeing more often. A lot of Mark I Escorts took to the road, but there's not many of them about now. But they're certainly seeing people looking round Jimmy Crow's car, people looking round others in the paddock, the BMW 2002 of Ewan Anderson. These are cars that spark interest, and they're obviously prepared for racing here and could be quite purposeful and powerful in their day. What I would also say is about Charlie Cope's Golf. It was commanding a lot of attention. Charlie is the champion of this season. His points total coming into today was almost insurmountable, bar some bizarre technicality or otherwise. So Charlie's the champion, and credit to his efforts in building his car, the support of people he has, the engine building skills of Jason Moyle down in the south of England, and all in all a complete package of reliability that until now he's finished every race this season. And he's the champion overall, also the Class B champion. John Kinmond in the Rover, which you'll see shortly, number 63, he's the Class E champion, and at the moment is second overall, which he's likely to retain as his close competitor in third place, Andy Graham, who drives the TR7 V8, is not here this weekend.
Yeah, just looking at the screen just now, Malcolm, obviously we can see the rain starting to fall a little bit more intensely now. How much of an impact do you think that's going to have on our race 2 here?
Well, it may even things out in terms of power differential between some of the cars. The tricky situation for the two most powerful that will be starting at the front, that's John Kinman and Kenny Brown, might be that of traction, whereas the front wheel drive Golf in third position potentially has a traction advantage from the line. Andrew Kinman in fourth place in the TVR. First race for him, but finishing fourth in race 1 was a very good performance, which will be a test for him now to see if there is a bit of rain, the balance that his car has. Not quite as powerful as the cars in first and second, but maybe a little more nimble.
Well, the track has been cleared, and in the background you can hear the unmistakable sounds of some very, very classic machinery taken to the track here at Knockhill. Then we're about to go racing here for our what looks like rough maths, probably about 12th race of the day. As I said, we've got 4 races left to go. We've got the Fiesta ST Cup after this, the Mini Cooper Cup, and the Scottish Legends Car Cup Championship is going to be out today. But it is the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons Championship, supported by the Edinburgh Watch Company, as the marshals away out onto track to get everybody ready to go for this one. So let's have a quick look at the grid then for the race upcoming then. John Kinman's in pole position alongside Kenny. Row 2 on third position is going to be Charlie Cope in that Golf alongside Mario Ferrari. I'm going to scrub that because literally as soon as the words left my mouth there, I just remembered exactly what Malcolm has said. So there's going to be a hole where that fourth place should be. Andrew Kinman is going to take fifth position. Adam Kinman is going to take sixth place, and Nicky Dixon up into P7. Jimmy Crow is going to start on row 4 in P8. Row 5 is going to be Craig Houston alongside Ian. Row 6 is going to be Ewan Anderson alongside Colin Calder, Paul Bowers alongside Ian Morton, and Duncan O'Neill at the back of the grids in row 8 with David Riley in, again, alongside the Novas, one of the most recognisable cars, I would say, for the general population, the Ford Fiesta XR2.
Yeah, very recognisable, and speaking to Duncan during the lunch break, he has a new driver planned for next season, so he's intending that there will be 3 cars as part of his team next season, and as with so many things, depending on budget, maybe even a 4th as well. So he's continuing to be the stalwart and supports these cars and anyone who has an interest in them.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see this. It's like these one-man army affairs, and we've seen it before in Scottish motorsport with the likes of the Formula Ford 1600s. Graham Brunton was such a central figure of that entire championship. With the XR2s, keep that name alive single-handedly. XR2s here in Scotland was one of the biggest championships here in the SMRC, and obviously times change and the cars change as well. And great to see that name still being live. And in fact, well, we've got David Taylor here. Actually, I'm just reminded of the fact that he used to actually race an XR2 as well. So, yeah, great memories on that one. However, times change, but thankfully we can always look back to the past with the likes of our Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons Championship, supported by the Edinburgh Watch Company. The cars getting themselves onto the grid. The XR2s just a little bit further up there, and we are ready to go racing. The rain's starting to really fall now, and I definitely don't envy being up in that 173 of Kenneth Brown. The green flag flies here, the 1 minute board held out, and we are getting ready for just our 4th race left to go here at Knockhill. We hope you've had a fantastic afternoon watching on the SMRC YouTube channel. John Kinmans will lead things off with Kenny Brown on that front row here, and we get ready to go racing. Just doing some final checks, and the marshals will clear the grids and the lights are about to come on very, very shortly. And of course, the TVR is going to be looking to try and get a good jump over John Kinman, but I'm wondering from experience, John Kinman's in that Rover really has some fun times in the wet. But the red lights are on. The red lights are off, and it's a great start for John Kinman's in that Rover. He absolutely flies away from the start here in these tricky, treacherous, damp conditions here at Knockhill. So it's down to Duff Step for the first time, and it's a country mile that he's got off. As you can see in the background there, Charlie Cope with an outrageously good start in that TVR. It's safe to say it's going to be a little bit delicate round here. We saw this in race 1. Takes a little while to get the tyres warmed up there. 91 there, spun round. Craig Houston sat in the middle of the track, and thankfully, unlike C1s, everybody manages to navigate that car quite successfully.
Yeah, hopefully there's no damage to his car there. Doesn't look like it from what we've seen round there.
I think the exhaust is hanging off of that car there. I just saw something trailing in the centre, but it looked towards the rear of the car there, so it shouldn't affect it.
Yeah, he maybe took to the gravel, may have to retire because of that. But thankfully it appears that the car structurally is in good order. I hope that is when we get a chance to view it all, as we see 62 Andrew Kinman, 4th place, with his nephew Adam Kinman, 64 in the Rover Vitesse, coming in behind him. Excellent progress from them, but meanwhile John Kinman leads the way from Charlie Cope and the 173 TVR in blue there. You see of Kenny Brown struggling a little for grip, and the others progress with just coming into the picture there behind the 64 Rover a moment ago, and again now is Jimmy Crow in the white Escort number 21. So beginning to stretch out amongst them, and continuing on their way. Adam Kinman maybe get slightly closer to the TVR in front of him.
Yep, certainly is. And again, you can see it's a little bit more of a gingerly affair for a lot of these cars. They're really being very, very delicate, and you can understand why. They're a lot of money, a lot of pride into these machines. They'll be pushing them as hard as they can, but while keeping them very, very safe as they possibly can. However, John Kinman is predictably off like a rocket, however not as fast as he was in race 1, and Charlie Cope doing a grand job in there in 2nd place there, just a second off of the pace. And
yeah,
given the size difference, Malcolm, that's unreal, is it?
Yeah, it is indeed. And as we just look on screen there, we saw number 11 Ian Mitchell, followed by 55 Colin Calder and 69 Nicky Dixon, and the recovering Craig Houston there with Ian Morton in the Osney 40. And there is that same group of cars again, with the 2 Class A cars. In screen first of them is 71, that's the Fiat 128 Coupe of Paul Bowers, and behind him Ian Morton, number 40, the longest standing competitor of Scottish classic sports and saloons, 15 years on or more from when he started. Action heating up in front too, with the 3 Lotus members all together. That's Nicky Dixon in the Cortina first of all, 69, and Craig Houston in the Estelle Excel, should I say, coming through ahead of Colin Calder in the brown Lotus Elan. So good to see that Craig Houston's race is recovering from that earlier off. And
I don't think it is actually his exhaust hanging off. I think it's the tag from the tow strap at the back of the car that's just dangling down on their one. So panic averted from that. You can see the Vauxhall Nova of Ian Mitchell coming down the hill there, and that was a great move that we saw last lap round from Nicky Dixon, taking that position from Craig Houston and Colin Calder. And again, I mean, I'm not massively in terms of educated on my my historical cars, but always got a soft spot for Lotus. They just that boxy design, that very aggressive 80s sports car shape is just it's an absolute joy to behold.
Yeah, very stylish. A wedge shape of its period, and well developed by Craig Houston, with a lot of engineering of his and his father's efforts having gone on to in the last few years, and very much a case of input and commitment from family to run a car on a budget that's not as perhaps large as others. And John Kinman's front offside
right,
is now
it's off.
Appears as if the tyre is rubbing against the wheel arch, so either he's hit something or the tyre itself has had a problem that's causing it.
Oh, it's done. The entire steering frame on that front right is wobbling about as he was turning there. You saw that the entire arch, the wheel had just popped right down. So John Kinman's has obviously popped something on that front right there, Malcolm, and that is going to be a retirement.
Yeah, sadly retirement for John. Whether he's clipped something on the way round and it's caused a problem, or in turn something has undone itself to cause that, which means Cope in the Golf number 4 continues in the lead with Brown in the TVR 173, making up ground now, which he wasn't earlier, but again the grip that Brown's maybe finding now is greater than he was before, and he's lapping about a second a lap faster than the number 4 Golf of Cope in front.
This is a proper David versus Goliath story going on right now. The plucky little Volkswagen Golf GTI of Charlie Cope. It surely is going to be no match for Kenny Brown in a straight line. And look at how much Brown closing down on that little Golf. But again, it's all going to be down into the corners here. In fact, there it goes roaring by. In fact, I'm pretty sure I just saw Charlie Cope with a hand out the window there saying, yeah, you just pop by that way, fella.
Yeah, it's a gesture that shows there's no doubt in the mind of Kenny Brown that he has clear passage to go around, and Charlie Cope's not going to hold somebody up, and Charlie Cope is struggling himself a bit for grip there, so let's hope that he continues to race at a pace and not be affected as John Kinman was. So yep, the Kinman family remain in 3rd and 4th places. That's Andrew in the orange TVR, number 62, and Adam in the Rover Vitesse 64, with Jimmy Crow and Craig Houston completing the top 6.
Just having a return to the thought of John Kinman there. I'm wondering actually if he's clattered the curbs on the right hand side when coming up through the chicane, because that's where we cut to seeing him, and I'm wondering if there was an audible snap on the car, which is why we cut to that shot there.
Maybe this is Ewan Anderson. That's 115 in the BMW 2002, just ahead of Ian Morton again, number 40, as Brown approaches them with his weather shield still doing its job a little to protect him from the elements. And yeah, he was over 3 seconds ahead of Charlie Cope at the start of that last lap, so no real pressure for him there as he comes out of Clark with the Golf and the Fiesta of Duncan O'Neill coming into view at the rear of the picture there.
Just watching as Charlie Cope makes his way through. Ooh, that was a little bit scary. Obviously unsighted by the 115 just up in front. That is, of course, Ewan Anderson, but thankfully now Charlie Cope gets rocketing by in that Volkswagen Polo. 4 laps left to go in this final race of the afternoon for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons, supported by the Edinburgh Watch Company, and it is still Kenny Brown in the lead of the race here that you can see in the TVR. Griffith making his way around with Charlie Cope in 2nd place and Andrew Kinman in 3rd place in that TVR Vixen. And again, Malcolm, we've spoken about him quite a lot so far, but Andrew Kinman's a very, very impressive debut so far, and I think it's safe to say a very, very expensive hobby this is going to be.
Well, it's expensive up to a point of the budget. The one thing with the TVR is, in Andrew's case and others of his family, they do a lot of the work themselves, and the Vixen lends itself to maintenance in some ways in these older cars, perhaps more than more expensive ones would. That combined with the Triumph power unit hopefully provides them with a reliable and cost-effective car that we look forward to seeing next season. And on screen at the moment, that's David Riley, and behind him we see again Kenny Brown as he comes round to continue his charge at the front of the race. Just taking it easily through the dip there, and away he goes again with 3 laps to go, comfortably placed with a 6-second lead at the start there. Still some close action coming behind, with Craig Husling recovered well to have passed the Nova, Cortina and Escort now. He's only 4 seconds or so behind Adam Kinmond in the Rover in 4th place. It's Brown over the line, and 2 laps to go now as 173 TVR passes the 2nd place. You see now that's Charlie Cope's White Golf, followed by Paul Bowers, Colin Calder and David Riley, and then Ewan Anderson's very smart BMW 2002. But, yeah, a nice run round there for Paul Bowers again, 71, the very impressive the prepared Fiat. Coming up behind the 2nd place Volkswagen Golf with Calder's Milan number 55 in the rear of that shot. And as we move along a little, Kenny Brown this time has Ian Mitchell for company in the number 11 Vauxhall Nova, a car that's been seen here on track racing at Knockhill, and former multiple hill climb event car with and previous circuit racing car with many owners, and a history that can be traced back decades prior to Ian Mitchell competing in it.
Last lap board held out then, and this is it for Kenny Brown. This is going to be the final time around for the 2022 season, and a chance for Charlie Cope to actually enjoy himself going round here as the champion-elect, going round just now in 2nd place. Andrew Kinman's in 3rd place just now, but through Clark for the final time then. It's been another very, very strong performance for the TVR Griffith in C-Class for Kenny Brown. D-Class is going to go to Adam Kinmans, and the A-Class is going to go to Ian Mitchell as well. B-Class, as I said, will be Andrew Kinmans. But out the final corner then, to take their win for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons, Kenny Brown crosses the line in his TVR Griffith. The arm punching the air in delight. Charlie Cope is going to come across as your season champion overall, and going to come across the line in 2nd place there. 3rd place is going to be Andrew Kinmans in the TVR Vixen, and a very, very well deserved end to the season for the entire Sports and Saloons paddock.
The competition continues right to the last corner, with Ian Morton's A40 pursued by Duncan O'Neill's XR2 for the line, and Morton just gets ahead by a car length.
Great job there, down in 12th, 13th and 14th position. Almost a photo finish between the XR2s there, between Duncan O'Neill and David O'Reilly. So that is the final Classic Sports and Saloons race of 2022. Dusted, a huge thank you to Malcolm Smith for his efforts this season. It's been absolutely invaluable having you along, Malcolm. Thank you so much for your company this season.
My pleasure. I've enjoyed it. It's great to be a small part of what goes on here, and look forward to hopefully something the same next year.
Excellent
Thank you.
stuff. Thank you very much then to Malcolm Smith for joining us, and actually being somebody that knew what they were talking about for a change here in the commentary box. So very, very welcome to have him here this season. Big, huge kick of the TVR comes out the final corner. It's safe to say that our race winner is very, very happy about that. Kenny Brown comes across the line and goes into pit lane. A very happy man indeed. I think Charlie Cope will be delighted taking that 2nd place in the Volkswagen Golf as well. But the sun sets on the SMRC Classic Sports and Saloons, supported by the Edinburgh Watch Company. So the cars heading their way into the holding area, and if I get my binoculars out, I can see Andy Alston waiting very patiently with the cameraman Ants waiting in the wings, and they'll be having a chat with Kenny Brown, possibly with Charlie Cope and Andrew Kinmans, as well as maybe Adam Kinmans and maybe Ian Mitchell. So many classes in this particular series, and they are very, very happy indeed. So without further ado then, the cars making their way into the paddock. Let's hand it over to our very, very good friend, Andy Alston.
Yes, Dave, great action as usual here in the Legends, and it's this fabulous TVR. Kenneth Brown leading the way in the 173. Very strong meeting for him, and he'll be delighted to sign off his season in style with a very strong performance into the Bargay. Joins us now. Many congratulations, a great drive out there from you. How do you feel after that one?
Fantastic. The car was slippy when we went out, and I took it canny just to see, and then I started pulling the Golf in, and then we saw John on the right obviously having trouble, but you've just got to keep focused and press on really, really hard, and it's sketchy out there with the oil and that sort of thing, so I'm delighted with what's happened today. It's been a dream come true.
Great stuff, many congratulations, well done. Yeah, and just it's interesting, we just note there, just feels the spits of rain coming down now, and that is going to be very interesting for the Fiestas, which will take to the track in a few moments' time. So we are seeing the weather just beginning to come into contention here for the final couple of races later this afternoon. And I'm just going to grab a quick chat with Duncan O'Neill in the XR2 category and get his thoughts on the season overall. Taking the win in his class, we'll catch up with him, get his thoughts on how 2022 has gone overall as he just gets out of the car now and joins us now. There he is, Mr. O'Neill. That was good fun,
The rain came on just near the end there, but the track was still alright for being aisle everywhere. We still get around everybody. Stayed on pretty good, so that was good again.
And when you look at the kind of championship overall this year and just how everything's gone throughout the course of 2022, what's your how do you sum up your thoughts?
Well, I'll maybe change class next year. Still in an XR2, maybe do that, because my pal's coming out and hopefully my daughter will come out next year and they'll keep that, and Dave's obviously still here, so I'll maybe let them have a shot and I'll get into something else, get into class B, I think. I'll see what happens.
Great to see these cars out there on the track and looking in great condition as well.
They're still on one piece. Saying that, I'll probably get about 15 of them left in the yard, but they're still pretty good and solid. And it's all the good ones that are left, the ones that are just raced at Knockhill.
So what's the kind of plans in the off-season then? How do you kind of get these cars prepped for 2023? What's the kind of work involved?
Just check everything on them, full MOT spec this time, any rotten bits, cut them out, get them all ready, park them up in a garage and leave them next season. That's the plan anyhow, so hopefully goes well, we'll see.
Great stuff, many congratulations, very well done. Duncan O'Neill there in the XR2 with a very strong season in class. And Dave, with the action about to get underway in a few moments' time, I'll hand back to you.
Thanks very much, Andy, down there in pit lane. Always great to hear from the drivers, but a big fond part of my heart for Duncan O'Neill, doing such a grand job of keeping the XR2 dream alive here in Scotland. But we move on. We say goodbye to 2022 for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship, supported by the Edinburgh Watch Company, because it's time to move on to the final race for the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup. They're on for their final time this season, and they are about to come out very, very shortly. You can hear in the background the podium celebrations for the Classic Sports and Saloons, but the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reece Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around as well. Again, we had quite an interesting race one. I think it's safe to say they maybe toned it down a little bit. I think we were kind of spoiled by all the chaos that we had with the mini races here, and you can see here on top of the banking by the commentary tower, our poor cameraman has been abandoned and left to the elements. It's getting a bit wild out there. You can see the rain starting to close in, but joining me back in the commentary box, very warm welcome back to Andy Alston. And Andy, conditions out there now, you've just come from being out there, what is it like?
I can confirm it is very much raining, Dave.
It's raining.
Very much raining.
You're mildly moist, aren't you?
It's
right.
It's the rain is coming down, and interesting as well. Just speak to a couple of the drivers there, Dave. Just commenting on the track a little bit greasy in general, just with some of the oil spills that we've seen earlier on today. So you throw that into the mix with the wet weather. This is going to be a very, very interesting finale for this Fiesta Championship. It doesn't. I mean, it's got a lot. It's not as clear as well now. I mean, you can just see that in the kind of just in the distance here of this this shot. That it looks like the rain is just hanging in there, and it's going to kind of do so for quite some time. So it looks like we are going to have a wet weather finale here for the 2022 season.
Now my little brain has just sort of flagged up something. Hang on. So the weather is deteriorating, the track is slippy and greasy, and we've got a championship deciding mini race to come up after this one as well. Excuse me while I rub my hands with glee at the prospect of that one. But let's focus on what is in front of us just now. Again, these are the Ford Fiesta STs, the Mark 6 ST 150s made between 2003 2008, and going back. Championship is on a knife edge. It's very, very finely balanced between both Liam McGill at the top with Stephen Gray, excuse me. So what we need to find out, because obviously Liam McGill took that first race win, if the positions are reversed and Gray takes this race win. Now, I believe you said Gray would win it because of the Gray basically won earlier in the season.
Yeah, that's my understanding that would be the case. Stephen Gray would win as a result of that. One interesting element just to throw into the mix here as well, just bear in mind after the race in the opener, Liam McGill did say he had some issues with ABS. So will that come into contention here in this race? Will he be able to hopefully have solved that issue between race one and this one about to get underway? But it is an interesting dilemma to throw into the mix as well.
Let's see how that pans out then. Let's check out the grid then for the final race of the season for the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup. And Liam McGill leads on row one with Stephen Gray beside him. Ian Blackley alongside Kieran Preedy feeling the need for Preed in row two. Row three is going to be Brodie Orr. Can he make his trademark charge up through the grid from row three alongside Gerald Hendry? Russell Morgan on row four alongside Colin Main. And then on row 5 is going to be Lauren Murray, Ryan McGill alongside him, Stuart alongside Andrew Mackey at the back of this grid. And this track has evolved massively. Now starting to see little puddles starting to develop, little gatherings of moisture, I guess is another way of saying it. And again, with the track changing so very quickly, this could be a real curveball. But I would guarantee the Mini Cooper drivers are going to be watching this race very, very intently.
Oh, they certainly are. The track conditions are evolving lap by lap here, and it's one where they'll be hoping that there'll be a little bit of a dry line potentially emerging through this race that will help for the minis and indeed the final event for the Legends as well. But it's one where I think the first couple of laps in this one are going to be absolutely crucial, Dave, as the 1 minute board is brought out by the marshals.
Yep, certainly is going to be the case here, as we have just 3 races remaining in the 2022 season. And I don't know about you, Andy, but I feel a little bit emotional about that one, because I mean it only feels like we just got the season started.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's the races have come in very, very quickly, and in the Fiestas it all comes down to this.
Certainly does. So here we go then, the finale of the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup, incorporating the Challenge Cup as well. The 5 second board is held out. The lights come out for one final time here at Knockhill for the Fiestas. They hold, we hold, and away they go. Great start there on the outside there for Liam McGill, but also for Stephen Gray there. I think Gray might have got the jump coming into turn one. They're going to be side by side coming into Duffus Dip for the time being. But Liam McGill gets the cut in, and it's Liam McGill in the lead of the race right now under these changing conditions. That's going to be a move up the inside for the 147. Late onto the brakes there. But look up the inside. There goes Stephen Gray there. Tries to get the move on the inside here. That's the 333 of Ian Blackley forcing the 31 of Stephen Gray wide. Little bit of rallycross action, absolutely fine. Didn't see anything there, Andy.
And this is going to bring Stephen Gray right into contention now, because he will have the drive coming out of Clark's, as McGill's going to have been compromised and lost some speed coming out the chicane. So is this the opportunity where Stephen Gray can make a move, throwing that car up the inside here? He has dropped back slightly, but is coming out of the slipstream now though, so will he make the move? I suspect not, just a little bit too far back this time round.
Well, he still sends it up the inside. Hang on a second. Let's rewind that back. Brodior in third place. He started on P5 or P6 on the grid, and he's just absolutely launched it into P3. And not only that, he's a country mile ahead of Ian Blackley in that fourth position there. So what a start. What a rapid start for that young man.
Yeah, it certainly was. A very, very fast driver behind the wheel of that car, and he'll be looking to really take that confidence with him into the next few laps. But look at that, he's putting Stephen Gray under a little bit of pressure there going into McIntyre's, but all the meanwhile looks like a gap of a couple of tenths of a second building between McGill and Gray at the front.
Yeah, that's now getting wet weather conditions out there, because that water is now starting to lie. You can see Brodior just starting to push that car. He's, you know, a master at finding that absolute knife edge of grip and traction there, although he has dropped back a little bit, but so has everyone else here. But he's got onto the back again of Stephen Gray, and this isn't good enough for Stephen Gray. And I hate saying that because it's second place in a very hotly contested championship, but he tries to absolutely send it up the inside. That camera angle always gives me the jitters, because it makes it look like he's sending it from about 3 weeks ago. Someone who is doing that though is Lorne Murray, right up on the inside in that silver number 5 machine, but thankfully thinks better of it as they come across the line. Then Liam McGill from Stephen Gray, that gap is somehow only 7/10 of a second. It did look like it was a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think Stephen Gray is just trying to get Liam McGill to look in his mirrors here going into the chicane, and maybe just try and force him into maybe a slow gear change, something like that, to allow him to take the power with him along the start-finish straight. And McGill just a little bit wide there on exit, I would argue, that potentially bringing Stephen Gray into contention as they make their way through the chicane, and it's very, very slippy there, so the drivers have to be so careful. And it's proven there with Brodior, and he's just gone wide, managing to bring the car back onto the racing line, but he will be vulnerable to the cars behind, led by Ian Blackley there in the 333. So a little bit of a gap now between our front two, and there it is. It's the 62 car of Liam McGill leading the way in this race.
Do you know what's the strange thing though, is that Liam McGill did that, Andy, on the first lap there, and you think, oh, he's gone into the gravel, he's going to lose a lot of time there, but he didn't. He actually ended up being able to hold in as Lorne Murray up the inside of the 37 of Russell Morgan. That's a great move there. He's also got the 147 of Jerry Hendry just up in front of him as the leaders go across the line. It's a 107.0 for Liam McGill. That gap's still 1.2 seconds here, and it looks like the conditions getting even worse here at Knockhill. But it does look like Stephen Gray, the fact that he's able to keep that steady and very, very planted, he's able to just push maybe a little bit more than Liam McGill right now. Brodior has fallen off the back of the cliff though, 3 seconds now behind this battle here, and he's going to get caught up very, very quickly from those cars behind him.
Yeah, there's a big train of cars there, just led by Ian Blackley, Jerry Hendry, Lorne Murray, Russell Morgan, all in the mix. Colin Main as well, who just having to move up the inside there on the 37 car. Can Colin Main make that stick coming into Clark? Side by side to go, they almost come together, but it looks like Russell Morgan's managed to hold on to that position, but I suspect Colin Main might have another go in the coming laps. Just a little bit too far back this time round, so he hangs on to 8th place in this race.
Yeah, Lorne Murray starting to lose a little bit of traction there. The race leaders come across the line. 7 laps left to go here. 8 laps left to go, excuse me, as Liam McGill leads Stephen Gray by now 2 seconds. So that gap's still increasing all the more as we see Brodior still in 3rd place. But 8 laps left to go. It's not looking like Stephen Gray's able to have an answer right now for Liam McGill.
Yeah, Liam McGill's just posted his fastest lap of the race last time out with a 106.8. That is almost 9/10 of a second quicker than Stephen Gray last time out. So maybe Stephen's just had a little bit of a moment at one of the corners, but Liam McGill is really beginning to stretch out that lead at the front of the pack. All the meanwhile, Colin Main still looking to make places. He's got that move done on Russell Morgan, and he's now trying to make a move on the number 5 car of Lorne Murray as they come out of Clark's once more. It looks like a good drive for the Triple 8 car once again there So potentially we could see Colin Main throw this car up the inside. He's got a lot of momentum, but look at that, Lord Murray taking the defensive line nice and early to try and just cover off any move. Will Colin Main go the long way around here? He's trying that one around the outside here of the hairpin, surely not. But Colin Main putting on a very strong performance here in the 888 car.
Yeah, certainly is. So Liam McGill comes across the line, still ahead of Stephen Gray. Stephen Gray takes out 0.2 of a second out of the lead. That time it comes back down below 2 seconds. And again, 7 laps, that's still a lot of time to make anything happen. As we see side by side, that's the 147 and 333 of Ian Blackley. So Jerry Hendry takes that position from the 4th place car. Oh, and that's a big power slide coming out of McIntyre's. Keeps the foot in though, and again, you're not losing as much time as you really think, but there's still going to be side by side almost going through the chicane. That's going to have to be a lift off there from 333 of Ian Blackley. That leaves him vulnerable to Lorne Murray. They're going to be side by side coming up towards Clark Corner there.
Really unfortunate there for Ian Blackley. Just caught him at the wrong moment, and there is the result of it. He's gone down the order. It's just unfortunate. That's part of the motorsport there. He's approached the car at the wrong time, and he is really been caught out. But one of the big winners in amongst all that is that 888 car of Colin Main. He's going right up the standings here as Ian Blackley looks to try and make amends.
Great move up the inside from Russell Morgan then to take that position from Lorne Murray and from Kieran Preedy as well. Kieran Preedy, we haven't really heard anything from him so far. Lorne Murray weaving over to the right hand side, almost collecting the front end of Kieran Preedy right now. But 6 laps left to go. Liam McGill goes cross line, does a 66.836, so fastest lap of the race for Liam McGill. That gap now up to 2.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd place as Lorne Murray and Russell Morgan still fighting out. Lorne Murray's going to have the inside line down into McIntyre's. Late on the brakes, a little bit of rubbing there, and that's going to be the position for Lorne Murray.
Yeah, potentially. It looks like Kieran Preedy looking to get involved there in the red 21 car. Might get a good drive out the chicane here, potentially. We're just noticing a recurring theme here, Dave. Lots of cars just dipping 2 wheels on exit. The track is definitely getting much slippier, and we're seeing that when they're taking a little bit of curb, the car's just gliding across the surface, and then before they know it, 2 wheels are off, and they're crucially losing drive and momentum.
Well, I'm wondering, because what you're noticing with Lorne Murray is that car's sideways coming over through the chicane, and by the time he gets it stabilised, he's off wide into the gravel here. So really, there's only going to be one line that you can actually take to be the fastest around here at Knockhill in these wet conditions, and it is getting worse and worse and worse here. And again, you just have to look forward to think what is potentially going to happen with this race. But it's still Liam McGill in the lead here, but we're further back here. This is the battle between Jerry Hendry and Colin Main, as you pointed out so rightly there, Andy. Colin Main, what a charge this has been to get all the way up into 4th position, but it looks like Broadhior is going to be a little bit too far out of reach for them.
A very strong race here from Colin Main, and he'll be looking to end his season on a high here. Very accomplished driver, and clearly very quick in the wet as well here. Is he going to have a move up the inside into Clark's? He does indeed. Side by side they go, and Colin Main has made that look very comfortable indeed. Then nice and clean on the exit as well. Very slippy, as we mentioned, on those curbs, but Colin Main is having a fantastic race so far.
5 laps left to go. That's going to very quickly turn into 4 laps left to go here as Colin Main comes out the final corner there. In fact, the race leader comes across the line, 1/10 taken out by Stephen Gray, but it's looking very ominous for Liam McGill right now. He's holding all the ace cards that he needs to. It needed to be a win for Stephen Gray at the very least to get the points needed for this race. 4 laps left to go. Stranger things have and continue to happen here, but it's looking very promising right now as we continue to focus on Jerry Hendry down there in P5 right now. The car's really struggling now with these conditions here, Andy. They're trying to find that balance, and as you said, the track changing with every lap. The green flag flying at the chicane, so we've obviously got a car off somewhere.
Yeah, there's been an incident somewhere on the lap, and there it is. There it's the 37 car of Russell Morgan, who was having such a good race as well, and unfortunately he's gone off at McIntyre's. Can he get that car out of the gravel trap? He's doing everything he can to just get the power out on the front of the car, but it looks like he's beached there, unfortunately. So that car will have to be retrieved. All the meanwhile, the 333 car of Ian Blackley coming under pressure from Lorne Murray, who gets that move done nice and cleanly on the inside, and that is a good pass there done, and he'll take that momentum with him down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, he certainly will. So here comes Stephen Gray then to where that car is stricken. There'll be double waved yellows down there because of the car beached off in the gravel. Wouldn't be surprised actually to see a potential safety car coming out in these situations. You hate to see it, but that would certainly make things a little bit interesting into the final lap of the race.
Yeah, 3 laps to go at the moment, 2.8 seconds, the gap at the front, and there is the call. It will be a safety car. This gives Stephen Gray a massive opportunity as that gap will come down to 0, so we'll see a safety car once again here today. Liam McGill will be very frustrated with that because he has been putting in the fast laps and built up a considerable lead, but he's now got it all to do once again.
So, Stephen Gray, let's put ourselves in his position. What do you do at this point?
You've got to get a clean restart here. That's what it's going to come down to, in my opinion. If he can get away cleanly, he's got every chance here. But if Liam McGill gets the jump on the restart, and we've seen him previously do that, but he's really backed up the grid's going into the hairpin. So if he can get a clean start, it's going to make it difficult for Stephen Gray, because straight away he's going to have a gap of 3/4 of a second by the time they get into Duffus, there or thereabouts, I would reckon. So this safety car restart is going to be absolutely crucial.
I'm going to throw another dice into the mix here. Brodie Orr in P3, right behind Stephen Gray and Liam McGill. Given that he's going to have cooler tyres, he's going to cool his brakes down again, he's going to have 2 cars in front of him, he is almost certainly going to go for a charge here. So given that he's going to be behind Liam McGill, I don't know what to think of this restart here. It had to be done. The safety car had to be thrown out there. There was no option. There was a car in a very dangerous position. It's right in the firing line on the exit of, or right in McIntyre's there. So 100% that was the right call there. However, my goodness me, it makes for a very entertaining finish.
It certainly does. Yeah, it certainly does. You know, a championship fight coming down to a 3-lap showdown is going to be very, very entertaining, to say the least. It's one where Liam McGill's just got to get that car away cleanly. He's just got to focus on that first and foremost and let the rest of the race just come to him. Wants to try and keep as much temperature in those tyres as he can, of course. But it's just looking at the lines here coming into the hairpin as well, Dave. I can't see a particularly big issue if you try and throw that car up the inside there. I don't think there's a little bit of puddling developing on the left-hand side, but it doesn't look that bad. I think whereas earlier in the day, you think, well, if you throw that car up the inside there was a clear dry line developing, and it would be you'd have to be very brave on the brakes to get the move done. I don't see that being quite an issue here. The water on the surface does seem to be spread quite evenly.
Got to say a big shout out on the YouTube to Bjorn, who has messaged to say he's using this to watch other sections of the track. It's a bizarre experience because, of course, with the YouTube delay, it's about 40 seconds before he actually sees the coverage, and the cars are already away past him. So, very good afternoon. Let us know, Bjorn, where you are at the circuit, what part of the circuit you are, and we will. We'll look out for you and also enjoy the fact that we're in the cosy warm in the commentary box. And I definitely don't want to be out there today. It's I'm so glad, Andy, we could save you from the cold and wet outside there today.
That was very kind of you, I have to say, Dave. Yes,
it's generous charity here at SMRC on the YouTube channel. But that's it. It's done. It's dusted. That danger has been cleared. Also, look at the amount of gravel that's been spilled out there. I do wonder if the marshals will maybe run out and try and give that a quick sweep, or if they'll just leave that because it's on the exit of the corner, so they might think, well, it's not really going to be an issue. But the safety car lights go off, and we get ready for possibly one of the most exciting and important 3 laps here of the SMRC. 3 laps is what is showing left on race control, but it's the SMRC Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama tyres and Wheels Around. And I get the feeling that somehow this is going to be part of a YouTube compilation that we've got no idea why just at yet this point in time. We'll certainly find out very, very shortly. it all comes down to this then. After that yellow flag and that safety car period, with 3 laps left to go, it all comes down to this for the championship. Liam McGill ahead of Stephen Gray. Stephen Gray needs to be ahead of Liam McGill to win the championship. There's more permutations than that, but we wait and see to see how it goes. Liam McGill on the accelerator then, and we get racing again here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. The green flag flies with just 3 laps left to go. 2 laps left to go now as they cross over, so again even less of a time to get going here. The car's going to go through into Duffus Dip though for the first time of asking, and that is very, very close then, but there's a wobble from Stephen Gray, and again just needs to be much closer to that car. But that's going to be wide for Liam McGill, so a little bit wide there. That brings Stephen Gray back into it, and we've got a race on our hands, Andy.
Yeah, I think Liam McGill just missed his braking point there ever so slightly, and he's gone sideways at the exit of the chicane, but Stephen Gray's followed him. Stephen Gray's gone even wider. Both cars go off at the chicane, so Liam McGill will retain the lead of this race, but there is pure drama at the front of the pack.
This is going to be a lunge. This is absolutely within lunge territory from Stephen Gray then. The two of them coming down the back stretch here. 2 laps left to go. The final lap board is going to get held out. You can see in the background there as well as Colin Main makes the leg up the inside. It's late on the brakes though. Thankfully they just avoid each other. They don't. There's contact between the 2 race leaders, and that is as it was. Basically it all goes out. Almost lost for words there, the contact on the rear quarter of Liam McGill, but it's still Liam McGill from Stephen Gray.
That's it, and it's going to come down to this, a last lap showdown between our 2 championship protagonists. Liam McGill still leading the way from Stephen Gray, but this is it. It's all to play for now.
Yeah, here we go then, down through Duffus Dip. You can see Colin Main in the background is trying to get that 3rd position there from Brodior. Again wide from Liam McGill. What on earth is going on out of that corner there? But again, keeps it going. It's going to be out of the chicane. Are they going to try and keep as much pace as they can? Again, gets a much better line, and that's going to be sideways from Brodior. Brodior absolutely keeping the foot in. He wants to try and take that 2nd position, but he's not going to have it. And Colin Main up at the 3rd position. Colin Main lay under the brakes, and that's sideways into Clark's corner there. That is not what you want to see. Colin Main's going to lose all the way down into 6th, 7th position there. It's done, it's dusted from the looks of things. It's going to be Liam McGill to take the race win here. My goodness me, what an end to this race. Liam McGill going to take the race win from Stephen Gray and take the Fiesta ST Championship by the narrowest of margins. 3rd place is going to go to Brodior. 4th place is going to be Ian Blackley. My goodness me, Andy, that is probably one of the highest intensity finishes I think I've seen.
Fantastic racing here in the Fiestas. Liam McGill taking the checker flag from 9/10 of a second from Stephen Gray, but that was such a dramatic finale to that race when both cars went off at the chicane, Dave. That could have gone either way, but it was both cars managed to get back onto the racing line, get through Clark's, and then just go again. It was very, very dramatic to say the least, but it's that man there, Liam McGill, who wins the championship.
Awesome stuff. Well, we're going to send Andy Alston out there immediately because we need to get some video of Liam getting out of that car, because that is going to be a very big celebration when they leave that car there. A brilliant race here for the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship. In association, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around here. My goodness me, time to take a deep breath, but not too much. You've almost got enough time to prepare yourself for what is about to unfold next, because it's the big one next, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, the final round. It all comes down to this. And the car's making their way into pit lane for the final time. A round of applause rightly given by the track staff there, by the marshals. And the 2022 season comes to an end for the Fiesta STs. They can hold their heads up very high indeed. What a brilliant finish. And Barbell on the YouTube chat, absolutely saying what we were thinking there. Wild race, that puts it mildly to say it. And yeah, you definitely get value for money when you jump into the Fiesta ST Championship. But we can see Liam McGill into pit lane, and some huge applause there into pit lane. Andy Alston, over to you.
Yeah, it's fantastic drama here in the Fiestas, but it's that man there, Liam McGill, who will come out as our champion here in the 62 car. Fantastic drive from him, and he will be absolutely delighted with his performance, and rightly so. But Liam McGill will be more than delighted with that. He goes over just to have a word with his championship rival Stephen Gray. Both drivers had some great racing throughout in 2022, and it's good to see that camaraderie between both of them. Liam McGill coming out on top there with 2 wins from 2 overall, and he will be absolutely delighted with how his weekend has gone. So let's have a quick chat with Liam McGill, who joins us now. Liam, just many congratulations. Just sum up your emotions after that event.
Overwhelmed, to be honest with you, overwhelmed. You know, I thought I had it, and then obviously the safety car come out, and I thought, oh no, it's just my luck. And luckily there was only one or two laps left there, but my God, it was hard. Like, relieved.
Yeah, and just tell us what happened when you kind of came out the chicane as well. Just kind of dropped. It was almost like the grease of the track just kind of pulled you wide, pulled you off, and then Stephen kind of followed you as well.
The last time I can really actually even remember racing in the wet was in a BMW around here with a rear wheel drive. So kind of throttling out of that corner is no such a problem, but with these front wheel drives, if you get on the throttle too early, it just wants to throw you to the gravel. So that was really, it's just too keen on the throttle. But I think everybody ended up off on the first lap again. I think everybody forgot how slidey it was out there.
And just kind of looking at the season overall, and it comes to a conclusion here today. What's your kind of your final thoughts?
I'm overwhelmed because, like, at the start of the year we were nowhere, and we've worked really, really hard. I've got my mechanic Liam over there, who, you know, he's an excellent help, and we've been trying loads and loads of different stuff to get it going. So it's been good to kind of reel it back in at this point. I do feel a wee bit upset for Stephen, of course, because, you know, he is a champ, and you know, he's won many times before, and, you know, it was right there for him today. And I'm sure if I was him, I'd be gutted as well. Like.
Liam, many congratulations. Thanks for joining us. Liam McGill there, who made it 2 for 2 in the Fiestas and wraps up the championship with that as well. We'll grab a quick chat with Stephen Gray as well, who was second place in both races here in the Fiestas. Grab a quick chat with him now. Stephen joins us now. Stephen, commiserations, a great scrap between you and Liam throughout the season. But what's your kind of thoughts after that?
Yeah, obviously disappointed to finish second on the road. You know, Liam's driven really well second half of the season, so I thought I had one more go at the end there with the safety car, but yeah, I did give him a wee tap at the end, which was a bit of a shame. I didn't mean to do that, but and Brody gave me a wee tap after that, so I think we all took a lunge at the last corner, but no, hats off to Liam. Yeah, done well.
I was just saying to Liam as well, you know, after that safety car restart at the chicane, you know, Liam went wide, and then you kind of followed as well. It just seemed like everyone just kind of started going wide.
Yeah, it was. I kind of thought that was going to happen, to be honest, because we did it at the start of the race as well, and did it again at the restart. It's just like you're out in the grass, you're bouncing around the gravel, just keep the foot in. Oh, but yeah, that makes it exciting, I suppose.
Well, Stephen, great season out there. Many congratulations, and look forward to seeing you out there next year.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Stephen Gray there, taking second place in the race, and just second in the championship to Liam McGill. But fantastic scrapping between both drivers. Really entertaining stuff in the Fiestas, and yeah, it was really good action throughout. So. Of course, there's another big championship still up for grabs, so I'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much. Run over here, buddy. Get yourself nice and warm and dry after being out there. It looks thoroughly wet out there here at Knockhill. Just to whet your appetite, that was the Fiesta STs, to set you up in a great place for our penultimate race of the day here. This is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, and boy oh boy do we have a race for you. In association with Project 21 Detailing and supported by Yokohama Tyres for the final time this year. It all comes down to this for the championship. So much rests on this race right now. I don't even want to imagine what the points are at right now. We'll get our resident calculator on the go here, but let's have a look at the grids then for our final race for the minis. Gordon Long on position with Dan Patterson in second place. Michael Werrell ahead of Jack Irvin. Chad Little is ahead of Neil Hose in row 3. Row 4 is going to be Finn Mackey alongside Ryan Smith. Then on row 5 is going to be Ewan Robertson with Chris Coburn alongside Stephen. Row 6 alongside Nick Ormiston, and David Taylor at the back for the next race. Andy, welcome back.
Yes, it's conditions are changing very much so here, Dave. It's getting much wetter. The rain's coming down quite considerably, and that's going to have big implications in this race. And as you mentioned, a lot of these mini drivers will have been watching that last Fiesta race to get a sense of the conditions. Caught up with David Taylor in between the races, and he'd kind of been speaking a little bit about the conditions. It's been a bit of an up and down season for David. Made a bit of progress battling through the mid pack as well, doing quite well. Had a wee incident in race 1 with one of the car in front, one of the bollards kind of clipped him coming through the chicane, and it's been a bit of a recurring theme throughout this meet with the bollards. But it's been interesting just to kind of watch the storylines throughout this championship here as well. There's lots of very quick drivers through there. Our newcomers have done a great job as well. Finn Mack, who's one driver who we've mentioned quite a lot throughout this season, who's done very well. So it's there's been lots of good stories coming throughout this season, and of course it all comes down to this for the championship finale.
As if you could build it up any more than it possibly is. Again, championship points-wise, it is on an absolute knife edge between Chad Little and Michael Weddle. As I believe, it is still Michael Weddle who narrowly is in front of Chad Little. We'll send Andy Elson off with a calculator, and I'm presuming you might already have some answers.
I make it Weddle is just in front. There's not a lot in it, but it's going to essentially come down to an out-and-out shootout between Michael Weddle and Chad Little to decide this championship, really. The changeable conditions are going to have a big impact on this one, Dave. Of course, we don't have the Mini Cooper S Cup cars. They only have 2 races, so this is it's all Scottish Mini Cooper Cup cars that you see out there on track. And they're trying to look at that. They're all trying to get as much temperature as they can in those tyres, but also trying to get a little bit of sense of what the track's like offline to allow them to get that little bit of data for opportunities to overtake. But the rain is still coming down, and again we're just seeing that kind of puddling's beginning to see signs of that developing on the left hand side of the hairpin. But it's of course we've got the grid is a little bit of an interesting dilemma to throw into the mix there as well. We've got that kind of reverse draw for the finale here as well.
I love this. You can just faintly pick up the sounds of Knockhill FM 87.7 on there, and of course their theme tune for this is Calvin Harris, Let's Go. And for me, as soon as you hear that, that's the song that they would always play at the BTCC as well, and quite appropriate for this final race for the minis. A great theme tune. And Let's Go, I think, is going to be order of the day for the entire field here. Chad Little, though, you can see there, just having to really push hard, because he's third row, directly behind Michael Weddle.
Yeah, this is it. Michael Weddle has he's just got to keep it as it is here. Really, he's just got to finish ahead of Chad Little, who does that, and he wins the championship. But lots of fast cars around him. We've mentioned Daniel Patterson and number 18, the blue car on the outside, who's had a very impressive race meeting. Gordon Long joining him at the front row of the grid. So that's going to really bring an interesting element to this championship showdown.
Well, just like that, the 2022 SMRC season is drawing to a close. We're on to our penultimate race of the season. This is the last of the championships that we are going to decide today. Arguably one of the most important races of the season for these Mini Cooper Cup drivers in association with Project 21 Detailing and supported by Yokohama Tyres. We are very privileged to be here, bringing you all of the action here live. The lights are on to the Building Supply Bridge, ready for one final blast of the Knockhill track here. A little bit of a creep there from Gordon Long, but it's a great start for the majority of the cars. Poor start on the third row there, but we get going, and it's down into Duffus Dip for the first time of asking. We hold our breath. And there you go, Gordon Long side by side. A little bit of a touch there on the 18 of Dan Patterson. Dan Patterson, though, into the lead of the race already. Gordon Long has to settle down as Michael Weddle into third place. There goes Chad Little on the inside. There goes Gordon Long onto the outside there as well. Forced out wide. Michael Weddle into P2 and Chad Little into P5. And already more cars into the gravel. Try to rejoin there. And that's going to be P2 for Michael Weddle. P4 for Chad Little.
Yeah, disappointing couple of corners for Gordon Long, unfortunately. Just ran a little bit wide coming out of McIntyre's, and crucially, if you're offline at that point when you come through the chicane, it's very, very difficult to get the momentum back going, because lots of cars are coming through the racing line and they'll just quite easily force you out of the way. But Michael Weddle now in second place, and he's going for the lead as well, trying to make a move there on Daniel Patterson, but it looks like Patterson's just managed to hold on to that position at the moment. But just further back there, lots of drama. It's all kicking off here in the Mini Cooper Cup, Dave.
Chad Little took the most unorthodox line into that final corner there. He was so late on the brakes, but just pulled the car right in and had so much speed going into the corner there. Absolutely obscene. He's going to have third place already before we even get to Duffus Dip. So here we go. This is the championship contenders right behind each other onto the track then. About half a second, and that's very, very late on the brakes for Gordon Long onto the back there of Jack Irvine here. But it's going to be Chad Little onto the back of Michael Weddle, and crucially, he's still not able to get past Dan Patterson.
I think Dan Patterson might have just gone a little bit wide coming out of McIntyre's as well, because Weddle has significantly closed that gap. Look at that as he goes into Clark's. Michael Weddle's got a drive, but he's got it a little bit loose at the rear there as well. He's managed just to hold it together. Patterson running a little bit wide on the exit as well, but he's got a big, big gap now at the lead. So Weddle's just had to just correct that car, but it's Patterson with a considerable lead at the front of the pack.
So much momentum gone for Michael Weddle, and there it goes to the outside. That's going to be Chad Little tries to get the move here. This is game on right now, because Michael Weddle made a huge mistake there, and Chad Little's going to try and get the cut back on the outside. They're going to be side by side coming up the straight here, and this is the battle for the championship that you're watching unfolded in front of your very eyes. Chad Little just marginally in front of Michael Weddle. This is absolutely monumental and turned everything on its head right now. Chad Little is going to have the inside line. There's still Michael Weddle holds it. There's contact. The two cars bashing and bumping coming down through Duffus Dip, and my goodness me, the things calm down a little bit again into McIntyre's. You've got about 6,000 cars behind him, and Neil Hose is trying to get involved in that as well.
So if you're Michael Weddle, do you try and back Chad Little into this pack here, because they're very, very lively cars here, or do you just have to focus on the road ahead, because it's a very, very interesting dilemma here. 7 laps to go in this race. It's still very much all to play for, but look at that gap at the front that Daniel Patterson has. He has really set off into the distance.
I tell you what, if Chad Little is the sort of driver, he knows how much this means right now. If Michael Weddle thought about that, as Neil Hose from absolutely nowhere sends it into the corner, and there we go, tries to get the cut back again, but it's not going to happen. There's contact, and that is going to be the 65 into there of Jack Irvine. It's all gone horribly, horribly wrong for Chad Little. He was looking so good onto the back of Michael Weddle, and the biggest grin I can imagine behind the helmet of Michael Weddle right now.
That could be absolutely massive there, Dave. A great move by Neil Hose, it must be said. But then Jack Irvine is just trying to again take that karting manoeuvre and try and follow him through. And it's just worked out there, because now we have this situation where Chad Little's got it all to do. He's got 2 very fast drivers ahead of him, and he's got another equally fast driver behind him, and Gordon Long as well.
Unbelievable scenes here. It went from, lurching so far one way to the other. And again, with 6 laps left to go, still a lot can happen. Neil Hose is an absolute hard charger. He will be really, really pushing. And I think Weddle is already on the edge of the limit here. Hose, I think, will get past Michael Weddle in the next 2 to 3 laps here. But the question is, and that is off into the inside. That is going to be the number 8 car that is off to the inside there. So that is going to be Stephen Morrison having to retire from the race. And I think that is off of the track in a very, very safe place. Jumps out the car, and obviously it's a mechanical failure for Stephen Morrison.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Stephen there. But back at the front, though, we've just got a situation where Daniel Patterson now has quite a considerable lead. He just posted his fastest lap of the race into the bargain with a 108.9. So he has got bags of speed in that car. A 1.5 second lead into the bargain as well over Michael Weddle. Neil Hose in 3rd place in the 111 car ahead of Irvine, Little and Long. There is a waved yellow flag, so the drivers will have to be careful going through the chicane here. But 6 laps to go in this final race in the Mini Cooper Cup, and as things stand, Michael Weddle in a very strong position.
Very, very entertaining stuff right now, and I think again from the likes of Chad Little, I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of a pause just going on right now, just basically trying to cool the tyres down, cool the brakes down, and rethink about what you can do. Look at how defensive that Jack Irvine is having to go here, but have a look on the outside as well. That is Gordon Long. Gordon Long's a man transformed this season. He's just turned into a complete animal in terms of a racing driver. Really getting aggressive here as up through onto the right-hand side. Jack Irvine pushing Chad Little. Surely that is going to be too little, too late. Chad Little gets that position done and dusted. They're still going to be side by side here, but it's going to be done surely into Duffus Dip. As you can see, your race leader Dan Patterson ahead of Michael Weddle. But look at Neil Hose right now, and again, I've got no idea how he's done it, but Jack Irvine manages to hold on to that position. But Neil Hose is going to be past Michael Weddle very shortly.
Yeah, it's been great action here. I have to say I've been very impressed with Jack Irvine throughout, not just in this event but throughout the season as well. He's been a very strong performance and been leading the Newcomers Cup with some fantastic driving, and he's really underlining that here as well. Some great defensive action, doing everything he can just to hold off the cars behind him. But Daniel Patterson still got a considerable lead over the chasing pack, but Michael Weddle coming under a little bit of pressure now from the 111 car of Neil Hose. Will Hose have a move there? He comes off the racing line. He's going to try and throw that car up the inside. Weddle not looking to defend that too much there, I have to say. Potentially just playing the long game. I think he's had a little bit slow coming out the corner there, Dave. Maybe he's just missed a gear there, because look at the gap that Neil Hose has managed to pull out already. Neil
Hose has absolutely stood him up on the apex of that corner. Weddle thrown to the wolves of Jack Irvine and Chad Little. That is now a 4-car battle again, and here we go back for the championship, because it doesn't matter about the race win. It's all about the points, it's all about the positioning and where it goes down, and this is where it becomes very complicated indeed. And now Jack Irvine fancies having a go at Michael Weddle with just 3 laps left to go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final race of the 2022 season for the SMRC Mini Cooper Cup, and my God, what a race we've had so far. And that's going to be wide for Neil Hose. He's going to be caught back on. You can see wide as well for Gordon Long as well there. This is going to drag them all back together. Neil Hose has gone behind that little group here, so we've now got a 3-car fight here, as we can see Chad Little has lost out that, tries to go a really long way around there on the 111 of Neil Hose. But have a look at this. This is surely going to be a move here for Jack Irvine up to the inside, and there goes Chad Little yet again. And I am just dreading to think what's going to happen here in these final 2 laps of the race here.
Absolutely incredible racing in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. So many drivers here, all of them looking to try and make moves here, and all of them have been very impressive throughout as well. Michael Weddle taking a very defensive line going into Duffus. Look how narrow he's running that car. All the meanwhile, Daniel Patterson is setting off into the distance. 4.6 seconds is the gap. Weddle goes defensive, but Weddle just gets the rear of the car loose, manages to hold on and stay in second place. But Jack Irvine is putting him under all kinds of pressure here in the 65 car. Meanwhile, just behind him, we've got 3 cars all scrapping as well as they make their way into the chicane, but it is led by the 111 of Neil Hose. So Neil Hose has managed to retain that position. Gordon Long again looking very lively. Just noticing there, we've got the 25 as well, of just trying to get involved. But this has been some fantastic action here, Dave, with 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, here we go then, as Jack Irvine fancies another move on Michael Weddle. Weddle is a seasoned pro. He knows exactly what he needs to do and where he needs to put that car, as Jack Irvine fancying to go. As there goes Neil Hose again, sending it from about 2 weeks ago into the final corner there. Gets the move done. That is absolute dogged determination. It's going to be Gordon Long trying to get it back on the cutback there, but it's not to be, as we go on to our final lap of the Mini Cooper Cup, and it's still side by side between Neil Hose and Gordon Long. But there is your race leader so far. Dan Patterson has not put a foot wrong so far. He's down into McIntyre's for the final time. Where is Michael Weddle? You can see him there just being followed by Jack Irvine right now through the chicane for the final time. And there is Michael Weddle. Jack Irvine looking very dangerously close here. Neil Hose being escorted and hounded here by Gordon Long right now. And you can see this is closer than it's ever been. Surely Jack Irvine is going to make a move. I've got a really bad feeling about this, but we'll come back to that in a second, because Daniel Patterson coming down the back straight. What a performance it's been for him. He's really not had to worry about absolutely anything whatsoever. Through the final corner for the final time of 2022, Dan Patterson wins here at Knockhill for the Mini Cooper Cup. It's going to be a drag race to the line for second place, but it's going to be another championship for Michael Weddle. Your 2022 Mini Cooper Cup champion comes across the line in second place. Jack Irvin in third, Neil Hose in fourth. Chad Little, despite all of his efforts, could only manage sixth place in that race there. Gordon Long finishes ahead of him in fifth. Finn Mackey in seventh place there. Ewan Robertson in eighth. David Taylor finishing in the top 10, I think, for the first time this season. Absolutely fantastic result for David Taylor. Chris Coburn in P9. 10th place for Ryan Smith. 11th place for Ewan Robertson. Stephen Morrison in P12 as well.
What a fantastic finale that was to the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Daniel Patterson taking the win with a very impressive drive. He's been fantastic all weekend. Jack Irvin equally impressive as well, rounding out his weekend with the final podium position. But it's that man there, Michael Weddle, who is our champion once more with a very strong drive. There was lots of drivers putting pressure on him, but what an absolutely dramatic finale that was in this championship.
Yeah, just noticing actually David Taylor's shown is finishing in 8th position now, so that's gone up slightly. I believe Ryan Smith having a bit of a moment on that final lap there, but wow, I cannot wait to see the scenes, and that is why Andy Alston is off and leaving us. And great to see another fantastic race. You can see the cars coming into pit lane there. An absolute jubilation there from the team with Michael Weddle. You can see them celebrating in big style there. And you can see just coming through shot as well, the 22 of Finn Mackey. And David Taylor, again, 8th position. I think that is his best performance this season and possibly in his career in the minis. He's absolutely delighted as well. The 17 of Chris Coburn comes through. Ryan Smith comes through. And the engines rev coming past the commentary box here at Knockhill. Absolute excitement from a lot of these drivers here. And we're good to go to hand over to Andy Alston for the final time this season.
Absolutely fantastic action there in the minis, Dave, but it's led by that man there, Daniel Patterson, with a stunning drive to take the win in the finale. Daniel, that was very, very impressive from you there. Many congratulations. Must be delighted with that.
Yeah, I couldn't wait for the last lap board to come out any quicker, but no, very good. Some quite glad to the lads were getting a bit mixed up at the back, so no, happy with that, very happy.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones as well where the conditions were very, very tricky to deal with throughout as well. You just had to really keep your concentration throughout, and that was a very strong performance.
I know these two boys behind me are good in the wet, so I was keeping my distance, but happy with that. Congratulations to Michael as well to win the championship.
Daniel, thanks very much for speaking to us. Daniel Patterson taking the win in the final race here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. We'll grab a quick chat with a couple other drivers as well in a moment's time. But yeah, that was an absolutely stunning end to the season. Let's grab a quick word with this man here, Jack Irvin, who had a fantastic event, rounding off at the final step of the podium. Jack, many congratulations. That was a really impressive performance from you, and of course a really impressive season for you as well in the Newcomers Cup.
Yeah, I won the Newcomers Cup and then should be third place in the championship, so happy with that. Just like to thank all my sponsors, especially my gran that passed away there on Thursday.
Many congratulations, Jack. It's a fantastic performance from him there. Very strong season, and we'll look forward to seeing his journey develop here in the SMRC. But it's Michael Weddle, the championship winner this season. It was P2 on the road to take the win, and Michael Weddle is now two-time champion here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. He will be delighted with that, being congratulated by his team at Minimax Motorsport, who have done a great job with him throughout 2022 and so much more beyond that as well. But there is the winning car, and it was a very dramatic race as well. Lots of pressure being put on by the cars around him, but it's Weddle who comes out on top with after a fabulous season and some fantastic action as well. But Michael Weddle will join them in just a few moments' time and get his thoughts on that season. But he'll be absolutely delighted with that, and rightly so. So we'll grab a quick word with Michael and see what he has to say in a wee moment's time. But just lots of drivers, lots of well-wishers behind him as well. All delighted to see Michael take the championship here today. And again, the conditions just once more, we're still feeling the wind, but there's also still a little bit of rain in the air as well ahead of the Legends about to get underway in a few moments' time. So the rain is continuing to be an issue for the drivers to contend. Let's grab a quick word there now with our champion, Michael Weddle, just being congratulated here. And Michael, many, many congratulations. Could you just sum up your emotions after that one?
I'm just glad it's over. No, I'm over the moon. You know, the boys at Minimax have put in so much effort the last few weeks, the last 2 years to get where we are. But you know, I'm really delighted to defend the championship title. So no, just delighted.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it was very tricky conditions in that last race as well. There was so much to contend with, but you've managed to bring the car home.
Yeah, you know, I like it in the rain, but it can just throw up so many different variables. But when I seen the way the points got worked, when I seen Dan get the gap he needed, I knew if I just stayed where I am and Dan just kept on the road, everything would kind of swing in my way. I seen Neil come flying up behind me, you know, I thought, right, on you go, Neil. Like, I don't want to fight you, I'm not fighting you. And then obviously I had this small mistake, so it was just, when that last lap board came out, I was like, thank God. And then just one more lap just to bring it home, but delayed.
And you mentioned the guys at Minimax there who do a fantastic job, and all your sponsors as well have been supporting you along the way this season too.
Yeah, I mean, the boys at Minimax have worked tirelessly. A big Scott, you know, he's going to Australia on Tuesday, so he'll be itching to go away because he's had a tough day today, you know, with the boys in the C1s. But my huge list of sponsors, they're all here to support me. So Dave Harrison, the son, Arthur Fulton, Summer Isles View, Renova Services, OTL Racing, and Matt Graphics. They do so much to help me to get where I am, and I'm just delighted to bring it home for them.
Michael, many congratulations, well done. Michael Weddle, our champion here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Dave, back to you.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Andy. So, might not be for the final time this year. We've maybe got one more because, of course, we've got the final race, ladies and gentlemen. A huge thank you to everyone that has joined us today and through the entire season. It's been an absolute privilege to have the first SMRC live stream season under our belt, and that is exactly what we're going to have after the end of this race here. We've got the Scottish Legends Car Championship coming up next, our final race of the day, and talk about sending things off with a bang. It's going to be a 10-lap race for the final race of the day, exactly what we've seen earlier on. A wild, crazy, frenetic race is going to be over if you blink. And in from the cold, in from the wet, it's a very warm welcome back to Andy Alston. We'll turn the bars up on the heater and
thank you very much.
And throw the towel in. But I mean, obviously, one of the things with racing drivers is, you know, the elation we were talking about earlier on. That did just look like pure relief from Michael Weddle.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those ones we mentioned earlier, Dave. You know, there's the car that you see on track is just part of the journey. You know, there's so many people behind the scenes that make that happen. You know, Michael's mentioned the team at Minimax Motorsport that do a great job, not just for Michael but for a number of drivers throughout the field. A very, very successful team, but it's all the sponsors as well who are part of the journey to make everything happen. So it's a real culmination of efforts, particularly when it goes down to a championship showdown like this. And of course, we've got one more race to entertain us here to wrap up the 2022 season with the Scottish Legends out there on track. It's been two fantastic events so far, Dave, and I'm sure there's going to be lots more drama in store for this year in this one.
Let's get the crowd then for the final race of the day here. Stuart Robertson ahead of Mark Reid on row 2 is Alistair Calderwood with Scott Hines in 4th position. John Bushby on row 3 alongside Ben McNeese sneaking that podium earlier on today. Peter McKernan on row 4 with LB Clark in 8th position. Moving on to row 5 then. And we've got Brent Bowie alongside Scott Smith, Billy Waite on alongside Pino Palazzo, Ben Mason alongside Ryan McLeish, and Stuart Black alongside Grant Hunter in row 8. Row 9 at the back, Eric Palazzo by himself. So the safety car is leading them around. And we are almost ready to go racing for one final time here at Knockhill. And again, just watching the conditions here, they're going to be led round for a second lap given the conditions here. Again, I'm just thinking through the entire season because it's been a case of blink and you'll miss it. it's been so much fun being part of this, Andy.
Yeah, it certainly has, Dave. You know, there's been so much great drama we've been treated to throughout, and it's been very entertaining here today as well. You know, throughout the legends have put on a great show, and you know, it's one where, of course, we've got the championship kind of situation wrapped up in this one, but there's still so much to play for throughout the field as well, and you know, the drivers will be putting on a fantastic show out there, I'm sure.
This is the one thing that I love about YouTube broadcasts is the fact that we get live chat on this. Mick Shoemaker says, "Mon the Weddle." Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, celebrations very much welcome. I'm not so sure about the taste of the name there, but it'll do. Back to the legends though, for the final time, as Knockhill is treated to the sounds of their theme tune, which is ZZ Top, Sharp Dressed Man, belting out around the circuit here, and these absolute classic cars. This is what I love about this championship here, is the fact that, you know, they're just little pocket rockets, for want of a better word, in them. They've got the motorbike engine in them, so they've got that sequential shifter up there as well. So, you know, it's just unrelenting power available at their fingertips or at their feet.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's one where, you know, part of the key to being fast in these cars is applying that pressure, or throttle pressure, I should say, smoothly, trying to maximise the power down. If you just slam it, it can be, you know, the car's very, very lively, and you know, the rear of the car can get quite loose, and when it's in conditions like that, it makes it even more challenging. But really looking forward to this finale, with the safety car just about to peel off to the right on the track in a few moments' time.
Here we go then, for the final time in 2022 here at Knockhill. Stuart Robertson is going to lead the cars off for our final race this year. Mark Reed's going to be alongside him. We hope you've enjoyed every single moment as much as we have. The lights go off and we go racing for the final time this year, and it is a great start on the left-hand side there for Mark Reed. Huge plumes of spray kicked up from these classic 1930s style cars as they come roaring into life over the hill there, and down through the Duffus Dip goes Mark Reed, then into the lead of this race. Down through the escape road goes the number 75 car there, gets it back onto the black stuff with no real issues on that whatsoever. But that was, of course, the 75 Pino Palazzo. Your race leader under attack already though from Stuart Robertson, and it's just a gaggle of cars behind. A bit clearer skies starting to appear here.
Yeah, it does look that way, Dave, but look at the spray that we're seeing being thrown up by these cars as well. So it's the visibility will be affected. As we mentioned, there's no windscreen as such, particularly in these cars as well. So the drivers are just getting so much spray, having to contend with that as well. But Stuart Robertson leading the way ahead of Mark Reed, with Alistair Calderwood currently third place at the moment. But there's so many cars here going three wide and then some into the hairpin, and very, very slippery there as well mid-corner. Let's see if they can get the power down cleanly on exit. The 17
still
car
three wide.
Still three wide, yeah. The 17 car ability weight just on the curb as well, so that would have just compromised him slightly with the power. But this will be very interesting going into Duffus.
Well, I'll be completely honest with you. I am a big racing fan. I would love to take part in any championship. I do not have the fortitude to give this a go. I do not have the bottle to be able to sit behind the wheel of one of these cars. They just look an absolute... They look a right to drive on, say, like a track day or an experience, both of which are available at knockhill.com. But the experiences that you get behind the wheel of this is just so raw. It's so unfiltered. It's not like, you know... It's a million miles away from the likes of a multi-million-pound GT3 car.
Yeah, it's fantastic racing, it really is. The great thing about it as well is just how close the action is. You know, the field really develops into lots of small bunches throughout the field, and it creates great racing, you know, because positions are being exchanged corner after corner. We might see a move here for the number 6 car on the inside there, trying to make a little bit of a move there, and it's John Bushby just very, very close there, but just see the rear of the car's just squiggling a little bit on exit there. Again, a couple of the drivers just finding it difficult to get the power down out of the hairpin.
Now, completely missed the fact I was too busy blethering away there. I didn't even notice Ben McNeese away into the lead by 4 seconds already. He is just tearing away up the field right now. Peter McKernan in second place, Mark Reed in third, Ryan McLeish in fourth with John Bushby in fifth position, Scott Smith down in sixth, Stuart Black in seventh, Pino Palazzo in eighth, Billy Waite in ninth, and Ben Mason in 10th position right now. But it looks like almost 4 cars wide going to be coming over the chicane. Thankfully, they sort themselves all out, and that train is being led by John Bushby ahead of Scott Smith there. Scott Smith has a little look up the inside into Clark Corner there. Again, has to think better of it, but on the outside there, that is Stuart Black, who fancies a way around the outside as well here.
Yeah, we've just seen a couple of, I think we've just seen the 68 Scott Smith there, just taking a very committed early line there, trying to get the move done. 3 wide though, because the 75 there is trying to throw that car round the outside. Can he make that stick? He does that in style, makes that very, very comfortable in fact. But Scott Smith now going side by side down the start-finish straight, trying to make a move with 7 laps left to go in this race.
Did I just see Mark Reed coming out the final corner facing like sideways onto the track there? He got it all hooked up onto the curb there, and the car just went absolutely sideways on as we see the rest of the cars come flying down the hill here. Ben McNeese, that gap up to 4.2 seconds. Peter McKernan behind that into third position there. Side by side though, that's the 75 and 52. That is Pino Palazzo on Stuart Black. That's going to be a position for Pino Palazzo, and indeed you can see that pink and blue car there, the 23 of Mark Reed, going backwards at a rate of knots here, and so it is just not working out for him. 7 laps left to go here, and again, can you imagine having to try and hold on, Andy, for 7 laps in this weather?
Yeah, Pino Palazzo in the 75 car, one of the fastest drivers out there on track at the moment, and that has been shown by the positions he's making up here, and he's trying to make a move on the 52. The number 4 car there, Peter McLaren. I think he's just dropped back ever so slightly. So Pino Palazzo is looking very, very quick indeed. Scott Smith coming under a little bit of pressure there just on the exit. Again, just finding it difficult to get that power down. The car's so loose at the best of times, and the wet weather not helping with that.
Ryan McLeish has just done a 106.2. And do you remember how that gap was 4 seconds? It's now 2.6 seconds. So Ryan McLeish on an absolute charge, and we saw this all the way through. We saw it in race 1. He was just ridiculously fast. Race 2, he didn't really have a chance to shine, but right now he is on a charge right now, and he is gunning for Ben McNeese with just 6 laps left to go here. I think we're going to have a big charge towards the end. We'll certainly have a look at what happens after this one, because he's got some clear air out in front of him, so he doesn't need to worry. And also look at Peter McKernan, 5 seconds back. There is Ryan McLeish right now. So Ben McNeese, after what has been a very, very leisurely drive here, I think now has to just get a little bit worried.
Yeah, I mean, Ben McNeese has been putting in the fast laps. I mean, last time out was his fastest at 107.7. The trouble with that is Ryan McLeish is at 106.2. You know, so it's just one of those ones where he's going to have to get defensive now. 8 tenths of a second is a gap, but look at that.
2 seconds!
1 minute, 105.6 last time out for Ryan McLeish. That is an absolutely stunning lap in those conditions. So Ben McNeese is going to have to get defensive here, because Ryan McLeish has lots of pace in that car. Side by side they go on the exit of McIntyre's. Ryan McLeish not quite close enough this time round. You'll have to be patient through the chicane, but could he potentially make a move at Clark's?
That's what we're going to see. The one thing I was going to say as well, as we see them that move getting covered off there, as Ryan McLeish having to go around the outside at Clark's, is the amount of respect these drivers give each other. It's a big sort of family that they hold themselves in these paddock, and they look after each other. But right now, I've got to be honest, Ben McNeese looks like he's going to get absolutely fed to the wolves here. He's done a grand job of holding Ryan McLeish at bay though, doing everything that he needs to do, and Ryan McLeish just cannot find a safe way past that car.
Yeah, it's a good bit of defensive driving from Ben McNeese. He might have to try and take the inside line here potentially. Here it is. Ryan McLeish is going side by side. He's got the inside into Duffus. Can he make the move going into the corner? Side by side they go. Here comes the move from the 71 car, and he does indeed make the move. So Ryan McLeish goes into the lead of this race. Ben McNeese drops down to second.
How can you overtake the lead and still be 0.7 of a second faster on the last lap there? That is ridiculous pace there from Ryan McLeish. Look at how far ahead he's gone already. I mean, that car is absolutely away. It's safe to say that Ryan McLeish enjoys these rather wet conditions here, because everyone else is at least 6 seconds back to 10 seconds back, as we've got just 4 laps left to go in the 2022 SMRC season. And what better way to end it out with Ryan McLeish absolutely dominant in these conditions.
Yeah, very, very strong performance here from Ryan McLeish. Ben McNeice just dropping back ever so slightly, but Pino Palazzo up into 3rd place. I think he's had a fantastic finale here in the Legends. But just further back though, we've got drama here. 2 cars going side by side. Got the number 4 car of Peter McKernan just trying to make that move in there. We've got the 52 of Stuart Black, who's just caught in the middle here, because Billy Waite in the 17's got lots of speed there as well. Scott Smith not far behind either. Side by side they go, and this is it. This could be the move here for 4th place. Let's see if it can happen here going into Duffus, and we've got 2 cars still hot on their heels as well.
You're not going to see much on that angle, unfortunately. So much rain falling here at Knockhill. A little twitch as puddles come and go for these cars here, as the 52 of Black gets ahead of the 4 of Peter McKernan, but also waiting in the wings is Billy Waite. They're side by side, coming down through Butchers. What a brave move from Billy Waite there. Gets it done and gets that move completed there. As just look into the gap between 1st and 2nd place, that's already opened up to 2 seconds, as Ryan McLeish was 2 seconds faster than our race leader, our 2nd place car on that last lap there. Have a look at McKernan, Stuart Black though, a little bit of bump drafting, that's how you do it. Coming down into the braking zone. I'm not sure how much I'd want that though. However, that does mean that Billy Waite does get a little boost of power and will try and catch up to the back of the likes of Peter McKernan, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, 2 laps to go in this race, Dave. Really good scrapping here between these 3 cars. Billy Waite just leading the pack here now ahead of Stuart Black, Peter McKernan. Scott Smith now leading another train of cars coming through now, so there's not much at all split in this group of cars, but it's Billy Waite still leading the way. And again, he's got that's a good 3-4 tenths there over the 2 cars behind him as well. Just Stuart Black just struggling to get the power down there just out of McIntyre's. That is bringing the number 4 of Peter McKernan into contention. If Peter can just keep it nice and clean coming out the chicane, he's got a chance here, because wide goes the 52 of Stuart Black, and Peter McKernan will throw that car up the inside. He's got the move done well before Clark Corner, and he goes up a position. All the meanwhile, Scott Smith has got a little bit of a breathing space between Ben Mason, Scott Hines, Mark Reed, and the chasing pack behind him as well. But that's a good clean move by the number 4 of Peter McKernan.
There we go, final lap then for our final race of the season. Ryan McLeish crosses the line with just 1 lap left to go, 66.488. Let's watch the leader then for the final time in this 2022 season. It's been a brilliant weekend for Ryan McLeish. He might not have had the results to show for it, but he certainly had the pace and the performance and the tenacity as well in these Legends cars. It's been an absolute joy to see them back here with the SMRC, albeit just as a guest for 2 rounds, but I'll absolutely take that nonetheless. It just really is the perfect accompaniment to the incredible action that you get with the SMRC, and it's just a nice little bonus on top to have them here with us today. Down through the back straight then, into the hairpin for the final time. Ryan McLeish, number 71, takes the race lead, takes the win, and that closes out, ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 SMRC Championship season. Race win for Ryan McLeish. 2nd place, about 5 seconds back, is going to be Ben McNeice in the number 82. Pino Palazzo is going to take 3rd position, and we've still got fighting going on up the inside. That's the 26 trying to fight it up there. That's Scott Hines who's trying to take it from Scott Smith there, but it's going to be Billy Waite in 4th, Peter McKernan in 5th position. 6th place is going to be Ben Mason, Scott Hines in 7th, Stuart Black in 8th, Scott Smith in 9th position, Elby Clark in 10th, and Brent Bauer in 11th place. John Bushby in 12th, and Grant Hunter in 13th position, as well as Stuart Robertson and Alistair Calderwood. So there we go then, the final race is done and dusted. We're away to send off Andy Alston over into pit lane for the final time. I'm going to join him after he actually gets started. We'll sign off things from in the pit lane. and we will sign things off in style for this 2022 season. But for the meantime, let's like I say, just go through that top three once again. Ryan McLeish taking the win from Ben McNeice and Pino Palazzo. A little bit of donuts there for the 71. A very, very, very happy car. And yeah, he's having a great time there, as have we this season. It's been an absolute joy to have you, ladies and gentlemen, watching along. We hope you've enjoyed every single moment of the coverage. It's certainly been a great fun project to be part with, and we hope that the SMRC live stream is a great success for many, many years to come. Certainly a huge thank you for all of the wonderful comments through the season that you've been putting on the live chat and on the Facebook pages as well. As always, it's an evolving thing, so we welcome your feedback. We welcome all of the suggestions, everything that you've suggested to us. We've tried to implement through the season, and we hope that you have been very, very happy with all of the service. But let's have a little look as the cars make their way down into the pit lane, and let's hand things over one final time then to Andy Alston.
Yes, Dave, great action there. Ryan McLeish taking the top step of the podium in the finale here in the Scottish Legends with a fantastic performance. You'll be absolutely delighted with that. Ben McNeice taking second place, and then the impressive Pino Palazzo taking the final step of the podium. What a drive he had there in the final race here today. But Ryan McLeish, a very impressive performance, so strong in the wet, and he will be delighted to have signed off his season in style with a stunning performance. He joins us now. Ryan, many congratulations, a fantastic performance out there for you, and you must be delighted just to end your season on a high.
Perfect end to the season, showing what we're capable of, and we've got our team car on the podium, so there isn't a better way to end the season.
Gives you so much confidence as well going into next year as well. You know, you've got so much speed behind the wheel of that car.
No, definitely. Just improving reliability for next year. Hopefully less mechanicals. We should see what we can do.
Great drive, Ryan. Many congratulations. Ryan McLeish, such a strong weekend from him there, and rounding off in style with a great performance. We'll grab a quick word with Ben McNeice, who took second place in that race, and another strong drive throughout for Ben McNeice, who joins us now. And Ben, Ben, congratulations, a really strong race. You did a great job defending Ryan McLeish for so long as well, but then he just managed to make that move just towards the end of the race.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, I've only done a handful of weight races in these things, and I was out in front, and it's hard to gauge how hard to push in these conditions, and obviously Ryan's got a lot of experience in these things, so I mean, I've got to take that. Delighted. Mega final, mega end of the season. Last day of school, so brilliant.
Congratulations, Ben. Great drive out there. Ben McNeice second place in that one, and I think he'll be very, very happy with how his weekend's gone overall in the 82 car. Really strong performance from him, and yeah, I think he'll be more than happy with how things have gone for his campaign. So really strong drive from Ben McNeice. Really strong drive, of course, from this man here at the front, Ryan McLeish. And it was, of course, Pino Palazzo who rounds off the final step of the podium. Grab a quick word with Pino now, because Pino, that was a very impressive performance from you, and you must be delighted to round off the season with the podium.
Absolutely, it was just what I've been looking for all season. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and just everything just happened in front of me, came up, so I've lost for words, absolutely lost for words.
Do you feel strong in wet conditions at the best of times, or was that just one of those races where everything just clicked as well?
No, I enjoy the wet conditions. It just kind of, I'm a wee bit smoother, so it helps with that. And the car's absolutely planted underneath me, so I've got to thank Willie for all the work that he's done over the last few months, and just kind of getting that to a point where it's just absolutely underneath me. Brilliant.
Congratulations, Pino. Great drive. Pino Palazzo taking the final step of the podium here in the Scottish Lounge. It was a very impressive drive, I have to say, and he'll be delighted to round off his season in style. And to help me obviously sign off the season as well, I'm delighted to be joined by my colleague Dave Christie. And Dave, when we reflect on that season, not just this meeting, because this meeting's been fantastic, but if we reflect on the season as a whole, there's been so much drama, so many big talking points, and it's been some fantastic action here at Knockhill.
It really, really has. I'm struggling to believe that this has been the first wet day that we've actually had all season. I cannot believe that. But it really, really has. I think this season has absolutely done the SMRC proud through all the different championships, the C1s, for example, the classic sports and saloons, the Mini Cooper. So, I mean, that to build it right up to that last race, that was absolutely incredible. And you saw how much it means to these drivers. They put so much effort in, not just the drivers, all the teams, all the sponsors that are involved. it's such a privilege for me and you to be part of this.
Yeah, definitely, and great to see lots of new drivers throughout the championships as well, taking their first steps into motorsport, growing in confidence, and will be taking that with them into 2023 as well.
It really is. I mean, you said that quite a lot about the Citroen C1 Cup. How many young drivers were coming on board with that, and then staying on and going maybe into STs or going into the Mini Cooper Cup as well. It is absolutely the bedrock for these young drivers to be able to get themselves started, come up from maybe karting and get themselves established as young racing drivers. Look at who we've got out there just now. Rory Butcher, the likes of Sandy Mitchell. They all started here at the SMRC. It's a fantastic place to get going, and the signs are very, very bright for the future.
Yes, they certainly are, David. It's been fantastic action here. The final race meeting of the season. Thanks very much for your company, and we look forward to doing it all again next year.